The 13 *******, The 13 by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Catherine Prescott Wormley and Ellen Marriage, dedication to Hector Berlioz. Contents: Introduction, Author's Preface. The 13 I. Ferragus, Chief of the Deliverance. Chapter I. Madame Jules. Chapter 2. Ferragus. Chapter 3. The Wife Accused. Chapter 4. Where Go to Die. Chapter V. Conclusion. Addendum 2. The Duchess of Langeais. Addendum 3. The Girl with the Golden Eyes. Addendum. Introduction. The Histoire des Tres consists, or rather is built up, of 3 stories: Ferragus or the Rousseau, La Duchesse de Langeais or Any Touche Pas à la Hack, and La Fille Auxiliaire d'Or. To tell the truth, there is more power than taste throughout the Histoire des Tres, and perhaps not very much less unreality than power. Balzac is very much better than Eugene Sue, though Eugene Sue also is better than it is the fashion to think him just now. But he is here, to a certain extent, competing with Sue on the latter's own ground. The notion of the deliverance, of a secret society of men devoted to each other's interests, entirely free from any moral or legal scruple, possessed of considerable means in wealth, ability, and position, all working together, by fair means or foul, for good ends or bad, is, no doubt, rather seducing to the imagination at all times, and it so happened that it was particularly seducing to the imagination of that time. And its example has been powerful since. It gave us Mr. Stevenson's New Arabian Nights only, as it were, the other day. But there is something a little schoolboyish in it, and I do not know that Balzac has succeeded entirely in eliminating this something. The pathos of the death, under persecution, of the innocent Clemence does not entirely make up for the unreasonableness of the whole situation. Nobody can say that the abominable misconduct of Morlinker, who is a hopeless cad, is too much punished, though an Englishman may think that Dr. Johnson's receipt of 3 or 4 footmen with cudgels, applied repeatedly and unsparingly, would have been better than elaborately prepared accidents and duels, which were too honourable for a peeping Tom of this kind, and poisonings, which reduced the avengers to the level of their victim. But the imbroglio is of itself stupid. These fathers who cannot be made known to husbands are mere stage properties, and should never be fetched out of the theatrical lumber-room by literature. La Duchesse de Langeais is, I think, a better story, with more romantic attraction, free from the objections just made to Ferragus, and furnished with a powerful, if slightly theatrical catastrophe. It is as good as anything that its author has done of the kind, subject to those general considerations of probability and otherwise which have been already hinted at. For those who are not troubled by any such critical reflections, both, no doubt, will be highly satisfactory. The third of the series, La Fille Auxiliaire d'Or, in some respects one of Balzac's most brilliant effects, has been looked at askance by many of his English readers. At one time he had the audacity to think of calling it La Femme Auxiliaire Rouges. To those who consider the story morbid or, one may say, bizarre, one word of justification, hardly of apology, may be offered. It was in the scheme of the Comedy Humaine to survey social life in its entirety by a minute analysis of its most diverse constituents. It included all the pursuits and passions, was large and patient, and unafraid. And the patience, the curiosity, of the artist which made Caesar Birotteau and his bankrupt ledgers matters of high import to us, which did not shrink from creating a Vautrin and a Lucien de Rubempre, would have been incomplete had it stopped short of a Marquise de Saint-Réal, of a Parquetard Valdes. And in the great mass of the Comedy Humaine, with its largeness and reality of life, as in life itself, the figure of Parquetard justifies its presence. Considering the Histoire des Traits as a whole, it is of engrossing interest. And I must confess I should not think much of any boy who, beginning Balzac with this series, failed to go rather mad over it. I know there was a time when I used to like it best of all, and thought not merely Eugenie Grandit, but Le Périer Goriot, though not the Peau de Chagrin, dull in comparison. Some attention, however, must be paid to two remarkable characters, on whom it is quite clear that Balzac expended a great deal of pains, and one of whom he seems to have caressed, as the French say, with a curious admixture of dislike and admiration. The first, Burignard or Ferragus, is, of course, another, though a somewhat minor example, Colin or Vautrin being the chief, of that strange tendency to take intense interest in criminals, which seems to be a pretty constant eccentricity of many human minds, and which laid an extraordinary grasp on the great French writers of Balzac's time. I must confess, though it may sink me very low in some eyes, that I have never been able to fully appreciate the attractions of crime and criminals, fictitious or real. Certain pleasant and profitable things, no doubt, retain their pleasure and their profit, to some extent, when they are done in the manner which is technically called criminal, but they seem to me to acquire no additional interest by being so. As the criminal of fact is, in the vast majority of cases, an exceedingly commonplace and dull person, the criminal of fiction seems to me only, or usually, to escape these curses by being absolutely improbable and unreal. But I know this is a terrible heresy. Henry de Marsay is a much more ambitious and a much more interesting figure. In him are combined the attractions of criminality, beauty, brains, success, and, last of all, dandyism. It is a well-known and delightful fact that the most Anglophobe Frenchmen, and Balzac might fairly be classed among them, have always regarded the English dandy with half jealous, half awful admiration. Indeed, our novelist, it will be seen, found it necessary to give Marseille English blood. But there is a tradition that this young Don Juan, not such a good fellow as Byron's, nor such a grand seigneur as Molière's, was partly intended to represent Charles de Remusat, who is best known to this generation by very sober and serious philosophical works, and by his part in his mother's correspondence. I do not know that there ever were any imputation on M. de Remusat's morals, but in memoirs of the time, he is, I think, accused of a certain selfishness and hauteur, and he certainly made his way, partly by journalism, partly by society, to power very much as Marseille did. but Marseille would certainly not have written a Bellade and the rest, or have returned to ministerial rank in our own time. Marseille, in fact, more fortunate than Rubempre, and of a higher stamp and flight than Rastignac, makes with them Balzac's trinity of sketches of the kind of personage whose part, in his day and since, every young Frenchman has aspired to play, and some have played. It cannot be said that a moral man is Marseille. It cannot be said that he has the element of good nature which redeems Rastignac. But he bears a blame and a burden for which we Britons are responsible in part, the Byronic ideal of the guilty hero coming to cross and blacken the old French model of unscrupulous good humor. It is not a very pretty mixture or a very worthy ideal, but I am not so sure that it is not still a pretty common one. The association of the three stories forming the Histoire des Tres is, in book form, original, inasmuch as they filled 3 out of the 4 volumes of Etudes des Moeurs published in 1834–35, and themselves forming part of the first collection of Scenes de la vie parisienne. But Ferragus had appeared in parts, with titles to each, in the Revue de Paris for March and April 1833, and part of La Duchesse de Langeais in the Echo de la Jeune France almost contemporaneously. There are divisions in this also. Ferragus and La Duchesse also appeared without La Fille Auxiliary d'Or in 1839, published in 1 volume by Charpentier, before their absorption at the usual time in the Comedy. George Saintsbury author's preface. In the Paris of the Empire there were found 13 men equally impressed with the same idea, equally endowed with energy enough to keep them true to it, while among themselves they were loyal enough to keep faith even when their interests seemed to clash. They were strong enough to set themselves above all laws, bold enough to shrink from no enterprise, and lucky enough to succeed in nearly everything that they undertook. So profoundly politic were they, that they could dissemble the tie which bound them together. They ran the greatest risks, and kept their failures to themselves. Fear never entered into their calculations. Not one of them had trembled before princes, before the executioner's axe, before innocence. They had taken each other as they were, regardless of social prejudices. Criminals they doubtless were, yet none the less were they all remarkable for some one of the virtues which go to the making of great men, and their numbers were filled up only from among picked recruits. Finally, that nothing should be lacking to complete the dark, mysterious romance of their history, nobody to this day knows who they were. The 13 once realized all the wildest ideas conjured up by tales of the occult powers of a Manfred, a Faust, or a Melmoth, and today the band is broken up or, at any rate, dispersed. Its members have quietly returned beneath the yoke of the civil code, much as Morgan, the Achilles of piracy, gave up buccaneering to be a peaceable planter, and, untroubled by qualms of conscience, sat himself down by the fireside to dispose of blood-stained booty acquired by the red light of blazing towns. After Napoleon's death, the band was dissolved by a chance event which the author is bound for the present to pass over in silence, and its mysterious existence, as curious, it may be, as the darkest novel by Mrs. Radcliffe, came to an end. It was only lately that the present writer, detecting, as he fancied, a faint desire for celebrity in one of the anonymous heroes to whom the whole band once owed an occult allegiance, received the somewhat singular permission to make public certain of the adventures which befell that band, provided that, while telling the story in his own fashion, he observed certain limits. The aforesaid leader was still an apparently young man with fair hair and blue eyes, and a soft, thin voice which might seem to indicate a feminine temperament. His face was pale, his ways mysterious. He chatted pleasantly, and told me that he was only just turned of 40. He might have belonged to any one of the upper classes. The name which he gave was probably assumed, and no one answering to his description was known in society. Who is he, do you ask? No one knows. Perhaps when he made his extraordinary disclosures to the present writer, he wished to see them in some sort reproduced, to enjoy the effect of the sensation on the multitude, to feel as Macpherson might have felt when the name of Ossian, his creation, passed into all languages. And, in truth, that Scottish advocate knew one of the keenest, or, at any rate, one of the rarest sensations in human experience. What was this but the incognito of genius? To write an itinéraire de Paris à Jerusalem is to take one's share in the glory of a century, but to give a Homer to one's country, this surely is a usurpation of the rights of God. The writer is too well acquainted with the laws of narration to be unaware of the nature of the pledge given by this brief preface, but, at the same time, he knows enough of the history of the 13 to feel confident that he shall not disappoint any expectations raised by the program. Tragedies dripping with gore, comedies piled up with horrors, tales of heads taken off in secret have been confided to him. If any reader has not had enough of the ghastly tales served up to the public for some time past, he has only to express his wish. The author is in a position to reveal cold-blooded atrocities and family secrets of a gloomy and astonishing nature. But in preference he has chosen those pleasanter stories in which stormy passions are succeeded by purer scenes, where the beauty and goodness of women shine out the brighter for the darkness. And, to the honor of the 13, such episodes as these are not wanting. Some day perhaps it may be thought worthwhile to give their whole history to the world, in which case it might form a pendant to the history of the buccaneers, that race apart so curiously energetic, so attractive in spite of their crimes. When a writer has a true story to tell, he should scorn to turn it into a sort of puzzle toy, after the manner of those novelists who take their reader for a walk through one cavern after another to show him a dried-up corpse at the end of the 4th volume, and inform him, by way of conclusion, that he has been frightened all along by a door hidden somewhere or other behind some tapestry, or a dead body, left by inadvertence, under the floor. So the present chronicler, in spite of his objection to prefaces, felt bound to introduce his fragment by a few remarks. Ferragus, the first episode, is connected by invisible links with the history of the 13, for the power which they acquired in a natural manner provides the apparently supernatural machinery. Again, although a certain literary coquetry may be permissible to retailers of the marvelous, the sober chronicler is bound to forego such advantage as he may reap from an odd-sounding name, on which many ephemeral successes are founded in these days. Wherefore the present writer gives the following succinct statement of the reasons which induced him to adopt the unlikely sounding title and subtitle. In accordance with old established custom, Ferragus is a name taken by the head of a guild of diverants, ideist devoirants or journeymen. Every chief on the day of his election chooses a pseudonym and continues a dynasty of diverants precisely as a pope changes his name on his accession to the triple tiara, and as the Church has its Clement XIV, Gregory XII, Julius II, or Alexander VI, so the workmen have their Trempe la Soupe 9, Ferragus XXII. Teutonus 13, or Masque Fur 4. Who are the diverants, do you ask? The diverants are one among many tribes of Companons whose origin can be traced to a great mystical association formed among the workmen of Christendom for the rebuilding of the Temple at Jerusalem. Compagnonnage is still a popular institution in France. Its traditions still exert a power over little enlightened minds, over men so uneducated that they have not learned to break their oaths, and the various organizations might be turned to formidable account even yet if any rough-hewn man of genius arose to make use of them, for his instruments would be, for the most part, almost blind. Wherever journeymen travel, they find a hostel for Companons which has been in existence in the town from time immemorial. The abade, as they call it, is a kind of lodge with a mother in charge, an old, half-gypsy wife who has nothing to lose. She hears all that goes on in the countryside, and, either from fear or from long habit, is devoted to the interests of the tribe boarded and lodged by her. And as a result, this shifting population, subject as it is to an unalterable law of custom, has eyes in every place, and will carry out an order anywhere without asking questions, for the oldest journeyman is still at an age when a man has some beliefs left. What is more, the whole fraternity professes doctrines which, if unfolded never so little, are both true enough and mysterious enough to electrify all the adepts with patriotism, and the Companons are so attached to their rules, that there have been bloody battles between different fraternities on a question of principle. Fortunately, however, for peace and public order, if a diverant is ambitious, he takes to building houses, makes a fortune, and leaves the guild. A great many curious things might be told of their rivals, the Companons du Davia, of all the different sects of workmen, their manners and customs and brotherhoods, and of the resemblances between them and the Freemasons, but these particulars would be out of place. The author will merely add, that before the Revolution a Trempe la Soupe had been known in the king's service, which is to say, that he had the tenure of a place in His Majesty's galleys for 101 years, but even thence he ruled his guild, and was religiously consulted on all matters, and if he escaped from the hulks he met with help, succor, and respect wherever he went. To have a chief in the hulks is one of those misfortunes for which Providence is responsible, but a faithful lodge of diverants is bound, as before, to obey a power created by and set above themselves. Their lawful sovereign is in exile for the time being, but nonetheless is he their king. And now any romantic mystery hanging about the words Ferragus and the Deliverance is completely dispelled. As for the 13, the author feels that, on the strength of the details of this almost fantastic story, he can afford to give away yet another prerogative, though it is one of the greatest on record, and would possibly fetch a high price if brought into a literary auction mart, for the owner might inflict as many volumes on the public as La Contemporaine. A long series of so-called memoirs, which appeared about 1830. The 13 were all of them men tempered like Byron's friend Trelawney, the original, so it is said, of the Corsair. All of them were fatalists, men of spirit and poetic temperament, all of them were tired of the commonplace life which they led, all felt attracted towards Asiatic pleasures by all the vehement strength of newly awakened and long dormant forces. One of these, chancing to take up Venice preserved for the second time, admired the sublime friendship between Pierre and Jaffa, and fell to musing on the virtues of outlaws, the loyalty of the hulks, the honor of thieves, and the immense power that a few men can wield if they bring their whole minds to bear upon the carrying out of a single will. It struck him that the individual man rose higher than men. Then he began to think that if a few picked men should band themselves together, and if, to natural wit, and education, and money, they could join a fanaticism hot enough to fuse, as it were, all those separate forces into a single one, then the whole world would be at their feet. From that time forth, with a tremendous power of concentration, they could wield an occult power against which the organization of society would be helpless, a power which would push obstacles aside and defeat the will of others, and the diabolical power of all would be at the service of each. A hostile world apart within the world, admitting none of the ideas, recognizing none of the laws of the world, submitting only to the sense of necessity, obedient only from devotion, acting all as one man in the interests of the comrade who should claim the aid of the rest, a band of buccaneers with carriages and yellow kid gloves, a close confederacy of men of extraordinary power, of amused and cool spectators of an artificial and petty world which they cursed with smiling lips, conscious as they were that they could make all things bend to their caprice, weave ingenious schemes of revenge, and live with the life in 13 hearts, to say nothing of the unfailing pleasure of facing the world of men with a hidden misanthropy, a sense that they were armed against their kind, and could retire into themselves with one idea which the most remarkable men had not. All this constituted a religion of pleasure and egoism which made fanatics of the 13. The history of the Society of Jesus was repeated for the devil's benefit. It was hideous and sublime. The pact was made, and it lasted, precisely because it seemed impossible. And so it came to pass that in Paris there was a fraternity of 13 men, each one bound, body and soul, to the rest, and all of them strangers to each other in the sight of the world. But evening found them gathered together like conspirators, and then they had no thoughts apart, riches, like the wealth of the old man of the mountain, they possessed in common. They had their feet in every salon, their hands in every strong box, their elbows in the streets, their heads upon all pillows. They did not scruple to help themselves at their pleasure. No chief commanded them, nobody was strong enough. The liveliest passion, the most urgent need took precedence, that was all. They were 13 unknown kings, unknown, but with all the power and more than the power of kings, for they were both judges and executioners. They had taken wings that they might traverse the heights and depths of society, scorning to take any place in it, since all was theirs. If the author learns the reason of their abdication, he will communicate it. And now the author is free to give those episodes in the history of the 13 which, by reason of the Parisian flavor of the details or the strangeness of the contrasts, possessed a peculiar attraction for him. Paris, the 13 I Ferragus, chief of the Deliverance chapter I Madame Jules. Certain streets in Paris are as degraded as a man covered with infamy. Also, there are noble streets, streets simply respectable, young streets on the morality of which the public has not yet formed an opinion, also cutthroat streets, streets older than the age of the oldest dowagers, estimable streets, streets always clean, streets always dirty, working, laboring, and mercantile streets. In short, the streets of Paris have every human quality, and impress us, by what we must call their physiognomy, with certain ideas against which we are defenseless. There are, for instance, streets of a bad neighborhood in which you could not be induced to live, and streets where you would willingly take up your abode. Some streets, like the Rue Montmartre, have a charming head, and end in a fish's tail. The Rue de la Paix is a wide street, a fine street, yet it wakens none of those gracefully noble thoughts which come to an impressible mind in the middle of the Rue Royale, and it certainly lacks the majesty which reigns in the Place Vendôme. If you walk the streets of the Ile Saint Louis, do not seek the reason of the nervous sadness that lays hold upon you save in the solitude of the spot, the gloomy look of the houses, and the great deserted mansions. This island, the ghost of Phemius Generos, is the Venice of Paris. The Place de la Bourse is voluble, busy, degraded. It is never fine except by moonlight at 2 in the morning. By day it is Paris epitomized, by night it is a dream of Greece. The Rue Traverse Saint-Honore is not that a villainous street. Look at the wretched little houses with 2 windows on a floor, where vice, crime, and misery abound. The narrow streets exposed to the north, where the sun never comes more than 3 or 4 times a year, are the cutthroat streets which murder with impunity. The authorities of the present day do not meddle with them, but in former times the Parliament might perhaps have summoned the Lieutenant of Police and reprimanded him for the state of things, and it would, at least, have issued some decree against such streets, as it once did against the Whigs of the chapter of Beauvais. And yet Monsieur Benoist de Chateauneuf has proved that the mortality of these streets is double that of others. To sum up such theories by a single example, is not the Rue Fromentin both murderous and profligate? These observations, incomprehensible out of Paris, will doubtless be understood by musing men of thought and poesy and pleasure, who know, while rambling about Paris, how to harvest the mass of floating interests which may be gathered at all hours within her walls. To them Paris is the most delightful and varied of monsters. Here, a pretty woman; farther on, a haggard pauper; here, new as the coinage of a new reign; there, in this corner, elegant as a fashionable woman. A monster, moreover, complete. Its garrets, as it were, a head full of knowledge and genius; its first stories stomachs replete; its shops, actual feet, where the busy ambulating crowds are moving. Ah! What an ever active life the monster leads! Hardly has the last vibration of the last carriage coming from a ball ceased at its heart before its arms are moving at the barriers and it shakes itself slowly into motion. Doors open, turning on their hinges like the membrane of some huge lobster, invisibly manipulated by 30,000 men or women, of whom each individual occupies a space of 6 square feet, but has a kitchen, a workshop, a bed, children, a garden, little light to see by, but must see all. Imperceptibly, the articulations begin to crack, motion communicates itself, the street speaks. By midday, all is alive. The chimneys smoke, the monster eats, then he roars, and his 1,000 paws begin to ramp. Splendid spectacle! But, O Paris! He who has not admired your gloomy passages, your gleams and flashes of light, your deep and silent cul-de-sacs, who has not listened to your murmurings between midnight and 2 in the morning, knows nothing as yet of your true poesy, nor of your broad and fantastic contrasts. There are a few amateurs who never go their way heedlessly, who savor their Paris, so to speak, who know its physiognomy so well that they see every wart, and pimple, and redness. To others, Paris is always that monstrous marvel, that amazing assemblage of activities, of schemes, of thoughts, the city of 100,000 tales, the head of the universe. But to those few, Paris is sad or gay, ugly or beautiful, living or dead. To them Paris is a creature, every man. Every fraction of a house is a lobe of the cellular tissue of that great courtesan whose head and heart and fantastic customs they know so well. These men are lovers of Paris. They lift their noses at such or such a corner of a street, certain that they can see the face of a clock. They tell a friend whose tobacco pouch is empty, "Go down that passage and turn to the left. There's a tobacconist next door to a confectioner, where there's a pretty girl." Rambling about Paris is, to these poets, a costly luxury. How can they help spending precious minutes before the dramas, disasters, faces, and picturesque events which meet us everywhere amid this heaving queen of cities, clothed in posters, who has, nevertheless, not a single clean corner, so complying is she to the vices of the French nation? Who has not chanced to leave his home early in the morning, intending to go to some extremity of Paris, and found himself unable to get away from the center of it by the dinner hour? Such a man will know how to excuse this vagabondizing start upon our tale, which, however, we here sum up in an observation both useful and novel, as far as any observation can be novel in Paris, where there is nothing new, not even the statue erected yesterday, on which some young gamin has already scribbled his name. Well, then. There are streets, or ends of streets, there are houses, unknown for the most part to persons of social distinction, to which a woman of that class cannot go without causing cruel and very wounding things to be thought of her. Whether the woman be rich and has a carriage, whether she is on foot, or is disguised, if she enters one of these Parisian defiles at any hour of the day, she compromises her reputation as a virtuous woman. If, by chance, she is there at 9 in the evening, the conjectures that an observer permits himself to make upon her may prove fearful in their consequences. But if the woman is young and pretty, if she enters a house in one of those streets, if the house has a long, dark, damp, and evil-smelling passageway, at the end of which flickers the pallid gleam of an oil lamp, and if beneath that gleam appears the horrid face of a withered old woman with fleshless fingers, then. And we say it in the interests of young and pretty women, that woman is lost. She is at the mercy of the first man of her acquaintance who sees her in that Parisian slough. There is more than one street in Paris where such a meeting may lead to a frightful drama, a bloody drama of death and love, a drama of the modern school. Unhappily, this scene, this modern drama itself, will be comprehended by only a small number of persons, and it is a pity to tell the tale to a public which cannot enter into its local merit. But who can flatter himself that he will ever be understood? We all die unknown, 'tis the saying of women and of authors. At 8:30 one evening, in the Rue Pagevin, in the days when that street had no wall which did not echo some infamous word, and was, in the direction of the Rue Soleil, the narrowest and most impassable street in Paris, not excepting the least frequented corner of the most deserted street, at the beginning of the month of February about 13 years ago, a young man, by one of those chances which come but once in life, turned the corner of the Rue Pagevin to enter the Rue des Vieux Augustins, close to the Rue Soleil. There, this young man, who lived himself in the Rue de Bourbon, saw in a woman near whom he had been unconsciously walking, a vague resemblance to the prettiest woman in Paris, a chaste and delightful person, with whom he was secretly and passionately in love, a love without hope. She was married. In a moment his heart leaped, an intolerable heat surged from his center and flowed through all his veins, his back turned cold, the skin of his head crept. He loved, he was young, he knew Paris, and his knowledge did not permit him to be ignorant of all there was of possible infamy in an elegant, rich, young, and beautiful woman walking there, alone, with a furtively criminal step. She in that mud. At that hour. The love that this young man felt for that woman may seem romantic, and all the more so because he was an officer in the Royal Guard. If he had been in the infantry, the affair might have seemed more likely, but, as an officer of rank in the cavalry, he belonged to that French arm which demands rapidity in its conquests and derives as much vanity from its amorous exploits as from its dashing uniform. But the passion of this officer was a true love, and many young hearts will think it noble. He loved this woman because she was virtuous, he loved her virtue, her modest grace, her imposing saintliness, as the dearest treasures of his hidden passion. This woman was indeed worthy to inspire one of those platonic loves which are found, like flowers amid bloody ruins, in the history of the Middle Ages, worthy to be the hidden principle of all the actions of a young man's life, a love as high, as pure as the skies when blue, a love without hope and to which men bind themselves because it can never deceive, a love that is prodigal of unchecked enjoyment, especially at an age when the heart is ardent, the imagination keen, and the eyes of a man see very clearly. Strange, weird, inconceivable effects may be met with at night in Paris. Only those who have amused themselves by watching those effects have any idea how fantastic a woman may appear there at dusk. At times the creature whom you are following, by accident or design, seems to you light and slender. The stockings, if they are white, make you fancy that the legs must be slim and elegant. The figure, though wrapped in a shawl, or concealed by a pelisse, defines itself gracefully and seductively among the shadows. Anon, the uncertain gleam thrown from a shop window or a street lamp bestows a fleeting luster, nearly always deceptive, on the unknown woman, and fires the imagination, carrying it far beyond the truth. The senses then bestir themselves, everything takes color and animation, the woman appears in an altogether novel aspect, her person becomes beautiful. Behold! She is not a woman, she is a demon, a siren, who is drawing you by magnetic attraction to some respectable house, where the worthy bourgeois, frightened by your threatening step and the clack of your boots, shuts the door in your face without looking at you. A vacillating gleam, thrown from the shop window of a shoemaker, suddenly illuminated from the waist down the figure of the woman who was before the young man. Ah! Surely, she alone had that swaying figure. She alone knew the secret of that chaste gait which innocently set into relief the many beauties of that attractive form. Yes, that was the shawl, and that the velvet bonnet which she wore in the mornings. On her grey silk stockings not a spot, on her shoes not a splash. The shawl held tightly round the bust disclosed, vaguely, its charming lines, and the young man, who had often seen those shoulders at a ball, knew well the treasures that the shawl concealed. By the way a Parisian woman wraps a shawl around her, and the way she lifts her feet in the street, a man of intelligence in such studies can divine the secret of her mysterious errand. There is something, I know not what, of quivering buoyancy in the person, in the gait. The woman seems to weigh less, she steps, or rather, she glides like a star, and floats onward led by a thought which exhales from the folds and motion of her dress. The young man hastened his step, past the woman, and then turned back to look at her. Pst. She had disappeared into a passageway, the grated door of which and its bell still rattled and sounded. The young man walked back to the alley and saw the woman reach the farther end, where she began to mount, not without receiving the obsequious bow of an old portress, a winding staircase, the lower steps of which were strongly lighted. She went up buoyantly, eagerly, as though impatient. Impatient for what? Said the young man to himself, drawing back to lean against a wooden railing on the other side of the street. He gazed, unhappy man, at the different stories of the house, with the keen attention of a detective searching for a conspirator. It was one of those houses of which there are thousands in Paris, ignoble, vulgar, narrow, yellowish in tone, with 4 stories and 3 windows on each floor. The outer blinds of the first floor were closed. Where was she going? The young man fancied he heard the tinkle of a bell on the second floor. As if in answer to it, a light began to move in a room with 2 windows strongly illuminated, which presently lit up the third window, evidently that of a first room, either the salon or the dining room of the apartment. Instantly the outline of a woman's bonnet showed vaguely on the window, and a door between the 2 rooms must have closed, for the first was dark again, while the 2 other windows resumed their ruddy glow. At this moment a voice said, "Hi, there," and the young man was conscious of a blow on his shoulder. "Why don't you pay attention?" said the rough voice of a workman, carrying a plank on his shoulder. The man passed on. He was the voice of Providence saying to the watcher, "What are you meddling with? Think of your own duty, and leave these Parisians to their own affairs." The young man crossed his arms. Then, as no one beheld him, he suffered tears of rage to flow down his cheeks unchecked. At last the sight of the shadows moving behind the lighted windows gave him such pain that he looked elsewhere and noticed a hackney coach, standing against a wall in the upper part of the Rue des Vieux Augustins, at a place where there was neither the door of a house, nor the light of a shop window. Was it she? Was it not she? Life or death to a lover. This lover waited. He stood there during a century of 20 minutes. After that the woman came down, and he then recognized her as the one whom he secretly loved. Nevertheless, he wanted still to doubt. She went to the hackney coach, and got into it. The house will always be there and I can search it later, thought the young man, following the carriage at a run, to solve his last doubts, and soon he did so. The carriage stopped in the Rue de Richelieu before a shop for artificial flowers, close to the Rue de Menes. The lady got out, entered the shop, sent out the money to pay the coachman, and presently left the shop herself, on foot, after buying a bunch of marabouts. Marabouts for her black hair. The officer beheld her, through the window panes, placing the feathers to her head to see the effect, and he fancied he could hear the conversation between herself and the shopwoman. "Oh, madam, nothing is more suitable for brunettes. Brunettes have something a little too strongly marked in their lines, and marabouts give them just that flow which they lack. Madame la Duchesse de Langeais says they give a woman something vague, oceanic, and very high-bred." "Very good, send them to me at once." Then the lady turned quickly toward the Rue de Menes, and entered her own house. When the door closed on her, the young lover, having lost his hopes, and worse, far worse, his dearest beliefs, walked through the streets like a drunken man, and presently found himself in his own room without knowing how he came there. He flung himself into an armchair, put his head in his hands and his feet on the andirons, drying his boots until he burned them. It was an awful moment, one of those moments in human life when the character is molded, and the future conduct of the best of men depends on the good or evil fortune of his first action. Providence or fatality, choose which you will. This young man belonged to a good family, whose nobility was not very ancient, but there are so few really old families in these days, that all men of rank are ancient without dispute. His grandfather had bought the office of councillor to the Parliament of Paris, where he afterwards became president. His sons, each provided with a handsome fortune, entered the army, and through their marriages became attached to the court. The revolution swept the family away, but one old dowager, too obstinate to emigrate, was left. She was put in prison, threatened with death, but was saved by the 9th Thermidor and recovered her property. When the proper time came, about the year 1804, she recalled her grandson to France. Auguste de Maulincour, the only scion of the Carbonne de Maulincour, was brought up by the good dowager with the triple care of a mother, a woman of rank, and an obstinate dowager. When the Restoration came, the young man, then 18 years of age, entered the Maison Rouge, followed the princes to Ghent, was made an officer in the bodyguard, left it to serve in the line, but was recalled later to the Royal Guard, where, at 23 years of age, he found himself major of a cavalry regiment, a splendid position, due to his grandmother, who had played her cards well to obtain it, in spite of his youth. This double biography is a compendium of the general and special history, barring variations, of all the noble families who emigrated having debts and property, dowagers and tact. Madame la Baronne de Maulincour had a friend in the old Vidame de Pamiers, formerly a commander of the Knights of Malta. This was one of those undying friendships founded on sexagenary ties which nothing can weaken, because at the bottom of such intimacies there are certain secrets of the human heart, delightful to guess at when we have the time, insipid to explain in 20 words, and which might make the text of a work in 4 volumes as amusing as the Doyen de Kilran, a work about which young men talk and judge without having read it. Auguste de Maulincour belonged therefore to the Faubourg Saint-Germain through his grandmother and the Vidame, and it sufficed him to date back 2 centuries to take the tone and opinions of those who assume to go back to Clovis. This young man, pale, slender, and delicate in appearance, a man of honor and true courage, who would fight a duel for a yes or a no, had never yet fought upon a battlefield, though he wore in his buttonhole the cross of the Legion of Honor. He was, as you perceive, one of the blunders of the Restoration, perhaps the most excusable of them. The youth of those days was the youth of no epoch. It came between the memories of the Empire and those of the emigration, between the old traditions of the court and the conscientious education of the bourgeoisie, between religion and fancy balls, between 2 political faiths, between Louis XVIII, who saw only the present, and Charles X, who looked too far into the future. It was moreover bound to accept the will of the king, though the king was deceiving and tricking it. This unfortunate youth, blind and yet clear-sighted, was counted as nothing by old men jealously keeping the reins of the state in their feeble hands, while the monarchy could have been saved by their retirement and the accession of this young France, which the old doctrinaires, the émigrés of the Restoration, still speak of slightingly. Auguste de Malincourt was a victim to the ideas which weighed in those days upon French youth, and we must here explain why. The Vidame de Pamiers was still, at 67 years of age, a very brilliant man, having seen much and lived much, a good talker, a man of honor and a gallant man, but who held as to women the most detestable opinions. He loved them, and he despised them. Their honor. Their feelings. Tarara, rubbish and shams. When he was with them, he believed in them, the ci devant monstre, he never contradicted them, and he made them shine. But among his male friends, when the topic of the sex came up, he laid down the principle that to deceive women, and to carry on several intrigues at once, should be the occupation of those young men who were so misguided as to wish to meddle in the affairs of the state. It is sad to have to sketch so hackneyed a portrait, for has it not figured everywhere and become, literally, as threadbare as that of a grenadier of the Empire? But the Vidame had an influence on Monsieur de Malincourt's destiny which obliges us to preserve his portrait. He lectured the young man after his fashion, and did his best to convert him to the doctrines of the great age of gallantry. The dowager, a tender-hearted, pious woman, sitting between God and her Vidame, a model of grace and sweetness, but gifted with that well-bred persistency which triumphs in the long run, had longed to preserve for her grandson the beautiful illusions of life, and had therefore brought him up in the highest principles. She instilled into him her own delicacy of feeling and made him, to outward appearance, a timid man, if not a fool. The sensibilities of the young fellow, preserved pure, were not worn by contact without. He remained so chaste, so scrupulous, that he was keenly offended by actions and maxims to which the world attached no consequence. Ashamed of this susceptibility, he forced himself to conceal it under a false hardihood, but he suffered in secret, all the while scoffing with others at the things he reverenced. It came to pass that he was deceived, because, in accordance with a not uncommon whim of destiny, he, a man of gentle melancholy, and spiritual in love, encountered in the object of his first passion a woman who held in horror all German sentimentalism. The young man, in consequence, distrusted himself, became dreamy, absorbed in his griefs, complaining of not being understood. Then, as we desire all the more violently the things we find difficult to obtain, he continued to adore women with that ingenuous tenderness and feline delicacy the secret of which belongs to women themselves, who may, perhaps, prefer to keep the monopoly of it. In point of fact, though women of the world complain of the way men love them, they have little liking themselves for those whose soul is half feminine. Their own superiority consists in making men believe they are their inferiors in love. Therefore they will readily leave a lover if he is inexperienced enough to rob them of those fears with which they seek to deck themselves, those delightful tortures of feigned jealousy, those troubles of hope betrayed, those futile expectations, in short, the whole procession of their feminine miseries. They hold Sir Charles Grandison in horror. What can be more contrary to their nature than a tranquil, perfect love? They want emotions. Happiness without storms is not happiness to them. Women with souls that are strong enough to bring infinitude into love are angelic exceptions. They are among women what noble geniuses are among men. Their great passions are rare as masterpieces. Below the level of such love come compromises, conventions, passing and contemptible irritations, as in all things petty and perishable. Amid the hidden disasters of his heart, and while he was still seeking the woman who could comprehend him, a search which, let us remark in passing, is one of the amorous follies of our epoch, Auguste met, in the rank of society that was farthest from his own, in the secondary sphere of money, where banking holds the first place, a perfect being, one of those women who have I know not what about them that is saintly and sacred, women who inspire such reverence that love has need of the help of a long familiarity to declare itself. Auguste then gave himself up wholly to the delights of the deepest and most moving of passions, to a love that was purely adoring. Innumerable repressed desires there were, shadows of passion so vague yet so profound, so fugitive and yet so actual, that one scarcely knows to what we may compare them. They are like perfumes, or clouds, or rays of the sun, or shadows, or whatever there is in nature that shines for a moment and disappears, that springs to life and dies, leaving in the heart long echoes of emotion. When the soul is young enough to nurture melancholy and far-off hope, to find in woman more than a woman, is it not the greatest happiness that can befall a man when he loves enough to feel more joy in touching a gloved hand, or a lock of hair, in listening to a word, in casting a single look, than in all the ardor of possession given by happy love? Thus it is that rejected persons, those rebuffed by fate, the ugly and unfortunate, lovers unrevealed, women and timid men, alone know the treasures contained in the voice of the beloved. Taking their source and their element from the soul itself, the vibrations of the air, charged with passion, put our hearts so powerfully into communion, carrying thought between them so lucidly, and being, above all, so incapable of falsehood, that a single inflection of a voice is often a revelation. What enchantments the intonations of a tender voice can bestow upon the heart of a poet! What ideas they awaken! What freshness they shed there! Love is in the voice before the glance avows it. Auguste, poet after the manner of lovers. There are poets who feel, and poets who express. The first are the happiest. Auguste had tasted all these early joys, so vast, so fecund. She possessed the most winning organ that the most artful woman of the world could have desired in order to deceive at her ease. She had that silvery voice which is soft to the ear, and ringing only for the heart which it stirs and troubles, caresses and subjugates. And this woman went by night to the Rue Soly through the Rue Pagevin. And her furtive apparition in an infamous house had just destroyed the grandest of passions. The Vidame's logic triumphed. If she is betraying her husband, we will avenge ourselves, said Auguste. There was still faith in that if. The philosophic doubt of Descartes is a politeness with which we should always honor virtue. 10 o'clock sounded. The Baron de Maulincour remembered that this woman was going to a ball that evening at a house to which he had access. He dressed, went there, and searched for her through all the salons. The mistress of the house, Madame de Nucingen, seeing him thus occupied, said, "You are looking for Madame Jules, but she has not yet come." "Good evening, dear," said a voice. Auguste and Madame de Nucingen turned round. Madame Jules had arrived, dressed in white, looking simple and noble, wearing in her hair the marabouts the young Baron had seen her choose in the flower shop. That voice of love now pierced his heart. Had he won the slightest right to be jealous of her, he would have petrified her then and there by saying the words, "Rousseau." But if he, an alien to her life, had said those words in her ear 1,000 times, Madame Jules would have asked him in astonishment what he meant. He looked at her stupidly. For those sarcastic persons who scoff at all things, it may be a great amusement to detect the secret of a woman, to know that her chastity is a lie, that her calm face hides some anxious thought, that under that pure brow is a dreadful drama. But there are other souls to whom the sight is saddening, and many of those who laugh in public, when withdrawn into themselves and alone with their conscience, curse the world while they despise the woman. Such was the case with Auguste de Maulincour, as he stood there in presence of Madame Jules. Singular situation. There was no other relation between them than that which social life establishes between persons who exchange a few words 7 or 8 times in the course of a winter, and yet he was calling her to account on behalf of a happiness unknown to her. He was judging her, without letting her know of his accusation. Many young men find themselves thus in despair at having broken forever with a woman adored in secret, condemned and despised in secret. There are many hidden monologues told to the walls of some solitary lodging, storms roused and calmed without ever leaving the depths of hearts, amazing scenes of the moral world, for which a painter is wanted. Madame Jules sat down, leaving her husband to make a turn around the salon. After she was seated she seemed uneasy, and, while talking with her neighbor, she kept a furtive eye on Monsieur Jules Desmarais, her husband, a broker chiefly employed by the Baron de Nucingen. The following is the history of their home life. Monsieur Desmarais was, 5 years before his marriage, in a broker's office, with no other means than the meagre salary of a clerk. But he was a man to whom misfortune had early taught the truths of life, and he followed the straight path with the tenacity of an insect making for its nest. He was one of those dogged young men who feign death before an obstacle and wear out everybody's patience with their own beetle-like perseverance. Thus, young as he was, he had all the republican virtue of poor peoples. He was sober, saving of his time, an enemy to pleasure. He waited. Nature had given him the immense advantage of an agreeable exterior. His calm, pure brow, the shape of his placid, but expressive face, his simple manners, all revealed in him a laborious and resigned existence, that lofty personal dignity which is imposing to others, and the secret nobility of heart which can meet all events. His modesty inspired a sort of respect in those who knew him. Solitary in the midst of Paris, he knew the social world only by glimpses during the brief moments which he spent in his patron's salon on holidays. There were passions in this young man, as in most of the men who live in that way, of amazing profundity, passions too vast to be drawn into petty incidents. His want of means compelled him to lead an ascetic life, and he conquered his fancies by hard work. After paling all day over figures, he found his recreation in striving obstinately to acquire that wide general knowledge so necessary in these days to every man who wants to make his mark, whether in society, or in commerce, at the bar, or in politics or literature. The only peril these fine souls have to fear comes from their own uprightness. They see some poor girl, they love her, they marry her, and wear out their lives in a struggle between poverty and love. The noblest ambition is quenched perforce by the household account book. Jules Desmarais went headlong into this peril. He met one evening at his patron's house a girl of the rarest beauty. Unfortunate men who are deprived of affection, and who consume the finest hours of youth in work and study, alone know the rapid ravages that passion makes in their lonely, misconceived hearts. They are so certain of loving truly, all their forces are concentrated so quickly on the object of their love, that they receive, while beside her, the most delightful sensations, when, as often happens, they inspire none at all. Nothing is more flattering to a woman's egotism than to divine this passion, apparently immovable, and these emotions so deep that they have needed a great length of time to reach the human surface. These poor men, anchorites in the midst of Paris, have all the enjoyments of anchorites, and may sometimes succumb to temptations. But, more often deceived, betrayed, and misunderstood, they are rarely able to gather the sweet fruits of a love which, to them, is like a flower dropped from heaven. One smile from his wife, a single inflection of her voice sufficed to make Jules Desmarais conceive a passion which was boundless. Happily, the concentrated fire of that secret passion revealed itself artlessly to the woman who inspired it. These two beings then loved each other religiously. To express all in a word, they clasped hands without shame before the eyes of the world and went their way like two children, brother and sister, passing serenely through a crowd where all made way for them and admired them. The young girl was in one of those unfortunate positions which human selfishness entails upon children. She had no civil status, her name of Clemence and her age were recorded only by a notary public. As for her fortune, that was small indeed. Jules Desmarais was a happy man on hearing these particulars. If Clemence had belonged to an opulent family, he might have despaired of obtaining her, but she was only the poor child of love, the fruit of some terrible adulterous passion, and they were married. Then began for Jules Desmarais a series of fortunate events. Every one envied his happiness, and henceforth talked only of his luck, without recalling either his virtues or his courage. Some days after their marriage, the mother of Clemence, who passed in society for her godmother, told Jules Desmarais to buy the office and goodwill of a broker, promising to provide him with the necessary capital. In those days, such offices could still be bought at a modest price. That evening, in the salon as it happened of his patron, a wealthy capitalist proposed, on the recommendation of the mother, a very advantageous transaction for Jules Desmarais, and the next day the happy clerk was able to buy out his patron. In 4 years Desmarais became one of the most prosperous men in his business. New clients increased the number his predecessor had left to him. He inspired confidence in all, and it was impossible for him not to feel, by the way business came to him, that some hidden influence, due to his mother-in-law, or to Providence, was secretly protecting him. At the end of the 3rd year Clemence lost her godmother. By that time Monsieur Jules, so called to distinguish him from an elder brother, whom he had set up as a notary in Paris, possessed an income from invested property of 200,000 francs. There was not in all Paris another instance of the domestic happiness enjoyed by this couple. For 5 years their exceptional love had been troubled by only one event, a calumny for which Monsieur Jules exacted vengeance. One of his former comrades attributed to Madame Jules the fortune of her husband, explaining that it came from a high protection dearly paid for. The man who uttered the calumny was killed in the duel that followed it. The profound passion of this couple, which survived marriage, obtained a great success in society, though some women were annoyed by it. The charming household was respected, everybody feted it. Monsieur and Madame Jules were sincerely liked, perhaps because there is nothing more delightful to see than happy people, but they never stayed long at any festivity. They slipped away early, as impatient to regain their nest as wandering pigeons. This nest was a large and beautiful mansion in the Rue de Menez, where a true feeling for art tempered the luxury which the financial world continues, traditionally, to display. Here the happy pair received their society magnificently, although the obligations of social life suited them but little. Nevertheless, Jules submitted to the demands of the world, knowing that, sooner or later, a family has need of it, but he and his wife felt themselves, in its midst, like greenhouse plants in a tempest. With a delicacy that was very natural, Jules had concealed from his wife the calumny and the death of the calumniator. Madame Jules, herself, was inclined, through her sensitive and artistic nature, to desire luxury. In spite of the terrible lesson of the duel, some imprudent women whispered to each other that Madame Jules must sometimes be pressed for money. They often found her more elegantly dressed in her own home than when she went into society. She loved to adorn herself to please her husband, wishing to show him that to her he was more than any social life. A true love, a pure love, above all, a happy love. Jules, always a lover, and more in love as time went by, was happy in all things beside his wife, even in her caprices. In fact, he would have been uneasy if she had none, thinking it a symptom of some illness. Auguste de Maulincour had the personal misfortune of running against this passion, and falling in love with the wife beyond recovery. Nevertheless, though he carried in his heart so intense a love, he was not ridiculous. He complied with all the demands of society, and of military manners and customs. And yet his face wore constantly, even though he might be drinking a glass of champagne, that dreamy look, that air of silently despising life, that nebulous expression which belongs, though for other reasons, to blesses men dissatisfied with hollow lives. To love without hope, to be disgusted with life, constitute, in these days, a social position. The enterprise of winning the heart of a sovereign might give, perhaps, more hope than a love rashly conceived for a happy woman. Therefore Maulincour had sufficient reason to be grave and gloomy. A queen has the vanity of her power, the height of her elevation protects her. But a pious bourgeoise is like a hedgehog, or an oyster, in its rough wrappings. At this moment the young officer was beside his unconscious mistress, who certainly was unaware that she was doubly faithless. Madame Jules was seated, in a naive attitude, like the least artful woman in existence, soft and gentle, full of a majestic serenity. What an abyss is human nature! Before beginning a conversation, the Baron looked alternately at the wife and at the husband. How many were the reflections he made! He recomposed the night thoughts of young in a second. And yet the music was sounding through the salons, the light was pouring from 1,000 candles. It was a banker's ball, one of those insolent festivals by means of which the world of solid gold endeavored to sneer at the gold-embossed salons where the Faubourg Saint-Germain met and laughed, not foreseeing the day when the bank would invade the Luxembourg and take its seat upon the throne. The conspirators were now dancing, indifferent to coming bankruptcies, whether of power or of the bank. The gilded salons of the Baron de Nucingen were gay with that peculiar animation that the world of Paris, apparently joyous at any rate, gives to its fetus. There, men of talent communicate their wit to fools, and fools communicate that air of enjoyment that characterizes them. By means of this exchange all is liveliness. But a ball in Paris always resembles fireworks to a certain extent. Wit, coquetry, and pleasure sparkle and go out like rockets. The next day all present have forgotten their wit, their coquetry, their pleasure. Ah, thought Auguste, by way of conclusion, women are what the vidame says they are. Certainly all those dancing here are less irreproachable actually than Madame Jules appears to be, and yet Madame Jules went to the Rue Soleil. The Rue Soleil was like an illness to him, the very word shriveled his heart. "Madame, do you ever dance?" he said to her. "This is the third time you have asked me that question this winter," she answered, smiling. "But perhaps you have never answered it." "That is true. I knew very well that you were false, like other women." Madame Jules continued to smile. "Listen, monsieur," she said, "if I told you the real reason, you would think it ridiculous. I do not think it false to abstain from telling things that the world would laugh at. All secrets demand, in order to be told, a friendship of which I am no doubt unworthy, madam. But you cannot have any but noble secrets. Do you think me capable of jesting on noble things? Yes, she said, you, like all the rest, laugh at our purest sentiments, you calumniate them. Besides, I have no secrets. I have the right to love my husband in the face of all the world, and I say so. I am proud of it, and if you laugh at me when I tell you that I dance only with him, I shall have a bad opinion of your heart. Have you never danced since your marriage with anyone but your husband? Never. His arm is the only one on which I have leaned. I have never felt the touch of another man. Has your physician never felt your pulse? Now you are laughing at me. No, madam, I admire you, because I comprehend you. But you let a man hear your voice, you let yourself be seen, in short, you permit our eyes to admire you. Ah, she said, interrupting him, that is one of my griefs. Yes, I wish it were possible for a married woman to live secluded with her husband, as a mistress lives with her lover, for then why were you, 2 hours ago, on foot, disguised, in the Rue Soleil? The Rue Soleil, where is that? And her pure voice gave no sign of any emotion, no feature of her face quivered, she did not blush, she remained calm. What, you did not go up to the second floor of a house in the Rue des Vieux Augustins at the corner of the Rue Soleil? You did not have a hackney coach waiting nearby? You did not return in it to the flower shop in the Rue Richelieu, where you bought the feathers that are now in your hair? I did not leave my house this evening. As she uttered that lie she was smiling and imperturbable, she played with her fan, but if anyone had passed a hand down her back they would, perhaps, have found it moist. At that instant Auguste remembered the instructions of the vidame. Then it was someone who strangely resembled you, he said, with a credulous air. Monsieur, she replied, if you are capable of following a woman and detecting her secrets, you will allow me to say that it is a very wrong thing, and I do you the honor to say that I disbelieve you. The Baron turned away, placed himself before the fireplace and seemed thoughtful. He bent his head, but his eyes were covertly fixed on Madame Jules, who, not remembering the reflections in the mirror, cast 2 or 3 glances at him that were full of terror. Presently she made a sign to her husband and rising took his arm to walk about the salon. As she passed before Monsieur de Morlancourt, who at that moment was speaking to a friend, he said in a loud voice, as if in reply to a remark, that woman will certainly not sleep quietly this night. Madame Jules stopped, gave him an imposing look which expressed contempt, and continued her way, unaware that another look, if surprised by her husband, might endanger not only her happiness but the lives of 2 men. Auguste, frantic with anger, which he tried to smother in the depths of his soul, presently left the house, swearing to penetrate to the heart of the mystery. Before leaving, he sought Madame Jules, to look at her again, but she had disappeared. What a drama cast into that young head so eminently romantic, like all who have not known love in the wide extent which they give to it. He adored Madame Jules under a new aspect, he loved her now with the fury of jealousy and the frenzied anguish of hope. Unfaithful to her husband, the woman became common. Auguste could now give himself up to the joys of successful love, and his imagination opened to him a career of pleasures. Yes, he had lost the angel, but he had found the most delightful of demons. He went to bed, building castles in the air, excusing Madame Jules by some romantic fiction in which he did not believe. He resolved to devote himself wholly, from that day forth, to a search for the causes, motives, and keynote of this mystery. It was a tale to read, or better still, a drama to be played, in which he had a part. Chapter 2. Ferragus. A fine thing is the task of a spy, when performed for one's own benefit and in the interests of a passion. Is it not giving ourselves the pleasure of a thief and a rascal while continuing honest men? But there is another side to it. We must resign ourselves to boil with anger, to roar with impatience, to freeze our feet in the mud, to be numbed, and roasted, and torn by false hopes. We must go, on the faith of a mere indication, to a vague object, miss our end, curse our luck, improvise to ourselves elegies, dithyrambics, exclaim idiotically before inoffensive pedestrians who observe us, knock over old apple women and their baskets, run hither and thither, stand on guard beneath a window, make 1,000 suppositions. But, after all, it is a chase, a hunt in Paris, a hunt with all its chances, minus dogs and guns and the tally-ho. Nothing compares with it but the life of gamblers. But it needs a heart big with love and vengeance to ambush itself in Paris, like a tiger waiting to spring upon its prey, and to enjoy the chances and contingencies of Paris, by adding one special interest to the many that abound there. But for this we need a many-sided soul, for must we not live in 1,000 passions, 1,000 sentiments? Auguste de Maulincour flung himself into this ardent existence passionately, for he felt all its pleasures and all its misery. He went disguised about Paris, watching at the corners of the Rue Pagevin and the Rue des Vieux Augustins. He hurried like a hunter from the Rue de Menes to the Rue Soly, and back from the Rue Soly to the Rue de Menes, without obtaining either the vengeance or the knowledge which would punish or reward such cares, such efforts, such whiles. But he had not yet reached that impatience which wrings our very entrails and makes us sweat. He roamed in hope, believing that Madame Jules would only refrain for a few days from revisiting the place where she knew she had been detected. He devoted the first days therefore, to a careful study of the secrets of the street. A novice at such work, he dared not question either the porter or the shoemaker of the house to which Madame Jules had gone, but he managed to obtain a post of observation in a house directly opposite to the mysterious apartment. He studied the ground, trying to reconcile the conflicting demands of prudence, impatience, love, and secrecy. Early in the month of March, while busy with plans by which he expected to strike a decisive blow, he left his post about 4 in the afternoon, after one of those patient watches from which he had learned nothing. He was on his way to his own house whither a matter relating to his military service called him, when he was overtaken in the Rue Coquillière by one of those heavy showers which instantly flood the gutters, while each drop of rain rings loudly in the puddles of the roadway. A pedestrian under these circumstances is forced to stop short and take refuge in a shop or cafe if he is rich enough to pay for the forced hospitality, or, if in poorer circumstances, under a porte-coche, that haven of paupers or shabbily dressed persons. Why have none of our painters ever attempted to reproduce the physiognomies of a swarm of Parisians, grouped, under stress of weather, in the damp porte-coche of a building? First, there's the musing philosophical pedestrian, who observes with interest all he sees, whether it be the stripes made by the rain on the grey background of the atmosphere, a species of chasing not unlike the capricious threads of spun glass, or the whirl of white water which the wind is driving like a luminous dust along the roofs, or the fitful disgorgements of the gutter pipes, sparkling and foaming, in short, the thousand nothings to be admired and studied with delight by loungers, in spite of the porter's broom which pretends to be sweeping out the gateway. Then there's the talkative refugee, who complains and converses with the porter while he rests on his broom like a grenadier on his musket, or the pauper wayfarer, curled against the wall indifferent to the condition of his rags, long used, alas, to contact with the streets, or the learned pedestrian who studies, spells, and reads the posters on the walls without finishing them, or the smiling pedestrian who makes fun of others to whom some street fatality has happened, who laughs at the muddy women, and makes grimaces at those of either sex who are looking from the windows, and the silent being who gazes from floor to floor, and the working man, armed with a satchel or a paper bundle, who is estimating the rain as a profit or loss, and the good-natured fugitive, who arrives like a shot exclaiming, "Ah, what weather, messieurs, what weather," and bows to every one, and, finally, the true bourgeois of Paris, with his unfailing umbrella, an expert in showers, who foresaw this particular one, but would come out in spite of his wife. This one takes a seat in the porter's chair. According to individual character, each member of this fortuitous society contemplates the skies, and departs, skipping to avoid the mud, because he is in a hurry, or because he sees other citizens walking along in spite of wind and slush, or because, the archway being damp and mortally catarrhal, the bed's edge, as the proverb says, is better than the sheets. Each one has his motive. No one is left but the prudent pedestrian, the man who, before he sets forth, makes sure of a scrap of blue sky through the rifting clouds. Monsieur de Malincourt took refuge, as we have said, with a whole family of fugitives, under the porch of an old house, the courtyard of which looked like the flue of a chimney. The sides of its plastered, nitrified, and mouldy walls were so covered with pipes and conduits from all the many floors of its 4 elevations, that it might have been said to resemble at that moment the cascatelles of St. Cloud. Water flowed everywhere, it boiled, it leaped, it murmured, it was black, white, blue, and green, it shrieked, it bubbled under the broom of the portress, a toothless old woman used to storms, who seemed to bless them as she swept into the street a mass of scraps, an intelligent inventory of which would have revealed the lives and habits of every dweller in the house, bits of printed cottons, tea leaves, artificial flower petals faded and worthless, vegetable parings, papers, scraps of metal. At every sweep of her broom the old woman bared the soul of the gutter, that black fissure on which a porter's mind is ever bent. The poor lover examined this scene, like 1,000 others which our heaving Paris presents daily, but he examined it mechanically, as a man absorbed in thought, when, happening to look up, he found himself all but nose to nose with a man who had just entered the gateway. In appearance this man was a beggar, but not the Parisian beggar, that creation without a name in human language. No, this man formed another type, while presenting on the outside all the ideas suggested by the word beggar. He was not marked by those original Parisian characteristics which strike us so forcibly in the paupers whom Charlotte was fond of representing, with his rare luck in observation, coarse faces reeking of mud, hoarse voices, reddened and bulbous noses, mouths devoid of teeth but menacing, humble yet terrible beings, in whom a profound intelligence shining in their eyes seems like a contradiction. Some of these bold vagabonds have blotched, cracked, veiny skins, their foreheads are covered with wrinkles, their hair scanty and dirty, like a wig thrown on a dust heap. All are gay in their degradation, and degraded in their joys. All are marked with the stamp of debauchery, casting their silence as a reproach, their very attitude revealing fearful thoughts. Placed between crime and beggary they have no compunctions, and circle prudently around the scaffold without mounting it, innocent in the midst of crime, and vicious in their innocence. They often cause a laugh, but they always cause reflection. One represents to you civilization stunted, repressed, he comprehends everything, the honor of the galleys, patriotism, virtue, the malice of a vulgar crime, or the fine astuteness of elegant wickedness. Another is resigned, a perfect mimer, but stupid. All have slight yearnings after order and work, but they are pushed back into their mire by society, which makes no inquiry as to what there may be of great men, poets, intrepid souls, and splendid organizations among these vagrants, these gypsies of Paris, a people eminently good and eminently evil, like all the masses who suffer, accustomed to endure unspeakable woes, and whom a fatal power holds ever down to the level of the mire. They all have a dream, a hope, a happiness, cards, lottery, or wine. There was nothing of all this in the personage who now leaned carelessly against the wall in front of Monsieur de Malincourt, like some fantastic idea drawn by an artist on the back of a canvas the front of which is turned to the wall. This tall, spare man, whose leaden visage expressed some deep but chilling thought, dried up all pity in the hearts of those who looked at him by the scowling look and the sarcastic attitude which announced an intention of treating every man as an equal. His face was of a dirty white, and his wrinkled skull, denuded of hair, bore a vague resemblance to a block of granite. A few grey locks on either side of his head fell straight to the collar of his greasy coat, which was buttoned to the chin. He resembled both Voltaire and Don Quixote. He was, apparently, scoffing but melancholy, full of disdain and philosophy, but half crazy. He seemed to have no shirt. His beard was long. A rusty black cravat, much worn and ragged, exposed a protuberant neck deeply furrowed, with veins as thick as cords. A large brown circle like a bruise was strongly marked beneath his eyes. He seemed to be at least 60 years old. His hands were white and clean. His boots were trodden down at the heels, and full of holes. A pair of blue trousers, mended in various places, were covered with a species of fluff which made them offensive to the eye. Whether it was that his damp clothes exhaled a fetid odor, or that he had in his normal condition the poor smell which belongs to Parisian tenements, just as offices, sacristies, and hospitals have their own peculiar and rancid fetidness, of which no words can give the least idea, or whether some other reason affected them, those in the vicinity of this man immediately moved away and left him alone. He cast upon them and also upon the officer a calm, expressionless look, the celebrated look of Monsieur de Talleyrand, a dull, wan glance, without warmth, a species of impenetrable veil, beneath which a strong soul hides profound emotions and close estimation of men and things and events. Not a fold of his face quivered. His mouth and forehead were impassible, but his eyes moved and lowered themselves with a noble, almost tragic slowness. There was, in fact, a whole drama in the motion of those withered eyelids. The aspect of this stoical figure gave rise in Monsieur de Malincourt to one of those vagabond reveries which begin with a common question and end by comprising a world of thought. The storm was past. Monsieur de Malincourt presently saw no more of the man than the tail of his coat as it brushed the gate-post. But as he turned to leave his own place he noticed at his feet a letter which must have fallen from the unknown beggar when he took, as the Baron had seen him take, a handkerchief from his pocket. The young man picked it up, and read, involuntarily, the address, to Monsieur Ferragus, Rue des Grands Augustins, corner of Rue Soleil. The letter bore no postmark, and the address prevented Monsieur de Malincourt from following the beggar and returning it, for there are few passions that will not fail in rectitude in the long run. The Baron had a presentiment of the opportunity afforded by this windfall. He determined to keep the letter, which would give him the right to enter the mysterious house to return it to the strange man, not doubting that he lived there. Suspicions, vague as the first faint gleams of daylight, made him fancy relations between this man and Madame Jules. A jealous lover supposes everything, and it is by supposing everything and selecting the most probable of their conjectures that judges, spies, lovers, and observers get at the truth they are looking for. Is the letter for him? Is it from Madame Jules? His restless imagination tossed 1,000 such questions to him, but when he read the first words of the letter he smiled. Here it is, textually, in all the simplicity of its artless phrases and its miserable orthography, a letter to which it would be impossible to add anything, or to take anything away, unless it were the letter itself. But we have yielded to the necessity of punctuating it. In the original there were neither commas nor stops of any kind, not even notes of exclamation, a fact which tends to undervalue the system of notes and dashes by which modern authors have endeavored to depict the great disasters of all the passions. Henry, Among the many sacrifices I imposed upon myself for your sake was that of not giving you any news of me, but an irresistible voice now compels me to let you know the wrong you have done me. I know beforehand that your soul hardened in vice will not pity me. Your heart is deaf to feeling. Is it deaf to the cries of nature? But what matter? I must tell you to what a dreadful point you are guilty, and the horror of the position to which you have brought me. Henry, you knew what I suffered from my first wrongdoing, and yet you plunged me into the same misery, and then abandoned me to my despair and suffering. Yes, I will say it. The belief I had that you loved me and esteemed me gave me courage to bear my fate. But now, what have I left? Have you not made me lose all that was dear to me, all that held me to life? Parents, friends, honor, reputation, all. I have sacrificed all to you, and nothing is left me but shame, opprobrium, and, I say this without blushing, poverty. Nothing was wanting to my misfortunes but the certainty of your contempt and hatred, and now I have them I find the courage that my project requires. My decision is made, the honor of my family commands it. I must put an end to my sufferings. Make no remarks upon my conduct, Henry. It is awful, I know, but my condition obliges me. Without help, without support, without one friend to comfort me, can I live? No. Fate has decided for me. So in 2 days, Henry, 2 days, Ida will have ceased to be worthy of your regard. Oh, Henry! Oh, my friend! For I can never change to you. Promise me to forgive me for what I am going to do. Do not forget that you have driven me to it. It is your work, and you must judge it. May heaven not punish you for all your crimes. I ask your pardon on my knees, for I feel nothing is wanting to my misery but the sorrow of knowing you unhappy. In spite of the poverty I am in, I shall refuse all help from you. If you had loved me I would have taken all from your friendship, but a benefit given by pity my soul refuses. I would be baser to take it than he who offered it. I have one favor to ask of you. I don't know how long I must stay at Madame Maynard's. Be generous enough not to come there. Your last 2 visits did me a harm I cannot get over. I cannot enter into particulars about that conduct of yours. You hate me, you said so, that word is written on my heart, and freezes it with fear. Alas! It is now, when I need all my courage, all my strength, that my faculties abandon me. Henry, my friend, before I put a barrier forever between us, give me a last proof of your esteem. Write me, answer me, say you respect me still, though you have ceased to love me. My eyes are worthy still to look into yours, but I do not ask an interview, I fear my weakness and my love. But for pity's sake write me a line at once, it will give me the courage I need to meet my troubles. Farewell, author of all my woes, but the only friend my heart has chosen and will never forget. Ida. This life of a young girl, with its love betrayed, its fatal joys, its pangs, its miseries, and its horrible resignation, summed up in a few words, This humble poem, essentially Parisian, written on dirty paper, influenced for a passing moment Monsieur de Morlancourt. He asked himself whether this Ida might not be some poor relation of Madame Jules, and that strange rendezvous, which he had witnessed by chance, the mere necessity of a charitable effort. But could that old pauper have seduced this Ida? There was something impossible in the very idea. Wandering in this labyrinth of reflections, which crossed, recrossed, and obliterated one another, the Baron reached the Rue Pagevin, and saw a hackney coach standing at the end of the Rue des Vieux Augustins where it enters the Rue Montmartre. All waiting hackney coaches now had an interest for him. Can she be there? He thought to himself, and his heart beat fast with a hot and feverish throbbing. He pushed the little door with the bell, but he lowered his head as he did so, obeying a sense of shame, for a voice said to him secretly, "Why are you putting your foot into this mystery?" He went up a few steps, and found himself face to face with the old portress. "Monsieur Ferragus," he said. "Don't know him." "Doesn't Monsieur Ferragus live here?" "Haven't such a name in the house." "But, my good woman, I'm not your good woman, monsieur, I'm the portress." "But, madam," persisted the Baron, "I have a letter for Monsieur Ferragus." "Ah, if Monsieur has a letter," she said, changing her tone, "that's another matter." "Will you let me see it, that letter?" Auguste showed the folded letter. The old woman shook her head with a doubtful air, hesitated, seemed to wish to leave the lodge and inform the mysterious Ferragus of his unexpected visitor, but finally said, "Very good, go up, monsieur. I suppose you know the way." Without replying to this remark, which he thought might be a trap, the young officer ran lightly up the stairway, and rang loudly at the door of the second floor. His lover's instinct told him, "She is there." The beggar of the porch, Ferragus, the author of Ida's woes, opened the door himself. He appeared in a flowered dressing gown, white flannel trousers, his feet in embroidered slippers, and his face washed clean of stains. Madame Jules, whose head projected beyond the casing of the door in the next room, turned pale and dropped into a chair. "What is the matter, madam?" cried the officer, springing toward her. But Ferragus stretched forth an arm and flung the intruder back with so sharp a thrust that Auguste fancied he had received a blow with an iron bar full on his chest. "Back, monsieur," said the man. "What do you want there? For 5 or 6 days you have been roaming about the neighborhood. Are you a spy? Are you Monsieur Ferragus?" said the Baron. "No, monsieur." "Nevertheless," continued Auguste, "it is to you that I must return this paper which you dropped in the gateway beneath which we both took refuge from the rain." While speaking and offering the letter to the man, Auguste did not refrain from casting an eye around the room where Ferragus received him. It was very well arranged, though simply. A fire burned on the hearth, and near it was a table with food upon it, which was served more sumptuously than agreed with the apparent conditions of the man and the poorness of his lodging. On a sofa in the next room, which he could see through the doorway, lay a heap of gold, and he heard a sound which could be no other than that of a woman weeping. "The paper belongs to me, I am much obliged to you," said the mysterious man, turning away as if to make the Baron understand that he must go. Too curious himself to take much note of the deep examination of which he was himself the object, Auguste did not see the half-magnetic glance with which this strange being seemed to pierce him. Had he encountered that basilisk he might have felt the danger that encompassed him. Too passionately excited to think of himself, Auguste bowed, went down the stairs, and returned home, striving to find a meaning in the connection of these three persons, Ida, Ferragus, and Madame Jules, an occupation equivalent to that of trying to arrange the many-cornered bits of a Chinese puzzle without possessing the key to the game. But Madame Jules had seen him, Madame Jules went there, Madame Jules had lied to him. Molincourt determined to go and see her the next day. She could not refuse his visit, for he was now her accomplice, he was hands and feet in the mysterious affair, and she knew it. Already he felt himself a sultan, and thought of demanding from Madame Jules, imperiously, all her secrets. In those days Paris was seized with a building fever. If Paris is a monster, it is certainly a most mania-ridden monster. It becomes enamored of 1,000 fancies, sometimes it has a mania for building, like a great seigneur who loves a trowel, soon it abandons the trowel and becomes all military. It arrays itself from head to foot as a national guard, and drills and smokes. Suddenly, it abandons military maneuvers and flings away cigars. It is commercial, careworn, falls into bankruptcy, sells its furniture on the Place de Châtelet, files its schedule, but a few days later, lo! It has arranged its affairs and is giving fêtes and dances. One day it eats barley sugar by the mouthful, by the handful. Yesterday it bought paper Weyman, today the monster's teeth ache, and it applies to its walls an alexipharmatic to mitigate their dampness. Tomorrow it will lay in a provision of pectoral paste. It has its manias for the month, for the season, for the year, like its manias of a day. So, at the moment of which we speak, all the world was building or pulling down something, people hardly knew what as yet. There were very few streets in which high scaffoldings on long poles could not be seen, fastened from floor to floor with transverse blocks inserted into holes in the walls on which the planks were laid, a frail construction, shaken by the bricklayers, but held together by ropes, white with plaster, and insecurely protected from the wheels of carriages by the breastwork of planks which the law requires round all such buildings. There is something maritime in these masts, and ladders, and cordage, even in the shouts of the masons. About a dozen yards from the Hotel Molincourt, one of these ephemeral barriers was erected before a house which was then being built of blocks of freestone. The day after the event we have just related, at the moment when the Baron de Molincourt was passing this scaffolding in his cabriolet on his way to see Madame Jules, a stone, 2 feet square, which was being raised to the upper story of this building, got loose from the ropes and fell, crushing the Baron's servant who was behind the cabriolet. A cry of horror shook both the scaffold and the masons. One of them, apparently unable to keep his grasp on a pole, was in danger of death, and seemed to have been touched by the stone as it passed him. A crowd collected rapidly. The masons came down the ladders swearing and insisting that Monsieur de Maulincour's cabriolet had been driven against the boarding and so had shaken their crane. 2 inches more and the stone would have fallen on the Baron's head. The groom was dead, the carriage shattered. 'Twas an event for the whole neighborhood, the newspapers told of it. Monsieur de Maulincour, certain that he had not touched the boarding, complained. The case went to court. Inquiry being made, it was shown that a small boy, armed with a lath, had mounted guard and called to all foot passengers to keep away. The affair ended there. Monsieur de Maulincour obtained no redress. He had lost his servant, and was confined to his bed for some days, for the back of the carriage when shattered had bruised him severely, and the nervous shock of the sudden surprise gave him a fever. He did not, therefore, go to see Madame Jules. 10 days after this event, he left the house for the first time, in his repaired cabriolet, when, as he drove down the Rue de Bourgogne and was close to the Sûre opposite to the Chamber of Deputies, the axle tree broke in two, and the Baron was driving so rapidly that the breakage would have caused the 2 wheels to come together with force enough to break his head, had it not been for the resistance of the leather hood. Nevertheless, he was badly wounded in the side. For the second time in 10 days he was carried home in a fainting condition to his terrified grandmother. This second accident gave him a feeling of distrust, he thought, though vaguely, of Ferragus and Madame Jules. To throw light on these suspicions he had the broken axle brought to his room and sent for his carriage-maker. The man examined the axle and the fracture, and proved 2 things. First, the axle was not made in his workshop. He furnished none that did not bear the initials of his name on the iron. But he could not explain by what means this axle had been substituted for the other. Secondly, the breakage of the suspicious axle was caused by a hollow space having been blown in it and a straw very cleverly inserted. Monsieur le Baron, whoever did that was malicious, he said. Any one would swear, to look at it, that the axle was sound. Monsieur de Maulincour begged the carriage-maker to say nothing of the affair, but he felt himself warned. These 2 attempts at murder were planned with an ability which denoted the enmity of intelligent minds. It is war to the death, he said to himself, as he tossed in his bed, a war of savages, skulking in ambush, of trickery and treachery, declared in the name of Madame Jules. What sort of man is this to whom she belongs? What species of power does this Ferragus wield? Monsieur de Maulincour, though a soldier and brave man, could not repress a shudder. In the midst of many thoughts that now assailed him, there was one against which he felt he had neither defense nor courage. Might not poison be employed ere long by his secret enemies? Under the influence of fears, which his momentary weakness and fever and low diet increased, he sent for an old woman long attached to the service of his grandmother, whose affection for himself was one of those semi-maternal sentiments which are the sublime of the commonplace. Without confiding in her wholly, he charged her to buy secretly and daily, in different localities, the food he needed, telling her to keep it under lock and key and bring it to him herself, not allowing anyone, no matter who, to approach her while preparing it. He took the most minute precautions to protect himself against that form of death. He was ill in his bed and alone, and he had therefore the leisure to think of his own security, the one necessity clear-sighted enough to enable human egotism to forget nothing. But the unfortunate man had poisoned his own life by this dread, and, in spite of himself, suspicion dyed all his hours with its gloomy tints. These two lessons of attempted assassination did teach him, however, the value of one of the virtues most necessary to a public man. He saw the wise dissimulation that must be practiced in dealing with the great interests of life. To be silent about our own secret is nothing, but to be silent from the start, to forget a fact as Ali Pasha did for 30 years in order to be sure of a vengeance waited for 30 years, is a fine study in a land where there are few men who can keep their own counsel for 30 days. Monsieur de Morlancourt literally lived only through Madame Jules. He was perpetually absorbed in a sober examination into the means he ought to employ to triumph in this mysterious struggle with these mysterious persons. His secret passion for that woman grew by reason of all these obstacles. Madame Jules was ever there, erect, in the midst of his thoughts, in the center of his heart, more seductive by her presumable vices than by the positive virtues for which he had made her his idol. At last, anxious to reconnoiter the position of the enemy, he thought he might without danger initiate the vidame into the secrets of his situation. The old commander loved Auguste as a father loves his wife's children. He was shrewd, dexterous, and very diplomatic. He listened to the Baron, shook his head, and they both held counsel. The worthy vidame did not share his young friend's confidence when Auguste declared that in the time in which they now lived, the police and the government were able to lay bare all mysteries, and that if it were absolutely necessary to have recourse to those powers, he should find them most powerful auxiliaries. The old man replied, gravely, "The police, my dear boy, is the most incompetent thing on this earth, and government the feeblest in all matters concerning individuals. Neither the police nor the government can read hearts. What we might reasonably ask of them is to search for the causes of an act. But the police and the government are both eminently unfitted for that. They lack, essentially, the personal interest which reveals all to him who wants to know all. No human power can prevent an assassin or a poisoner from reaching the heart of a prince or the stomach of an honest man. Passions are the best police." The vidame strongly advised the Baron to go to Italy, and from Italy to Greece, from Greece to Syria, from Syria to Asia, and not to return until his secret enemies were convinced of his repentance, and would so make tacit peace with him. But if he did not take that course, then the vidame advised him to stay in the house, and even in his own room, where he would be safe from the attempts of this man Ferragus, and not to leave it until he could be certain of crushing him. We should never touch an enemy until we can be sure of taking his head off, he said, gravely. The old man, however, promised his favorite to employ all the astuteness with which heaven had provided him, without compromising anyone, in reconnoitering the enemy's ground, and laying his plans for future victory. The commander had in his service a retired Figaro, the wiliest monkey that ever walked in human form, in earlier days as clever as a devil, working his body like a galley slave, alert as a thief, sly as a woman, but now fallen into the decadence of genius for want of practice since the new constitution of Parisian society, which has reformed even the valets of comedy. This Scapin emeritus was attached to his master as to a superior being, but the shrewd old vidame added a good round sum yearly to the wages of his former provost of gallantry, which strengthened the ties of natural affection by the bonds of self-interest, and obtained for the old gentleman as much care as the most loving mistress could bestow on a sick friend. It was this pearl of the old-fashioned comedy valets, relic of the last century, auxiliary incorruptible from lack of passions to satisfy, on whom the old vidame and Monsieur de Malincourt now relied. Monsieur le Baron will spoil all, said the great man in livery, when called into council. Monsieur should eat, drink, and sleep in peace. I take the whole matter upon myself. Accordingly, 8 days after the conference, when Monsieur de Malincourt, perfectly restored to health, was breakfasting with his grandmother and the vidame, Justin entered to make his report. As soon as the dowager had returned to her own apartments, he said, with that mock modesty which men of talent are so apt to affect, Ferragus is not the name of the enemy who is pursuing Monsieur le Baron. This man, this devil, rather, is called Gratian, Henry, Victor, Jean-Joseph Burignard. The Sieur Gratian Burignard is a former shipbuilder, once very rich, and, above all, one of the handsomest men of his day in Paris, a Lovelace, capable of seducing Grandison. My information stops short there. He has been a simple workman, and the companions of the Order of the Deliverance did, at one time, elect him as their chief, under the title of Ferragus 23. The police ought to know that, if the police were instituted to know anything. The man has moved from the Rue des Vieux Augustins, and now roosts Rue Joquelet, where Madame Jules Desmarais goes frequently to see him. Sometimes her husband, on his way to the Bourse, drives her as far as the Rue Vivienne, or she drives her husband to the Bourse. Monsieur le Vidame knows about these things too well to want me to tell him if it is the husband who takes the wife, or the wife who takes the husband, but Madame Jules is so pretty, I'd bet on her. All that I have told you is positive. Burignard often plays at number 129. Saving your presence, monsieur. He's a rogue who loves women, and he has his little ways like a man of condition. As for the rest, he wins sometimes, disguises himself like an actor, paints his face to look like anything he chooses, and lives, I may say, the most original life in the world. I don't doubt he has a good many lodgings, for most of the time he manages to evade what Monsieur le Vidame calls parliamentary investigations. If Monsieur wishes, he could be disposed of honorably, seeing what his habits are. It is always easy to get rid of a man who loves women. However, this capitalist talks about moving again. Have Monsieur le Vidame and Monsieur le Baron any other commands to give me? Justin, I am satisfied with you. Don't go any farther in the matter without my orders, but keep a close watch here, so that Monsieur le Baron may have nothing to fear. My dear boy, continued the Vidame, when they were alone, go back to your old life, and forget Madame Jules. No, no, said Auguste, I will never yield to Gratian Burignard. I will have him bound hand and foot, and Madame Jules also. That evening the Baron Auguste de Malincourt, recently promoted to high rank in the company of the bodyguard of the king, went to a ball given by Madame la Duchesse de Berry at the Élysée Bourbon. There, certainly, no danger could lurk for him, and yet, before he left the palace, he had an affair of honor on his hands, an affair it was impossible to settle except by a duel. His adversary, the Marquise de Roncroles, considered that he had strong reasons to complain of Monsieur de Malincourt, who had given some ground for it during his former intimacy with Monsieur de Roncroles' sister, the Comtesse de Cerisy. That lady, the one who detested German sentimentality, was all the more exacting in the matter of prudery. By one of those inexplicable fatalities, Auguste now uttered a harmless jest which Madame de Cerisy took amiss, and her brother resented it. The discussion took place in the corner of a room, in a low voice. In good society, adversaries never raise their voices. The next day the Faubourg Saint-Germain and the Château talked over the affair. Madame de Cerisy was warmly defended, and all the blame was laid on Malincourt. August personages interfered. Seconds of the highest distinction were imposed on Messieurs de Malincourt and de Roncroles, and every precaution was taken on the ground that no one should be killed. When Auguste found himself face to face with his antagonist, a man of pleasure, to whom no one could possibly deny sentiments of the highest honor, he felt it was impossible to believe him the instrument of Ferragus, chief of the Deverance, and yet he was compelled, as it were, by an inexplicable presentiment, to question the Marquise. Messieurs, he said to the seconds, I certainly do not refuse to meet the fire of Monsieur de Roncroles, but before doing so, I here declare that I was to blame, and I offer him whatever excuses he may desire, and publicly if he wishes it, because when the matter concerns a woman, nothing, I think, can degrade a man of honor. I therefore appeal to his generosity and good sense. Is there not something rather silly in fighting without a cause? Monsieur de Roncroles would not allow of this way of ending the affair, and then the Baron, his suspicions revived, walked up to him. Well, then, Monsieur le Marquis, he said, pledge me, in presence of these gentlemen, your word as a gentleman that you have no other reason for vengeance than that you have chosen to put forward. Monsieur, that is a question you have no right to ask. So saying, Monsieur de Roncroles took his place. It was agreed, in advance, that the adversaries were to be satisfied with one exchange of shots. Monsieur de Roncroles, in spite of the great distance determined by the seconds, which seemed to make the death of either party problematical, if not impossible, brought down the Baron. The ball went through the latter's body just below the heart, but fortunately without doing vital injury. "You aimed too well, monsieur," said the Baron, "to be avenging only a paltry quarrel." And he fainted. Monsieur de Roncroles, who believed him to be a dead man, smiled sardonically as he heard those words. After a fortnight, during which time the dowager and the vidame gave him those cares of old age the secret of which is in the hands of long experience only, the Baron began to return to life. But one morning his grandmother dealt him a crushing blow, by revealing anxieties to which, in her last days, she was now subjected. She showed him a letter signed F, in which the history of her grandson's secret espionage was recounted step by step. The letter accused Monsieur de Malincourt of actions that were unworthy of a man of honor. He had, it said, placed an old woman at the stand of hackney coaches in the Rue de Menes, an old spy, who pretended to sell water from her cask to the coachman, but who was really there to watch the actions of Madame Jules Desmarais. He had spied upon the daily life of a most inoffensive man, in order to detect his secrets, secrets on which depended the lives of 3 persons. He had brought upon himself a relentless struggle, in which, although he had escaped with life 3 times, he must inevitably succumb, because his death had been sworn and would be compassed if all human means were employed upon it. Monsieur de Malincourt could no longer escape his fate by even promising to respect the mysterious life of these 3 persons, because it was impossible to believe the word of a gentleman who had fallen to the level of a police spy, and for what reason? Merely to trouble the respectable life of an innocent woman and a harmless old man. The letter itself was nothing to Auguste in comparison to the tender reproaches of his grandmother. To lack respect to a woman. To spy upon her actions without a right to do so. Ought a man ever to spy upon a woman whom he loved? In short, she poured out a torrent of those excellent reasons which prove nothing, and they put the young Baron, for the first time in his life, into one of those great human furies in which are born, and from which issue the most vital actions of a man's life. "Since it is war to the knife," he said in conclusion, "I shall kill my enemy by any means that I can lay hold of." The vidame went immediately, at Auguste's request, to the chief of the private police of Paris, and without bringing Madame Jules' name or person into the narrative, although they were really the gist of it, he made the official aware of the fears of the family of Malincourt about this mysterious person who was bold enough to swear the death of an officer of the guards, in defiance of the law and the police. The chief pushed up his green spectacles in amazement, blew his nose several times, and offered snuff to the vidame, who, to save his dignity, pretended not to use tobacco, although his own nose was discolored with it. Then the chief took notes and promised, Vidocq and his spies aiding, to send in a report within a few days to the Malincourt family, assuring them meantime that there were no secrets for the police of Paris. A few days after this the police official called to see the vidame at the Hôtel de Malincourt, where he found the young baron quite recovered from his last wound. He gave them in bureaucratic style his thanks for the indications they had afforded him, and told them that Burignard was a convict, condemned to 20 years hard labor, who had miraculously escaped from a gang which was being transported from Bicêtre to Toulon. For 13 years the police had been endeavoring to recapture him, knowing that he had boldly returned to Paris, but so far this convict had escaped the most active search, although he was known to be mixed up in many nefarious deeds. However, the man, whose life was full of very curious incidents, would certainly be captured now in one or other of his several domiciles and delivered up to justice. The bureaucrat ended his report by saying to Monsieur de Malincourt that if he attached enough importance to the matter to wish to witness the capture of Burignard, he might come the next day at 8 in the morning to a house in the Rue Saint-Foy, of which he gave him the number. Monsieur de Malincourt excused himself from going personally in search of certainty, trusting, with the sacred respect inspired by the police of Paris, in the capability of the authorities. 3 days later, hearing nothing, and seeing nothing in the newspapers about the projected arrest, which was certainly of enough importance to have furnished an article, Monsieur de Malincourt was beginning to feel anxieties which were presently allayed by the following letter. Monsieur le Baron, I have the honor to announce to you that you need have no further uneasiness touching the affair in question. The man named Grotien Burignard, otherwise called Ferragus, died yesterday, at his lodgings, Rue Joquilot No. 7. The suspicions we naturally conceived as to the identity of the dead body have been completely set at rest by the facts. The physician of the prefecture of police was dispatched by us to assist the physician of the arrondissement, and the chief of the detective police made all the necessary verifications to obtain absolute certainty. Moreover, the character of the persons who signed the certificate of death, and the affidavits of those who took care of the said Burignard in his last illness, among others that of the worthy vicar of the Church of the Bonne Nouvelle, to whom he made his last confession, for he died a Christian, do not permit us to entertain any sort of doubt. Except, Monsieur le Baron, etc., etc. Monsieur de Malincourt, the dowager, and the vidame breathed again with joy unspeakable. The good old woman kissed her grandson, leaving a tear upon his cheek, and went away to thank God in prayer. The dear soul, who was making a novena for Auguste's safety, believed her prayers were answered. Well, said the vidame, now you had better show yourself at the ball you were speaking of. I oppose no further objections. Chapter 3. The wife accused Monsieur de Malincourt was all the more anxious to go to this ball because he knew that Madame Jules would be present. The fête was given by the prefect of the Seine, in whose salons the two social worlds of Paris met as on neutral ground. Auguste passed through the rooms without finding the woman who now exercised so mighty an influence on his fate. He entered an empty boudoir where card tables were placed awaiting players, and sitting down on a divan he gave himself up to the most contradictory thoughts about her. A man presently took the young officer by the arm, and looking up the Baron was stupefied to behold the pauper of the Rue Coquillière, the Ferragus of Ida, the lodger in the Rue Soleil, the Burignard of Justin, the convict of the police, and the dead man of the day before. Monsieur, not a sound, not a word, said Burignard, whose voice he recognized. The man was elegantly dressed. He wore the Order of the Golden Fleece, and a medal on his coat. Monsieur, he continued, and his voice was sibilant like that of a hyena, you increase my efforts against you by having recourse to the police. You will perish, monsieur, it has now become necessary. Do you love Madame Jules? Are you beloved by her? By what right do you trouble her peaceful life, and blacken her virtue? Someone entered the card-room. Ferragus rose to go. Do you know this man? Asked Monsieur de Malincourt of the newcomer, seizing Ferragus by the collar. But Ferragus quickly disengaged himself, took Monsieur de Malincourt by the hair, and shook his head rapidly. Must you have lead in it to make it steady? He said. I do not know him personally, replied Henry de Marsay, the spectator of this scene, but I know that he is Monsieur de Funkel, a rich Portuguese. Monsieur de Funkel had disappeared. The Baron followed, but without being able to overtake him until he reached the peristyle, where he saw Ferragus, who looked at him with a jeering laugh from a brilliant equipage which was driven away at high speed. Monsieur, said Auguste, re-entering the salon and addressing de Marsay, whom he knew, I entreat you to tell me where Monsieur de Funkel lives. I do not know, but someone here can no doubt tell you. The Baron, having questioned the prefect, ascertained that the Comte de Funkel lived at the Portuguese embassy. At this moment, while he still felt the icy fingers of that strange man in his hair, he saw Madame Jules in all her dazzling beauty, fresh, gracious, artless, resplendent with the sanctity of womanhood which had won his love. This creature, now infernal to him, excited no emotion in his soul but that of hatred, and this hatred shone in a savage, terrible look from his eyes. He watched for a moment when he could speak to her unheard, and then he said, Madam, your bravi have missed me 3 times. What do you mean, monsieur? She said, flushing. I know that you have had several unfortunate accidents lately, which I have greatly regretted, but how could I have had anything to do with them? You knew that bravi were employed against me by that man of the Rue Soleil. Monsieur. Madam, I now call you to account, not for my happiness only, but for my blood. At this instant Jules Desmarais approached them. What are you saying to my wife, monsieur? Make that inquiry at my own house, monsieur, if you are curious, said Malincourt, moving away, and leaving Madame Jules in an almost fainting condition. There are few women who have not found themselves, once at least in their lives, apropos of some undeniable fact, confronted with a direct, sharp, uncompromising question, one of those questions pitilessly asked by husbands, the mere apprehension of which gives a chill, while the actual words enter the heart like the blade of a dagger. It is from such crises that the maxim has come, all women lie. Falsehood, kindly falsehood, venial falsehood, sublime falsehood, horrible falsehood, but always the necessity to lie. This necessity admitted, ought they not to know how to lie well? French women do it admirably. Our manners and customs teach them deception. Besides, women are so naively saucy, so pretty, graceful, and withal so true in lying. They recognize so fully the utility of doing so in order to avoid in social life the violent shocks which happiness might not resist, that lying is seen to be as necessary to their lives as the cotton wool in which they put away their jewels. Falsehood becomes to them the foundation of speech. Truth is exceptional. They tell it, if they are virtuous, by caprice or by calculation. According to individual character, some women laugh when they lie, others weep, others are grave, some grow angry. After beginning life by feigning indifference to the homage that deeply flatters them, they often end by lying to themselves. Who has not admired their apparent superiority to everything at the very moment when they are trembling for the secret treasures of their love? Who has never studied their ease, their readiness, their freedom of mind in the greatest embarrassments of life? In them, nothing is put on. Deception comes as the snow from heaven. And then, with what art they discover the truth in others. With what shrewdness they employ a direct logic in answer to some passionate question which has revealed to them the secret of the heart of a man who was guileless enough to proceed by questioning. To question a woman. Why, that is delivering one's self up to her. Does she not learn in that way all that we seek to hide from her? Does she not know also how to be dumb, through speaking? What men are daring enough to struggle with the Parisian woman, a woman who knows how to hold herself above all dagger thrusts, saying, "You are very inquisitive, what is it to you? Why do you wish to know? Ah! You are jealous. And suppose I do not choose to answer you?" In short, a woman who possesses the 137 methods of saying no, and incommensurable variations of the word yes, is not a treatise on the words yes and no, a fine diplomatic, philosophic, logographic, and moral work, still waiting to be written. But to accomplish this work, which we may also call diabolic, isn't an androgynous genius necessary. For that reason, probably, it will never be attempted. And besides, of all unpublished works isn't it the best known and the best practiced among women? Have you studied the behavior, the pose, the disinvoltura of a falsehood? Examine it. Madame Desmarais was seated in the right-hand corner of her carriage, her husband in the left. Having forced herself to recover from her emotion in the ballroom, she now affected a calm demeanor. Her husband had then said nothing to her, and he still said nothing. Jules looked out of the carriage window at the black walls of the silent houses before which they passed, but suddenly, as if driven by a determining thought, when turning the corner of a street he examined his wife, who appeared to be cold in spite of the fur-lined pelisse in which she was wrapped. He thought she seemed pensive, and perhaps she really was so. Of all communicable things, reflection and gravity are the most contagious. What could Monsieur de Malincourt have said to affect you so keenly, said Jules, "and why does he wish me to go to his house and find out?" "He can tell you nothing in his house that I cannot tell you here," she replied. Then, with that feminine craft which always slightly degrades virtue, Madame Jules waited for another question. Her husband turned his face back to the houses, and continued his study of their walls. Another question would imply suspicion, distrust. To suspect a woman is a crime in love. Jules had already killed a man for doubting his wife. Clemence did not know all there was of true passion, of loyal reflection, in her husband's silence, just as Jules was ignorant of the generous drama that was wringing the heart of his Clemence. The carriage rolled on through a silent Paris, bearing the couple, two lovers who adored each other, and who, gently leaning on the same silken cushion, were being parted by an abyss. In these elegant coupés returning from a ball between midnight and 2 in the morning, how many curious and singular scenes must pass, meaning those coupés with lanterns, which light both the street and the carriage, those with their windows unshaded, in short, legitimate coupés, in which couples can quarrel without caring for the eyes of pedestrians, because the civil code gives a right to provoke, or beat, or kiss, a wife in a carriage or elsewhere, anywhere, everywhere. How many secrets must be revealed in this way to nocturnal pedestrians, to those young fellows who have gone to a ball in a carriage, but are obliged, for whatever cause it may be, to return on foot. It was the first time that Jules and Clemence had been together thus, each in a corner, usually the husband pressed close to his wife. "It is very cold," remarked Madame Jules. But her husband did not hear her, he was studying the signs above the shop windows. "Clemence," he said at last, "forgive me the question I am about to ask you." He came closer, took her by the waist, and drew her to him. "My God, it is coming," thought the poor woman. "Well," she said aloud, anticipating the question, "you want to know what Monsieur de Malincourt said to me. I will tell you, Jules, but not without fear." "Good God! How is it possible that you and I should have secrets from one another? For the last few moments I have seen you struggling between a conviction of our love and vague fears. But that conviction is clear within us, is it not? And these doubts and fears, do they not seem to you dark and unnatural? Why not stay in that clear light of love you cannot doubt? When I have told you all, you will still desire to know more, and yet I myself do not know what the extraordinary words of that man meant. What I fear is that this may lead to some fatal affair between you. I would rather that we both forget this unpleasant moment. But, in any case, swear to me that you will let this singular adventure explain itself naturally. Here are the facts. Monsieur de Malincourt declared to me that the 3 accidents you have heard mentioned, the falling of a stone on his servant, the breaking down of his cabriolet, and his duel about Madame de Cerisy, were the result of some plot I had laid against him. He also threatened to reveal to you the cause of my desire to destroy him. Can you imagine what all this means? My emotion came from the sight of his face convulsed with madness, his haggard eyes, and also his words, broken by some violent inward emotion. I thought him mad. That is all that took place. Now, I should be less than a woman if I had not perceived that for over a year I have become, as they call it, the passion of Monsieur de Malincourt. He has never seen me except at a ball, and our intercourse has been most insignificant, merely that which every one shares at a ball. Perhaps he wants to disunite us, so that he may find me at some future time alone and unprotected. There, see. Already you are frowning. Oh, how cordially I hate society. We were so happy without him, why take any notice of him? Jules, I entreat you, forget all this. Tomorrow we shall, no doubt, hear that Monsieur de Malincourt has gone mad. What a singular affair, thought Jules, as the carriage stopped under the peristyle of their house. He gave his arm to his wife and together they went up to their apartments. To develop this history in all its truth of detail, and to follow its course through many windings, it is necessary here to divulge some of love's secrets, to glide beneath the ceilings of a marriage chamber, not shamelessly, but like Trilby, frightening neither Dougal nor Jeannie, alarming no one, being as chaste as our noble French language requires, and as bold as the pencil of Gerard in his picture of Daphnis and Chloe. The bedroom of Madame Jules was a sacred plot. Herself, her husband, and her maid alone entered it. Opulence has glorious privileges, and the most enviable are those which enable the development of sentiments to their fullest extent, fertilizing them by the accomplishment of even their caprices, and surrounding them with a brilliancy that enlarges them, with refinements that purify them, with 1,000 delicacies that make them still more alluring. If you hate dinners on the grass, and meals ill served, if you feel a pleasure in seeing a damask cloth that is dazzlingly white, a silver-gilt dinner service, and porcelain of exquisite purity, lighted by transparent candles, where miracles of cookery are served under silver covers bearing coats of arms, you must, to be consistent, leave the garrets at the tops of the houses, and the grisettes in the streets, abandon garrets, grisettes, umbrellas, and overshoes to men who pay for their dinners with tickets, and you must also comprehend love to be a principle which develops in all its grace only on savonnery carpets, beneath the opal gleams of an alabaster lamp, between guarded walls silk hung, before gilded hearths in chambers deadened to all outward sounds by shutters and billowy curtains. Mirrors must be there to show the play of form and repeat the woman we would multiply as love itself multiplies and magnifies her, next low divans, and a bed which, like a secret, is divined, not shown. In this coquettish chamber are fur-lined slippers for pretty feet, wax candles under glass with muslin draperies, by which to read at all hours of the night, and flowers, not those oppressive to the head, and linen, the fineness of which might have satisfied Anne of Austria. Madame Jules had realized this charming program, but that was nothing. All women of taste can do as much, though there is always in the arrangement of these details a stamp of personality which gives to this decoration or that detail a character that cannot be imitated. Today, more than ever, reigns the fanaticism of individuality. The more our laws tend to an impossible equality, the more we shall get away from it in our manners and customs. Thus, rich people are beginning, in France, to become more exclusive in their tastes and their belongings, than they have been for the last 30 years. Madame Jules knew very well how to carry out this program, and everything about her was arranged in harmony with a luxury that suits so well with love. Love in a cottage, or 1,500 francs, and my Sophie is the dream of starvelings to whom black bread suffices in their present state, but when love really comes, they grow fastidious and end by craving the luxuries of gastronomy. Love holds toil and poverty in horror. It would rather die than merely live on from hand to mouth. Many women, returning from a ball, impatient for their beds, throw off their gowns, their faded flowers, their bouquets, the fragrance of which has now departed. They leave their little shoes beneath a chair, the white strings trailing, they take out their combs and let their hair roll down as it will. Little they care if their husbands see the puffs, the hairpins, the artful props which supported the elegant edifices of the hair, and the garlands or the jewels that adorned it. No more mysteries. All is over for the husband, no more painting or decoration for him. The corset, half the time it is a corset of a reparative kind, lies where it is thrown, if the maid is too sleepy to take it away with her. The whalebone bustle, the oiled silk protections round the sleeves, the pads, the hair bought from a coiffeur, all the false woman is there, scattered about in open sight. Disjecta membra poetae, the artificial posy, so much admired by those for whom it is conceived and elaborated, the fragments of a pretty woman, litter every corner of the room. To the love of a yawning husband, the actual presence herself, also yawning, in a dishabille without elegance, and a tumbled nightcap, that of last night and that of tomorrow night also, for really, monsieur, if you want a pretty cap to rumple every night, increase my pin money. There's life as it is. A woman makes herself old and unpleasing to her husband, but dainty and elegant and adorned for others, for the rival of all husbands, for that world which calumniates and tears to shreds her sex. Inspired by true love, for love has, like other creations, its instinct of preservation, Madame Jules did very differently. She found in the constant blessing of her love the necessary impulse to fulfill all those minute personal cares which ought never to be relaxed, because they perpetuate love. Besides, such personal cares and duties proceed from a personal dignity which becomes all women, and are among the sweetest of flatteries, for is it not respecting in themselves the man they love? So Madame Jules denied to her husband all access to her dressing room, where she left the accessories of her toilet, and whence she issued mysteriously adorned for the mysterious fetus of her heart. Entering their chamber, which was always graceful and elegant, Jules found a woman coquettishly wrapped in a charming peignoir, her hair simply wound in heavy coils around her head, a woman always more simple, more beautiful there than she was before the world, a woman just refreshed in water, whose only artifice consisted in being whiter than her muslins, sweeter than all perfumes, more seductive than any siren, always loving and therefore always loved. This admirable understanding of a wife's business was the secret of Josephine's charm for Napoleon, as in former times it was that of Caesania for Caius Caligula, of Diane de Poitiers for Henry II. If it was largely productive to women of 7 or 8 lustres, what a weapon is it in the hands of young women? A husband gathers with delight the rewards of his fidelity. Returning home after the conversation which had chilled her with fear, and still gave her the keenest anxiety, Madame Jules took particular pains with her toilette for the night. She wanted to make herself, and she did make herself enchanting. She belted the cambric of her dressing gown round her waist, defining the lines of her bust. She allowed her hair to fall upon her beautifully modelled shoulders. A perfumed bath had given her a delightful fragrance, and her little bare feet were in velvet slippers. Strong in a sense of her advantages, she came in stepping softly, and put her hands over her husband's eyes. She thought him pensive. He was standing in his dressing gown before the fire, his elbow on the mantel and one foot on the fender. She said in his ear, warming it with her breath, and nibbling the tip of it with her teeth, "What are you thinking about, monsieur?" Then she pressed him in her arms as if to tear him away from all evil thoughts. The woman who loves has a full knowledge of her power. The more virtuous she is, the more effectual her coquetry. "About you," he answered. "Only about me?" "Yes." "Ah, that's a very doubtful yes." They went to bed. As she fell asleep, Madame Jules said to herself, "Monsieur de Malincourt will certainly cause some evil. Jules' mind is preoccupied, disturbed, he is nursing thoughts he does not tell me." It was 3 in the morning when Madame Jules was awakened by a presentiment which struck her heart as she slept. She had a sense both physical and moral of her husband's absence. She did not feel the arm Jules passed beneath her head, that arm in which she had slept, peacefully and happy, for 5 years, an arm she had never wearied. A voice said to her, "Jules suffers, Jules is weeping." She raised her head, and then sat up, felt that her husband's place was cold, and saw him sitting before the fire, his feet on the fender, his head resting against the back of an armchair. Tears were on his cheeks. The poor woman threw herself hastily from her bed and sprang at a bound to her husband's knees. "Jules, what is it? Are you ill? Speak, tell me. Speak to me, if you love me." And she poured out 100 words expressing the deepest tenderness. Jules knelt at her feet, kissed her hands and knees, and answered with fresh tears, "Dear Clemence, I am most unhappy. It is not loving to distrust the one we love. I adore you and suspect you. The words that man said to me tonight have struck to my heart, they stay there in spite of myself, and confound me. There is some mystery here. In short, and I blush to say it, your explanations do not satisfy me. My reason casts gleams into my soul which my love rejects. It is an awful combat. Could I stay there, holding your head, and suspecting thoughts within it to me unknown? Oh, I believe in you, I believe in you, he cried, seeing her smile sadly and open her mouth as if to speak. Say nothing, do not reproach me. Besides, could you say anything I have not said myself for the last 3 hours? Yes, for 3 hours, I have been here, watching you as you slept, so beautiful. Admiring that pure, peaceful brow. Yes, yes. You have always told me your thoughts, have you not? I alone am in that soul. While I look at you, while my eyes can plunge into yours, I see all plainly. Your life is as pure as your glance is clear. No, there is no secret behind those transparent eyes. He rose and kissed their lids. Let me avow to you, dearest soul, he said, that for the last 5 years each day has increased my happiness, through the knowledge that you are all mine, and that no natural affection even can take any of your love. Having no sister, no father, no mother, no companion, I am neither above nor below any living being in your heart, I am alone there. Clemence, repeat to me those sweet things of the Spirit you have so often said to me. Do not blame me, comfort me, I am so unhappy. I have an odious suspicion on my conscience, and you have nothing in your heart to sear it. My beloved, tell me, could I stay there beside you? Could 2 heads united as ours have been lie on the same pillow when one was suffering and the other tranquil? What are you thinking of? He cried abruptly, observing that Clemence was anxious, confused, and seemed unable to restrain her tears. I am thinking of my mother, she answered, in a grave voice. You will never know, Jules, what I suffer in remembering my mother's dying farewell, said in a voice sweeter than all music, and in feeling the solemn touch of her icy hand at a moment when you overwhelm me with those assurances of your precious love. She raised her husband, strained him to her with a nervous force greater than that of men, and kissed his hair, covering it with tears. Ah! I would be hacked in pieces for you. Tell me that I make you happy, that I am to you the most beautiful of women, 1,000 women to you. Oh! You are loved as no other man ever was or will be. I don't know the meaning of those words duty, virtue. Jules, I love you for yourself, I am happy in loving you. I shall love you more and more to my dying day. I have pride in my love, I feel it is my destiny to have one sole emotion in my life. What I shall tell you now is dreadful, I know, but I am glad to have no child, I do not wish for any. I feel I am more wife than mother. Well, then, can you fear? Listen to me, my own beloved, promise to forget, not this hour of mingled tenderness and doubt, but the words of that madman. Jules, you must. Promise me not to see him, not to go to him. I have a deep conviction that if you set one foot in that maze we shall both roll down a precipice where I shall perish. But with your name upon my lips, your heart in my heart. Why hold me so high in that heart and yet so low in reality? What? You who give credit to so many as to money, can you not give me the charity of faith? And on the first occasion in our lives when you might prove to me your boundless trust, Do you cast me from my throne in your heart? Between a madman and me, it is the madman whom you choose to believe. Oh, Jules. She stopped, threw back the hair that fell about her brow and neck, and then, in a heart-rending tone, she added, I have said too much, one word should suffice. If your soul and your forehead still keep this cloud, however light it be, I tell you now that I shall die of it. She could not repress a shudder, and turned pale. Oh! I will kill that man, thought Jules, as he lifted his wife in his arms and carried her to her bed. Let us sleep in peace, my angel, he said. I have forgotten all, I swear it. Clemence fell asleep to the music of those sweet words, softly repeated. Jules, as he watched her sleeping, said in his heart, she is right, when love is so pure, suspicion blights it. To that young soul, that tender flower, a blight, yes, a blight means death. When a cloud comes between two beings filled with affection for each other and whose lives are in absolute unison, that cloud, though it may disperse, leaves in those souls a trace of its passage. Either love gains a stronger life, as the earth after rain, or the shock still echoes like distant thunder through a cloudless sky. It is impossible to recover absolutely the former life. Love will either increase or diminish. At breakfast, Monsieur and Madame Jules showed to each other those particular attentions in which there is always something of affectation. There were glances of forced gaiety, which seemed the efforts of persons endeavoring to deceive themselves. Jules had involuntary doubts, his wife had positive fears. Still, sure of each other, they had slept. Was this strained condition the effect of a want of faith, or was it only a memory of their nocturnal scene? They did not know themselves. But they loved each other so purely that the impression of that scene, both cruel and beneficent, could not fail to leave its traces in their souls. Both were eager to make those traces disappear, each striving to be the first to return to the other, and thus they could not fail to think of the cause of their first variance. To loving souls, this is not grief, pain is still far off, but it is a sort of mourning, which is difficult to depict. If there are, indeed, relations between colors and the emotions of the soul, if, as Locke's blind man said, scarlet produces on the sight the effect produced upon the hearing by a blast of trumpets, it is permissible to compare this reaction of melancholy to morning tones of gray. But even so, love saddened, love in which remains a true sentiment of its happiness, momentarily troubled though it be, gives enjoyments derived from pain and pleasure both, which are all novel. Jules studied his wife's voice, he watched her glances with the freshness of feeling that inspired him in the earliest days of his passion for her. The memory of 5 absolutely happy years, her beauty, the candor of her love, quickly effaced in her husband's mind the last vestiges of an intolerable pain. The day was Sunday, a day on which there was no bourse and no business to be done. The reunited pair passed the whole day together, getting farther into each other's hearts than they ever yet had done, like two children who in a moment of fear, hold each other closely and cling together, united by an instinct. There are in this life of 2-in-1 completely happy days, the gift of chance, ephemeral flowers, born neither of yesterday nor belonging to the morrow. Jules and Clemence now enjoyed this day as though they foreboded it to be the last of their loving life. What name shall we give to that mysterious power which hastens the steps of travelers before the storm is visible, which makes the life and beauty of the dying so resplendent, and fills the parting soul with joyous projects for days before death comes, which tells the midnight student to fill his lamp when it shines brightest, and makes the mother fear the thoughtful look cast upon her infant by an observing man. We all are affected by this influence in the great catastrophes of life, but it has never yet been named or studied. It is something more than presentiment, but not as yet clear vision. All went well till the following day. On Monday, Jules Desmarais, obliged to go to the Bourse on his usual business, asked his wife, as usual, if she would take advantage of his carriage and let him drive her anywhere. No, she said, the day is too unpleasant to go out. It was raining in torrents. At 2:30 Monsieur Desmarais reached the Treasury. At 4:00, as he left the Bourse, he came face to face with Monsieur de Maulincour, who was waiting for him with the nervous pertinacity of hatred and vengeance. Monsieur, he said, taking Monsieur Desmarais by the arm, I have important information to give you. Listen to me. I am too loyal a man to have recourse to anonymous letters with which to trouble your peace of mind. I prefer to speak to you in person. Believe me, if my very life were not concerned, I should not meddle with the private affairs of any household, even if I thought I had the right to do so. If what you have to say to me concerns Madame Desmarais, replied Jules, I request you to be silent, monsieur. If I am silent, monsieur, you may before long see Madame Jules on the prisoner's bench at the court of assizes beside a convict. Now, do you wish me to be silent? Jules turned pale, but his noble face instantly resumed its calmness, though it was now a false calmness. Drawing the Baron under one of the temporary sheds of the Bourse, near which they were standing, he said to him in a voice which concealed his intense inward emotion, Monsieur, I will listen to you, but there will be a duel to the death between us if, oh, to that I consent, cried Monsieur de Maulincour. I have the greatest esteem for your character. You speak of death. You are unaware that your wife may have assisted in poisoning me last Saturday night. Yes, monsieur, since then some extraordinary evil has developed in me. My hair appears to distill an inward fever and a deadly languor through my skull. I know who clutched my hair at that ball. Monsieur de Maulincour then related, without omitting a single fact, his platonic love for Madame Jules, and the details of the affair in the Rue Soly which began this narrative. Anyone would have listened to him with attention, but Madame Jules' husband had good reason to be more amazed than any other human being. Here his character displayed itself. He was more amazed than overcome. Made a judge, and the judge of an adored woman, he found in his soul the equity of a judge as well as the inflexibility. A lover still, he thought less of his own shattered life than of his wife's life. He listened, not to his own anguish, but to some far-off voice that cried to him, "Clemence cannot lie. Why should she betray you?" "Monsieur," said the Baron, as he ended, being absolutely certain of having recognized in Monsieur de Funkel the same Ferragus whom the police declared dead, "I have put upon his traces an intelligent man. As I returned that night I remembered, by a fortunate chance, the name of Madame Maynard mentioned in that letter of Ida, the presumed mistress of my persecutor. Supplied with this clue, my emissary will soon get to the bottom of this horrible affair, for he is far more able to discover the truth than the police themselves." "Monsieur," replied Desmarais, "I know not how to thank you for this confidence. You say that you can obtain proofs and witnesses. I shall await them. I shall seek the truth of this strange affair courageously, but you must permit me to doubt everything until the evidence of the facts you state is proved to me. In any case you shall have satisfaction, for, as you will certainly understand, we both require it." Jules returned home. "What is the matter, Jules?" asked his wife, when she saw him. "You look so pale, you frighten me." "The day is cold," he answered, walking with slow steps across the room where all things spoke to him of love and happiness, that room so calm and peaceful where a deadly storm was gathering. "Did you go out today?" he asked, as though mechanically. He was impelled to ask the question by the last of a myriad of thoughts which had gathered themselves together into a lucid meditation, though jealousy was actively prompting them. "No," she answered, in a tone that was falsely candid. At that instant Jules saw through the open door of the dressing-room the velvet bonnet which his wife wore in the mornings. On it were drops of rain. Jules was a passionate man, but he was also full of delicacy. It was repugnant to him to bring his wife face to face with a lie. When such a situation occurs, all has come to an end forever between certain beings. And yet those drops of rain were like a flash tearing through his brain. He left the room, went down to the porter's lodge, and said to the porter, after making sure that they were alone, "Forgaro, 100 crowns if you tell me the truth, dismissal if you deceive me, and nothing at all if you ever speak of my question and your answer." He stopped to examine the man's face, leading him under the window. Then he continued, "Did Madame go out this morning?" "Madame went out at 2:45, and I think I saw her come in about half an hour ago." "That is true, upon your honor?" "Yes, monsieur." "You will have the money, but if you speak of this, remember, you will lose all." Jules returned to his wife. "Clemence," he said, "I find I must put my accounts in order. Do not be offended at the inquiry I am going to make. Have I not given you 40,000 francs since the beginning of the year?" "More," she said, 47. "Have you spent them?" "Nearly," she replied. "In the first place, I had to pay several of our last year's bills. I shall never find out anything in this way," thought Jules. "I am not taking the best course." At this moment Jules' own valet entered the room with a letter for his master, who opened it indifferently, but as soon as his eyes had lighted on the signature he read it eagerly. The letter was as follows: Monsieur, for the sake of your peace of mind as well as ours, I take the course of writing you this letter without possessing the advantage of being known to you, but my position, my age, and the fear of some misfortune compel me to entreat you to show indulgence in the trying circumstances under which our afflicted family is placed. Monsieur Auguste de Maulincour has for the last few days shown signs of mental derangement, and we fear that he may trouble your happiness by fancies which he confided to Monsieur le Vidame de Pamiers and myself during his first attack of frenzy. We think it right, therefore, to warn you of his malady, which is, we hope, curable, but it will have such serious and important effects on the honor of our family and the career of my grandson that we must rely, monsieur, on your entire discretion. If Monsieur le Vidame or I could have gone to see you, we would not have written. But I make no doubt that you will regard this prayer of a mother, who begs you to destroy this letter. Accept the assurance of my perfect consideration. Baron de Maulincour, Nidarot. Oh, what torture, cried Jules. What is it, what is in your mind, asked his wife, exhibiting the deepest anxiety. I have come, he answered, slowly, as he threw her the letter, to ask myself whether it can be you who have sent me that to avert my suspicions. Judge, therefore, what I suffer. Unhappy man, said Madame Jules, letting fall the paper. I pity him, though he has done me great harm. Are you aware that he has spoken to me? Oh, have you been to see him? In spite of your promise, she cried in terror. Clemence, our love is in danger of perishing, we stand outside of the ordinary rules of life, let us lay aside all petty considerations in presence of this great peril. Explain to me why you went out this morning. Women think they have the right to tell us little falsehoods. Sometimes they like to hide a pleasure they are preparing for us. Just now you said a word to me, by mistake, no doubt, a no for a yes. He went into the dressing room and brought out the bonnet. See, he said, your bonnet has betrayed you, these spots are raindrops. You must, therefore, have gone out in a street cab, and these drops fell upon it as you went to find one, or as you entered or left the house where you went. But a woman can leave her own home for many innocent purposes, even after she has told her husband that she did not mean to go out. There are so many reasons for changing our plans. Caprices, whims, are they not your right? Women are not required to be consistent with themselves. You had forgotten something, a service to render, a visit, some kind action. But nothing hinders a woman from telling her husband what she does. Can we ever blush on the breast of a friend? It is not a jealous husband who speaks to you, my Clemence, it is your lover, your friend, your brother. He flung himself passionately at her feet. Speak, not to justify yourself, but to calm my horrible sufferings. I know that you went out. Well, what did you do? Where did you go? Yes, I went out, Jules, she answered in a strained voice, though her face was calm. But ask me nothing more. Wait, have confidence, without which you will lay up for yourself terrible remorse. Jules, my Jules, trust is the virtue of love. I owe to you that I am at this moment too troubled to answer you, but I am not a false woman, I love you, and you know it. In the midst of all that can shake the faith of man and rouse his jealousy, for I see I am not first in your heart, I am no longer thine own self, well, Clemence, even so, I prefer to believe you, to believe that voice, to believe those eyes. If you deceive me, you deserve 10,000 deaths, she cried, interrupting him. I have never hidden a thought from you, but you, hush, she said, our happiness depends upon our mutual silence. Ha! I will know all, he exclaimed, with sudden violence. At that moment the cries of a woman were heard, the yelping of a shrill little voice came from the antechamber. I tell you I will go in, it cried. Yes, I shall go in, I will see her. I shall see her. Jules and Clemence both ran to the salon as the door from the antechamber was violently burst open. A young woman entered hastily, followed by two servants, who said to their master, Monsieur, this person would come in spite of us. We told her that Madame was not at home. She answered that she knew very well Madame had been out, but she saw her come in. She threatened to stay at the door of the house till she could speak to Madame. You can go, said Monsieur Desmarais to the two men. What do you want, mademoiselle? He added, turning to the strange woman. This demoiselle was the type of a woman who is never to be met with except in Paris. She is made in Paris, like the mud, like the pavement, like the water of the Seine, such as it becomes in Paris before human industry filters it 10 times ere it enters the cut-glass decanters and sparkles pure and bright from the filth it has been. She is therefore a being who is truly original. Depicted scores of times by the painter's brush, the pencil of the caricaturist, the charcoal of the etcher, she still escapes analysis, because she cannot be caught and rendered in all her moods, like nature, like this fantastic Paris itself. She holds to vice by one thread only, and she breaks away from it at 1,000 other points of the social circumference. Besides, she lets only one trait of her character be known, and that the only one which renders her blamable. Her noble virtues are hidden. She prefers to glory in her naive libertinism. Most incompletely rendered in dramas and tales where she is put upon the scene with all her poesy, she is nowhere really true but in her garret, elsewhere she is invariably calumniated or overpraised. Rich, she deteriorates; poor, she is misunderstood. She has too many vices, and too many good qualities. She is too near to pathetic asphyxiation or to a dissolute laugh, too beautiful and too hideous. She personifies Paris, to which, in the long run, she supplies the toothless portresses, washerwomen, street sweepers, beggars, occasionally insolent countesses, admired actresses, applauded singers. She has even given, in the olden time, 2 quasi queens to the monarchy. Who can grasp such a produce? She is all woman, less than woman, more than woman. From this vast portrait the painter of manners and morals can take but a feature here and there. The ensemble is infinite. She was a grisette of Paris, a grisette in all her glory, a grisette in a hackney coach, happy, young, handsome, fresh, but a grisette with claws, scissors, impudent as a Spanish woman, snarling as a prudish English woman proclaiming her conjugal rights, coquettish as a great lady, though more frank, and ready for everything, a perfect lion in her way, issuing from the little apartment of which she had dreamed so often, with its red calico curtains, its Utrecht velvet furniture, its tea-table, the cabinet of china with painted designs, the sofa, the little moquette carpet, the alabaster clock and candlesticks, under glass cases, the yellow bedroom, the eiderdown quilt, in short, all the domestic joys of a grisette's life, and in addition, the woman of all work, a former grisette herself, now the owner of a moustache, theatre parties, unlimited bonbons, silk dresses, bonnets to spoil, in fact, all the felicities coveted by the grisette heart except a carriage, which only enters her imagination as a marshal's baton into the dreams of a soldier. Yes, this grisette had all these things in return for a true affection, or in spite of a true affection, as some others obtain it for an hour a day, a sort of tax carelessly paid under the claws of an old man. The young woman who now entered the presence of Monsieur and Madame Jules had a pair of feet so little covered by her shoes that only a slim black line was visible between the carpet and her white stockings. This peculiar footgear, which Parisian caricaturists have well rendered, is a special attribute of the grisette of Paris, but she is even more distinctive to the eyes of an observer by the care with which her garments are made to adhere to her form, which they clearly define. On this occasion she was trigly dressed in a green gown, with a white chemisette, which allowed the beauty of her bust to be seen. Her shawl, of Tournau's cashmere, had fallen from her shoulders, and was held by its two corners, which were twisted round her wrists. She had a delicate face, rosy cheeks, a white skin, sparkling grey eyes, a round, very promising forehead, hair carefully smoothed beneath her little bonnet, and heavy curls upon her neck. "My name is Ida," she said, "and if that's Madame Jules to whom I have the advantage of speaking, I've come to tell her all I have in my heart against her. It is very wrong, when a woman is set up and in her furniture, as you are here, to come and take from a poor girl a man with whom I'm as good as married, morally, and who did talk of making it right by marrying me before the municipality. There's plenty of handsome young men in the world, ain't there, monsieur, to take your fancy, without going after a man of middle age, who makes my happiness. Yeah. I haven't got a fine hotel like this, but I've got my love, I have. I hate handsome men and money, I'm all heart, and Madame Jules turned to her husband. You will allow me, monsieur, to hear no more of all this, she said, retreating to her bedroom. If the lady lives with you, I've made a mess of it, but I can't help that, resumed Ida. Why does she come after Monsieur Ferragus every day? You are mistaken, mademoiselle, said Jules, stupefied. My wife is incapable, ha, So you're married, you too, said the grisette, showing some surprise. Then it's very wrong, monsieur, isn't it, for a woman who has the happiness of being married in legal marriage to have relations with a man like Henry? Henry, who is Henry? Said Jules, taking Ida by the arm and pulling her into an adjoining room that his wife might hear no more. Why, Monsieur Ferragus. But he is dead, said Jules. Nonsense, I went to Frankany's with him last night, and he brought me home, as he ought. Besides, your wife can tell you about him. Didn't she go there this very afternoon at 3 o'clock? I know she did, for I waited in the street, and saw her, all because that good-natured fellow, Monsieur Justin, whom you know perhaps, a little old man with jewelry who wears corsets, told me that Madame Jules was my rival. That name, monsieur, sounds mighty like a feigned one, but if it is yours, excuse me. But this I say, if Madame Jules was a court duchess, Henry is rich enough to satisfy all her fancies, and it is my business to protect my property. I've a right to, for I love him, that I do. He is my first inclination. My happiness and all my future fate depends on it. I fear nothing, monsieur, I am honest, I never lied, or stole the property of any living soul, no matter who. If an empress was my rival, I'd go straight to her, empress as she was, because all pretty women are equals, monsieur. Enough, enough, said Jules. Where do you live? Rue de la Cordure du Temple, number 14, monsieur. Ida Gridget, corset maker, at your service, for we make lots of corsets for men. Where does the man whom you call Ferragus live? Monsieur, she said, pursing up her lips, in the first place, he's not a man, he is a rich monsieur, much richer, perhaps, than you are. But why do you ask me his address when your wife knows it? He told me not to give it. Am I obliged to answer you? I'm not, thank God, in a confessional or a police court. I'm responsible only to myself. If I were to offer you 10,000 francs to tell me where Monsieur Ferragus lives, how then? No, my little friend, and that ends the matter, she said, emphasizing this singular reply with a popular gesture. There's no sum in the world could make me tell you. I have the honor to bid you good day. How do I get out of here? Jules, horror-struck, allowed her to go without further notice. The whole world seemed to crumble beneath his feet, and above him the heavens were falling with a crash. Monsieur is served, said his valet. The valet and the footman waited in the dining room a quarter of an hour without seeing master or mistress. Madame will not dine today, said the waiting maid, coming in. What's the matter, Josephine? Asked the valet. I don't know, she answered. Madame is crying, and is going to bed. Monsieur has no doubt got some love affair on hand, and it has been discovered at a very bad time. I wouldn't answer for Madame's life. Men are so clumsy, they'll make you scenes without any precaution. That's not so, said the valet, in a low voice. On the contrary, Madame is the one who, you understand. What times does Monsieur have to go after pleasures, he, who hasn't slept out of Madame's room for 5 years, who goes to his study at 10 and never leaves it till breakfast, at 12. His life is all known, it is regular, whereas Madame goes out nearly every day at 3 o'clock, heaven knows where. And Monsieur too, said the maid, taking her mistress's part. Yes, but he goes straight to the bourse. I told him 3 times that dinner was ready, continued the valet, after a pause. You might as well talk to a post. Monsieur Jules entered the dining room. Where is Madame? He said. Madame is going to bed, her head aches, replied the maid, assuming an air of importance. Monsieur Jules then said to the footman composedly, you can take away, I shall go and sit with Madame. He went to his wife's room and found her weeping, but endeavoring to smother her sobs with her handkerchief. Why do you weep? Said Jules. You need expect no violence and no reproaches from me. Why should I avenge myself? If you have not been faithful to my love, it is that you were never worthy of it. Not worthy. The words were repeated amid her sobs, and the accent in which they were said would have moved any other man than Jules. To kill you, I must love more than perhaps I do love you, he continued. But I should never have the courage, I would rather kill myself, leaving you to your happiness, and with whom, he did not end his sentence. Kill yourself, she cried, flinging herself at his feet and clasping them. But he, wishing to escape the embrace, tried to shake her off, dragging her in so doing toward the bed. Let me alone, he said. No, no, Jules, she cried. If you love me no longer I shall die. Do you wish to know all? Yes. He took her, grasped her violently, and sat down on the edge of the bed, holding her between his legs. Then, looking at that beautiful face now red as fire and furrowed with tears, speak, he said. Her sobs began again. No, it is a secret of life and death. If I tell it, no, I cannot. Have mercy, Jules. You have betrayed me, Jules, you think so now, but soon you will know all. But this Ferragus, this convict whom you go to see, a man enriched by crime, if he does not belong to you, if you do not belong to him, oh, Jules. Speak. Is he your mysterious benefactor, the man to whom we owe our fortune, as persons have said already? Who said that? A man whom I killed in a duel. Oh, God, one death already. If he is not your protector, if he does not give you money, if it is you, on the contrary, who carry money to him, tell me, is he your brother? What if he were, she said. Monsieur Desmarais crossed his arms. Why should that have been concealed from me, he said. Then you and your mother have both deceived me. Besides, does a woman go to see her brother every day, or nearly every day? His wife had fainted at his feet. Dead, he said. And suppose I am mistaken? He sprang to the bell rope, called Josephine, and lifted Clemence to the bed. "I shall die of this," said Madame Jules, recovering consciousness. "Josephine," cried Monsieur Desmarais. "Send for Monsieur Desplaines, send also to my brother and ask him to come here immediately." "Why your brother?" asked Clemence. But Jules had already left the room. Chapter 4. Where go to die? For the first time in 5 years Madame Jules slept alone in her bed, and was compelled to admit a physician into that sacred chamber. These in themselves were 2 keen pangs. Desplaines found Madame Jules very ill. Never was a violent emotion more untimely. He would say nothing definite, and postponed till the morrow giving any opinion, after leaving a few directions, which were not executed, the emotions of the heart causing all bodily cares to be forgotten. When morning dawned, Clemence had not yet slept. Her mind was absorbed in the low murmur of a conversation which lasted several hours between the brothers, but the thickness of the walls allowed no word which could betray the object of this long conference to reach her ears. Monsieur Desmarais, the notary, went away at last. The stillness of the night, and the singular activity of the senses given by powerful emotion, enabled Clemence to distinguish the scratching of a pen and the involuntary movements of a person engaged in writing. Those who are habitually up at night, and who observe the different acoustic effects produced in absolute silence, know that a slight echo can be readily perceived in the very places where louder but more equable and continued murmurs are not distinct. At 4 o'clock the sound ceased. Clemence rose, anxious and trembling. Then, with bare feet and without a wrapper, forgetting her illness and her moist condition, the poor woman opened the door softly without noise and looked into the next room. She saw her husband sitting, with a pen in his hand, asleep in his armchair. The candles had burned to the sockets. She slowly advanced and read on an envelope, already sealed, the words, "This is my will." She knelt down as if before an open grave and kissed her husband's hand. He woke instantly. "Jules, my friend, they grant some days to criminals condemned to death," she said, looking at him with eyes that blazed with fever and with love. "Your innocent wife asks only to leave me free for 2 days, and wait. After that, I shall die happy. At least, you will regret me." "Clemence, I grant them." Then, as she kissed her husband's hands in the tender transport of her heart, Jules, under the spell of that cry of innocence, took her in his arms and kissed her forehead, though ashamed to feel himself still under subjection to the power of that noble beauty. On the morrow, after taking a few hours' rest, Jules entered his wife's room, obeying mechanically his invariable custom of not leaving the house without a word to her. Clemence was sleeping. A ray of light passing through a chink in the upper blind of a window fell across the face of the dejected woman. Already suffering had impaired her forehead and the freshness of her lips. A lover's eye could not fail to notice the appearance of dark blotches, and a sickly pallor in place of the uniform tone of the cheeks and the pure ivory whiteness of the skin. 2 points at which the sentiments of her noble soul were artlessly wont to show themselves. She suffers, thought Jules. Poor Clemence. May God protect us. He kissed her very softly on the forehead. She woke, saw her husband, and remembered all. Unable to speak, she took his hand, her eyes filling with tears. I am innocent, she said, ending her dream. You will not go out today, will you? Asked Jules. No, I feel too weak to leave my bed. If you should change your mind, wait till I return, said Jules. Then he went down to the porter's lodge. Fouguereau, you will watch the door yourself today. I wish to know exactly who comes to the house, and who leaves it. Then he threw himself into a hackney coach, and was driven to the Hôtel de Molincourt, where he asked for the Baron. Monsieur is ill, they told him. Jules insisted on entering, and gave his name. If he could not see the Baron, he wished to see the vidame or the dowager. He waited some time in the salon, where Madame de Molincourt finally came to him and told him that her grandson was much too ill to receive him. I know, madame, the nature of his illness from the letter you did me the honor to write, and I beg you to believe, a letter to you, monsieur, written by me, cried the dowager, interrupting him. I have written you no letter. What was I made to say in that letter, monsieur? Madame, replied Jules, intending to see Monsieur de Molincourt today, I thought it best to preserve the letter in spite of its injunction to destroy it. There it is. Madame de Molincourt put on her spectacles, and the moment she cast her eyes on the paper she showed the utmost surprise. Monsieur, she said, my writing is so perfectly imitated that, if the matter were not so recent, I might be deceived myself. My grandson is ill, it is true, but his reason has never for a moment been affected. We are the puppets of some evil-minded person or persons, and yet I cannot imagine the object of a trick like this. You shall see my grandson, monsieur, and you will at once perceive that he is perfectly sound in mind. She rang the bell, and sent to ask if the Baron felt able to receive Monsieur Desmarais. The servant returned with an affirmative answer. Jules went to the Baron's room, where he found him in an armchair near the fire. Too feeble to move, the unfortunate man merely bowed his head with a melancholy gesture. The Vidame de Pamiers was sitting with him. Monsieur le Baron, said Jules, I have something to say which makes it desirable that I should see you alone. Monsieur, replied Auguste, Monsieur le Vidame knows about this affair, you can speak fearlessly before him. Monsieur le Baron, said Jules, in a grave voice, you have troubled and well nigh destroyed my happiness without having any right to do so. Until the moment when we can see clearly which of us should demand, or grant, reparation to the other, you are bound to help me in following the dark and mysterious path into which you have flung me. I have now come to ascertain from you the present residence of the extraordinary being who exercises such a baneful effect on your life and mine. On my return home yesterday, after listening to your avowals, I received that letter. Jules gave him the forged letter. This Ferragus, this Burignard, or this Monsieur de Funkel, is a demon, cried Molincourt, after having read it. "Oh, what a frightful maze I put my foot into when I meddled in this matter. Where am I going? I did wrong, monsieur," he continued, looking at Jules, "but death is the greatest of all expiations, and my death is now approaching. You can ask me whatever you like, I am at your orders. Monsieur, you know, of course, where this man is living, and I must know it if it costs me all my fortune to penetrate this mystery. In presence of so cruel an enemy every moment is precious." "Justin shall tell you all," replied the Baron. At these words the vidame fidgeted on his chair. Auguste rang the bell. "Justin is not in the house," cried the vidame, in a hasty manner that told much. "Well, then," said Auguste, excitedly, "the other servants must know where he is. Send a man on horseback to fetch him. Your valet is in Paris, isn't he? He can be found." The vidame was visibly distressed. "Justin can't come, my dear boy," said the old man, "he is dead. I wanted to conceal the accident from you, but, dead," cried Monsieur de Morlancourt, "dead. When and how?" "Last night. He had been supping with some old friends, and, I dare say, was drunk. His friends, no doubt they were drunk, too, left him lying in the street, and a heavy vehicle ran over him. The convict did not miss him. At the first stroke he killed," said Auguste. "He has had less luck with me. It has taken 4 blows to put me out of the way." Jules was gloomy and thoughtful. "Am I to know nothing, then?" he cried, after a long pause. "Your valet seems to have been justly punished. Did he not exceed your orders in calumniating Madame Desmarais to a person named Ida, whose jealousy he roused in order to turn her vindictiveness upon us?" "Ah, monsieur, in my anger I informed him about Madame Jules," said Auguste. "Monsieur," cried the husband, keenly irritated. "Oh, monsieur," replied the Baron, claiming silence by a gesture, "I am prepared for all. You cannot tell me anything my own conscience has not already told me. I am now expecting the most celebrated of all professors of toxicology, in order to learn my fate. If I am destined to intolerable suffering, my resolution is taken. I shall blow my brains out." "You talk like a child," cried the vidame, horrified by the coolness with which the Baron said these words. "Your grandmother would die of grief." "Then, monsieur," said Jules, "am I to understand that there exist no means of discovering in what part of Paris this extraordinary man resides?" "I think, monsieur," said the old vidame, "from what I have heard poor Justin say, that Monsieur de Funkel lives at either the Portuguese or the Brazilian embassy. Monsieur de Funkel is a nobleman belonging to both those countries. As for the convict, he is dead and buried. Your persecutor, whoever he is, seems to me so powerful that it would be well to take no decisive measures until you are sure of some way of confounding and crushing him. Act prudently and with caution, my dear monsieur." Had Monsieur de Morlancourt followed my advice, nothing of all this would have happened. Jules coldly but politely withdrew. He was now at a total loss to know how to reach Ferragus. As he passed into his own house, the porter told him that Madame had just been out to throw a letter into the post box at the head of the Rue de Menes. Jules felt humiliated by this proof of the insight with which the porter espoused his cause, and the cleverness by which he guessed the way to serve him. The eagerness of servants, and their shrewdness in compromising masters who compromised themselves, was known to him, and he fully appreciated the danger of having them as accomplices, no matter for what purpose. But he could not think of his personal dignity until the moment when he found himself thus suddenly degraded. What a triumph for the slave who could not raise himself to his master, to compel his master to come down to his level. Jules was harsh and hard to him. Another fault. But he suffered so deeply. His life till then so upright, so pure, was becoming crafty. He was to scheme and lie. Clemence was scheming and lying. This to him was a moment of horrible disgust. Lost in a flood of bitter feelings, Jules stood motionless at the door of his house. Yielding to despair, he thought of fleeing, of leaving France forever, carrying with him the illusions of uncertainty. Then, again, not doubting that the letter Clemence had just posted was addressed to Ferragus, his mind searched for a means of obtaining the answer that mysterious being was certain to send. Then his thoughts began to analyze the singular good fortune of his life since his marriage, and he asked himself whether the calumny for which he had taken such signal vengeance was not a truth. Finally, reverting to the coming answer, he said to himself, "But this man, so profoundly capable, so logical in his every act, who sees and foresees, who calculates, and even divines, our very thoughts, is he likely to make an answer? Will he not employ some other means more in keeping with his power? He may send his answer by some beggar, or in a carton brought by an honest man, who does not suspect what he brings, or in some parcel of shoes, which a shop girl may innocently deliver to my wife. If Clemence and he have agreed upon such means, he distrusted all things, his mind ran over vast tracts and shoreless oceans of conjecture. Then, after floating for a time among 1,000 contradictory ideas, he felt he was strongest in his own house, and he resolved to watch it as the ant-lion watches his sandy labyrinth. "Forgero," he said to the porter, "I am not at home to anyone who comes to see me. If anyone calls to see Madame, or brings her anything, ring twice. Bring all letters addressed here to me, no matter for whom they are intended." Thus thought he, as he entered his study, which was in the entresol. "I forestall the schemes of this Ferragus. If he sends someone to ask for me so as to find out if Clemence is alone, at least I shall not be tricked like a fool." He stood by the window of his study, which looked upon the street, and then a final scheme, inspired by jealousy, came into his mind. He resolved to send his head clerk in his own carriage to the Bourse with a letter to another broker, explaining his sales and purchases and requesting him to do his business for that day. He postponed his more delicate transactions till the morrow, indifferent to the fall or rise of stocks or the debts of all Europe. High privilege of love, it crushes all things, all interests fall before it, altar, throne, consoles. At 3:30, just the hour at which the Bourse is in full blast of reports, monthly settlements, premiums, etc., Fouguereau entered the study, quite radiant with his news. "Monsieur, an old woman has come, but very cautiously. I think she's a sly one. She asked for Monsieur, and seemed much annoyed when I told her he was out. Then she gave me a letter for Madame, and here it is." Fevered with anxiety, Jules opened the letter, then he dropped into a chair, exhausted. The letter was mere nonsense throughout, and needed a key. It was virtually in cipher. "Go away, Fouguereau." The porter left him. "It is a mystery deeper than the sea below the plummet line." Ah! It must be love. Love only is so sagacious, so inventive as this. Ah! I shall kill her. At this moment an idea flashed through his brain with such force that he felt almost physically illuminated by it. In the days of his toilsome poverty before his marriage, Jules had made for himself a true friend. The extreme delicacy with which he had managed the susceptibilities of a man both poor and modest, the respect with which he had surrounded him, the ingenious cleverness he had employed to nobly compel him to share his opulence without permitting it to make him blush, increased their friendship. Jacquet continued faithful to Desmarais in spite of his wealth. Jacquet, a nobly upright man, a toiler, austere in his morals, had slowly made his way in that particular ministry which develops both honesty and knavery at the same time. A clerk in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he had charge of the most delicate division of its archives. Jacquet in that office was like a glowworm, casting his light upon those secret correspondences, deciphering and classifying dispatches. Ranking higher than a mere bourgeois, his position at the ministry was superior to that of the other subalterns. He lived obscurely, glad to feel that such obscurity sheltered him from reverses and disappointments, and was satisfied to humbly pay in the lowest coin his debt to the country. Thanks to Jules, his position had been much ameliorated by a worthy marriage. An unrecognized patriot, a minister in actual fact, he contented himself with groaning in his chimney corner at the course of the government. In his own home, Jacquet was an easygoing king, an umbrella man, as they say, who hired a carriage for his wife which he never entered himself. In short, to end this sketch of a philosopher unknown to himself, he had never suspected and never in all his life would suspect the advantages he might have drawn from his position, that of having for his intimate friend a broker, and of knowing every morning all the secrets of the state. This man, sublime after the manner of that nameless soldier who died in saving Napoleon by a qui-vive, lived at the ministry. In 10 minutes Jules was in his friend's office. Jacquet gave him a chair, laid aside methodically his green silk eye-shade, rubbed his hands, picked up his snuff-box, rose, stretched himself till his shoulder blades cracked, swelled out his chest, and said, "What brings you here, Monsieur Desmarais?" What do you want with me? Jackie, I want you to decipher a secret of life and death. It doesn't concern politics. If it did, I shouldn't come to you for information, said Jules. No, it is a family matter, about which I require you to be absolutely silent. Claude Joseph Jacquet, dumb by profession. Don't you know me by this time, he said, laughing. Discretion is my lot. Jules showed him the letter. You must read me this letter, addressed to my wife. The deuce, a bad business, said Jacquet, examining the letter as a usurer examines a note to be negotiated. Ha, that's a gridiron letter. Wait a minute. He left Jules alone for a moment, but returned immediately. Easy enough to read, my friend. It is written on the gridiron plan, used by the Portuguese minister under Monsieur de Choiseul, at the time of the dismissal of the Jesuits. Here, see. Jacquet placed upon the writing a piece of paper cut out in regular squares, like the paper laces which confectioners wrap round their sugar plums, and Jules then read with perfect ease the words that were visible in the interstices. They were as follows: Don't be uneasy, my dear Clemence, our happiness cannot again be troubled, and your husband will soon lay aside his suspicions. However ill you may be, you must have the courage to come here tomorrow. Find strength in your love for me. Mine for you has induced me to submit to a cruel operation, and I cannot leave my bed. I have had the actual cautery applied to my back, and it was necessary to burn it in a long time, you understand me. But I thought of you, and I did not suffer. To baffle Maulincour, who will not persecute us much longer, I have left the protecting roof of the embassy, and am now safe from all inquiry in the Rue des Enfants Rouges, number 12, with an old woman, Madame Etienne Grigit, mother of that Ida, who shall pay dear for her folly. Come tomorrow, at 9 in the morning. I am in a room which is reached only by an interior staircase. Ask for Monsieur Camusit. Adieu, I kiss your forehead, my darling. Jacquet looked at Jules with a sort of honest terror, the sign of a true compassion, as he made his favorite exclamation in two separate and distinct tones, the deuce, the deuce. That seems clear to you, doesn't it? Said Jules. Well, in the depths of my heart there is a voice that pleads for my wife, and makes itself heard above the pangs of jealousy. I must endure the worst of all agony until tomorrow, but tomorrow, between 9 and 10 I shall know all, I shall be happy or wretched for all my life. Think of me then, Jacquet. I shall be at your house tomorrow at 8 o'clock. We will go together. I'll wait for you, if you like, in the street. You may run some danger, and you ought to have near you some devoted person who'll understand a mere sign, and whom you can safely trust. Count on me. Even to help me in killing someone. The deuce, said Jacquet, repeating, as it were, the same musical note. I have 2 children and a wife. Jules pressed his friend's hand and went away, but returned immediately. I forgot the letter, he said. But that's not all, I must reseal it. The deuce, you opened it without saving the seal, however, it is still possible to restore it. Leave it with me and I'll bring it to you secundum scripturam. At what time? 5:30. If I am not yet in, give it to the porter and tell him to send it up to Madam. Do you want me tomorrow? No. Adieu. Jules drove at once to the Place de la Rotonde du Temple, where he left his cabriolet and went on foot to the Rue des Enfants Rouges. He found the house of Madame Etienne Grigit and examined it. There, the mystery on which depended the fate of so many persons would be cleared up. There, at this moment, was Ferragus, and to Ferragus all the threads of this strange plot led. The Gordian knot of the drama, already so bloody, was surely in a meeting between Madame Jules, her husband, and that man, and a blade able to cut the closest of such knots would not be wanting. The house was one of those which belong to the class called cabajutis. This significant name is given by the populace of Paris to houses which are built, as it were, piecemeal. They are nearly always composed of buildings originally separate but afterwards united according to the fancy of the various proprietors who successively enlarge them, or else they are houses begun, left unfinished, again built upon, and completed, unfortunate structures which have passed, like certain peoples, under many dynasties of capricious masters. Neither the floors nor the windows have an ensemble. To borrow one of the most picturesque terms of the art of painting, all is discord, even the external decoration. The cabajutis is to Parisian architecture what the capharnaum is to the apartment, a poke-hole, where the most heterogeneous articles are flung pell-mell. Madame Etienne asked Jules of the portress. This portress had her lodge under the main entrance, in a sort of chicken coop, or wooden house on rollers, not unlike those sentry boxes which the police have lately set up by the stands of hackney coaches. Hein, said the portress, without laying down the stockings she was knitting. In Paris the various component parts which make up the physiognomy of any given portion of the monstrous city, are admirably in keeping with its general character. Thus porter, concierge, or Swiss, whatever name may be given to that essential muscle of the Parisian monster, is always in conformity with the neighborhood of which he is a part, in fact, he is often an epitome of it. The lazy porter of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, with lace on every seam of his coat, dabbles in stocks. He of the Chaussée d'Antin takes his ease, reads the money articles in the newspapers, and has a business of his own in the Faubourg Montmartre. The portress in the quarter of prostitution was formerly a prostitute. In the Marais, she has morals, is cross-grained, and full of crotchets. On seeing Monsieur Jules, this particular portress, holding her knitting in one hand, took a knife and stirred the half-extinguished peat in her foot-warmer. Then she said, "You want Madame Etienne, do you mean Madame Etienne Grigit?" "Yes," said Jules, assuming a vexed air. "Who makes trimmings?" "Yes." "Well, then, monsieur," she said, issuing from her cage, and laying her hand on Jules' arm and leading him to the end of a long passageway, vaulted like a cellar. Go up the second staircase at the end of the courtyard, where you will see the windows with the pots of pinks. That's where Madame Etienne lives. Thank you, madam. Do you think she is alone? Why shouldn't she be alone? She's a widow. Jules hastened up a dark stairway, the steps of which were knobby with hardened mud left by the feet of those who came and went. On the second floor he saw 3 doors but no signs of pinks. Fortunately, on one of the doors, the oiliest and darkest of the 3, he read these words, chalked on a panel: Ida will come tonight at 9 o'clock. This is the place, thought Jules. He pulled an old bell rope, black with age, and heard the smothered sound of a cracked bell and the barking of an asthmatic little dog. By the way the sounds echoed from the interior he knew that the rooms were encumbered with articles which left no space for reverberation, a characteristic feature of the homes of workmen and humble households, where space and air are always lacking. Jules looked out mechanically for the pinks, and found them on the outer sill of a sash window between 2 filthy drain pipes. So here were flowers, here, a garden, 2 yards long and 6 inches wide, here, a wheat ear, here, a whole life epitomized, but here, too, all the miseries of that life. A ray of light falling from heaven as if by special favor on those puny flowers, and the vigorous wheat ear brought out in full relief the dust, the grease, and that nameless color, peculiar to Parisian squalor, made of dirt, which crusted and spotted the damp walls, the worm-eaten balusters, the disjointed window casings, and the door originally red. Presently the cough of an old woman, and a heavy female step, shuffling painfully in list slippers, announced the coming of the mother of Ida Grigit. The creature opened the door and came out upon the landing, looked up, and said, "Ah, is this Monsieur Bocquerin?" "Why, no. But perhaps you're his brother. What can I do for you?" "Come in, monsieur." Jules followed her into the first room, where he saw, huddled together, cages, household utensils, ovens, furniture, little earthenware dishes full of food or water for the dog and the cats, a wooden clock, bed quilts, engravings of Eisen, heaps of old iron. All these things mingled and massed together in a way that produced a most grotesque effect, a true Parisian dust thole, in which were not lacking a few old numbers of the Constitutional. Jules, impelled by a sense of prudence, paid no attention to the widow's invitation when she said civilly, showing him an inner room, "Come in here, monsieur, and warm yourself." Fearing to be overheard by Ferragus, Jules asked himself whether it were not wisest to conclude the arrangement he had come to make with the old woman in the crowded antechamber. A hen, which descended cackling from aloft, roused him from this inward meditation. He came to a resolution, and followed Ida's mother into the inner room, whither they were accompanied by the wheezy pug, a personage otherwise mute, who jumped upon a stool. Madame Grigit showed the assumption of semi-pauperism when she invited her visitor to warm himself. Her fire-pot contained, or rather concealed, 2 bits of sticks, which lay apart. The grating was on the ground, its handle in the ashes. The mantel shelf, adorned with a little wax Jesus under a shade of squares of glass held together with blue paper, was piled with wools, bobbins, and tools used in the making of gimps and trimmings. Jules examined everything in the room with a curiosity that was full of interest, and showed, in spite of himself, an inward satisfaction. "Well, monsieur, tell me, do you want to buy any of my things?" said the old woman, seating herself in a cane armchair, which appeared to be her headquarters. In it she kept her handkerchief, snuff-box, knitting, half-peeled vegetables, spectacles, calendar, a bit of livery gold lace just begun, a greasy pack of cards, and 2 volumes of novels, all stuck into the hollow of the back. This article of furniture, in which the old creature was floating down the river of life, was not unlike the encyclopedic bag which a woman carries with her when she travels, in which may be found a compendium of her household belongings, from the portrait of her husband to eau de malice for faintness, sugar plums for the children, and English court plaster in case of cuts. Jules studied all. He looked attentively at Madame Grigit's yellow visage, at her grey eyes without either brows or lashes, her toothless mouth, her wrinkles marked in black, her rusty cap, her still more rusty ruffles, her cotton petticoat full of holes, her worn-out slippers, her disabled fire-pot, her table heaped with dishes and silks and work begun or finished, in wool or cotton, in the midst of which stood a bottle of wine. Then he said to himself, "This old woman has some passion, some strong liking or vice, I can make her do my will." "Madam," he said aloud, with a private sign of intelligence, "I have come to order some livery trimmings." Then he lowered his voice. "I know," he continued, "that you have a lodger who has taken the name of Camusit." The old woman looked at him suddenly, but without any sign of astonishment. "Now, tell me, can we come to an understanding? This is a question which means fortune for you." "Monsieur," she replied, "speak out, and don't be afraid. There's no one here. But if I had any one above, it would be impossible for him to hear you." "Ha, the sly old creature, she answers like a Norman," thought Jules, "we shall agree. Do not give yourself the trouble to tell falsehoods, madam," he resumed. "In the first place, let me tell you that I mean no harm either to you or to your lodger who is suffering from cautery, or to your daughter Ida, a staymaker, the friend of Ferragus. You see, I know all your affairs. Do not be uneasy, I am not a detective policeman, nor do I desire anything that can hurt your conscience. A young lady will come here tomorrow morning at 9:30, to talk with this lover of your daughter. I want to be where I can see all and hear all, without being seen or heard by them. If you will furnish me with the means of doing so, I will reward that service with the gift of 2,000 francs and a yearly stipend of 600. My notary shall prepare a deed before you this evening, and I will give him the money to hold. He will pay the 2,000 to you tomorrow after the conference at which I desire to be present, as you will then have given proofs of your good faith." "Will it injure my daughter, my good monsieur?" she asked, casting a cat-like glance of doubt and uneasiness upon him. "In no way, madam. But, in any case, it seems to me that your daughter does not treat you well. A girl who is loved by so rich a man as Ferragus ought to make you more comfortable than you seem to be. Ah, my dear monsieur, just think, not so much as one poor ticket to the Ambigu, or the Guyot, where she can go as much as she likes. It's shameful. A girl for whom I sold my silver forks and spoons. And now I eat, at my age, with German metal, and all to pay for her apprenticeship, and give her a trade, where she could coin money if she chose. As for that, she's like me, clever as a witch, I must do her that justice. But, I will say, she might give me her old silk gowns, I, who am so fond of wearing silk. But no. Monsieur, she dines at the Cadran Bleu at 50 francs a head, and rolls in her carriage as if she were a princess, and despises her mother for a Colin Lampen. Heavens and earth! What heedless young ones we've brought into the world, we have nothing to boast of there. A mother, monsieur, can't be anything else but a good mother, and I've concealed that girl's ways, and kept her in my bosom, to take the bread out of my mouth and cram everything into her own. Well, well. And now she comes and fondles one a little, and says, "How do ye do, mother?" And that's all the duty she thinks of paying. But she'll have children one of these days, and then she'll find out what it is to have such baggage, which one can't help loving all the same. Do you mean that she does nothing for you? Ah, nothing. No, monsieur, I didn't say that. If she did nothing, that would be a little too much. She gives me my rent and 36 francs a month. But, monsieur, at my age, and I'm 52 years old, with eyes that feel the strain at night, ought I to be working in this way? Besides, why won't she have me to live with her? I should shame her, should I? Then let her say so. Faith, one ought to be buried out of the way of such dogs of children, who forget you before they've even shut the door. She pulled her handkerchief from her pocket, and with it a lottery ticket that dropped on the floor, but she hastily picked it up, saying, "Hi, that's the receipt for my taxes." Jules at once perceived the reason of the sagacious parsimony of which the mother complained, and he was the more certain that the widow Gridget would agree to the proposed bargain. "Well, then, madam," he said, "accept what I offer you." "Did you say 2,000 francs in ready money, and 600 annuity, monsieur?" "Madam, I've changed my mind, I will promise you only 300 annuity. This way seems more to my own interests. But I will give you 5,000 francs in ready money. Wouldn't you like that as well?" "Bless me, yes, monsieur. You'll get more comfort out of it, and you can go to the Ambigu and Franconi's at your ease in a coach. As for Franconi, I don't like that, for they don't talk there. Monsieur, if I accept, it is because it will be very advantageous for my child. I shan't be a drag on her any longer. Poor little thing. I'm glad she has her pleasures, after all. Ah, monsieur, youth must be amused. And so, if you assure me that no harm will come to anybody, not to anybody, replied Jules. But now, how will you manage it? Well, monsieur, if I give Monsieur Ferragus a little tea made of poppy heads tonight, he'll sleep sound, the dear man, and he needs it, too, because of his sufferings, for he does suffer, I can tell you, and more's the pity. But I'd like to know what a healthy man like him wants to burn his back for, just to get rid of a tic douloureux which troubles him once in 2 years. However, to come back to our business. I have my neighbour's key, her lodging is just above mine, and in it there's a room adjoining the one where Monsieur Ferragus is, with only a partition between them. My neighbour is away in the country for 10 days. Therefore, if I make a hole tonight while Monsieur Ferragus is sound asleep, you can see and hear them tomorrow at your ease. I'm on good terms with a locksmith, a very friendly man, who talks like an angel, and he'll do the work for me and say nothing about it. Then here's 100 francs for him. Come tonight to Monsieur Desmarais' office, he's a notary, and here's his address. At 9 o'clock the deed will be ready, but, silence. Enough, monsieur, as you say, silence. Au revoir, monsieur. Jules went home, almost calmed by the certainty that he should know the truth on the morrow. As he entered the house, the porter gave him the letter properly resealed. How do you feel now? He said to his wife, in spite of the coldness that separated them. Pretty well, Jules, she answered in a coaxing voice, do come and dine beside me. Very good, he said, giving her the letter. Here is something Forgero gave me for you. Clemence, who was very pale, colored high when she saw the letter, and that sudden redness was a fresh blow to her husband. Is that joy, he said, laughing, or the effect of expectation? Oh, of many things, she said, examining the seal. I leave you now for a few moments. He went down to his study, and wrote to his brother, giving him directions about the payment to the widow Gridget. When he returned, he found his dinner served on a little table by his wife's bedside, and Josephine ready to wait on him. If I were up, how I should like to serve you myself, said Clemence, when Josephine had left them. Oh, yes, on my knees, she added, passing her white hands through her husband's hair. Dear, noble heart, you were very kind and gracious to me just now. You did me more good by showing me such confidence than all the doctors on earth could do me with their prescriptions. That feminine delicacy of yours, for you do know how to love like a woman, well, it has shed a balm into my heart which has almost cured me. There's truce between us, Jules, lower your head, that I may kiss it. Jules could not deny himself the pleasure of that embrace. But it was not without a feeling of remorse in his heart. He felt himself small before this woman whom he was still tempted to think innocent. A sort of melancholy joy possessed him. A tender hope shone on her features in spite of their grieved expression. They both were equally unhappy in deceiving each other. Another caress, and, unable to resist their suffering, all would then have been avowed. Tomorrow evening, Clemence. No, no, tomorrow morning, by 12 o'clock, you will know all, and you'll kneel down before your wife. Oh, no, you shall not be humiliated, you are all forgiven now, you have done no wrong. Listen, Jules, yesterday you did crush me, harshly, but perhaps my life would not have been complete without that agony. It may be a shadow that will make our coming days celestial. You lay a spell upon me, cried Jules, you fill me with remorse. Poor love, destiny is stronger than we, and I am not the accomplice of mine. I shall go out tomorrow. At what hour? Asked Jules. At 9:30. Clemence, he said, take every precaution, consult Dr. Desplain and old Honoré. I shall consult nothing but my heart and my courage. I shall leave you free, you will not see me till 12 o'clock. Won't you keep me company this evening? I feel so much better. After attending to some business, Jules returned to his wife, recalled by her invincible attraction. His passion was stronger than his anguish. The next day, at 9 o'clock, Jules left home, hurried to the Rue des Enfants Rouges, went upstairs, and rang the bell of the widow Grigit's lodgings. Ah, you've kept your word, as true as the dawn. Come in, monsieur, said the old woman when she saw him. I've made you a cup of coffee with cream, she added, when the door was closed. Oh, real cream, I saw it milked myself at the dairy we have in this very street. Thank you, no, madam, nothing. Take me at once. Very good, monsieur. Follow me, this way. She led him up into the room above her own, where she showed him, triumphantly, an opening about the size of a 2-franc piece, made during the night, in a place, which, in each room, was above a wardrobe. In order to look through it, Jules was forced to maintain himself in rather a fatiguing attitude, by standing on a step-ladder which the widow had been careful to place there. There's a gentleman with him, she whispered, as she retired. Jules then beheld a man employed in dressing a number of wounds on the shoulders of Ferragus, whose head he recognized from the description given to him by Monsieur de Malincourt. When do you think those wounds will heal? Asked Ferragus. I don't know, said the other man. The doctors say those wounds will require 7 or 8 more dressings. Well, then, goodbye until tonight, said Ferragus, holding out his hand to the man, who had just replaced the bandage. Yes, tonight, said the other, pressing his hand cordially. I wish I could see you past your sufferings. Tomorrow Monsieur de Funkel's papers will be delivered to us, and Henry Burignard will be dead forever, said Ferragus. Those fatal marks which have cost us so dear no longer exist. I shall become once more a social being, a man among men, and more of a man than the sailor whom the fishes are eating. God knows it is not for my own sake I have made myself a Portuguese count. Poor Gratian, you, the wisest of us all, our beloved brother, the Benjamin of the band, as you very well know. Adieu, keep an eye on Malincourt. You can rest easy on that score. Ho, stay, Marquise, cried the convict. What is it? Ida is capable of everything after the scene of last night. If she should throw herself into the river, I would not fish her out. She knows the secret of my name, and she'll keep it better there. But still, look after her, for she is, in her way, a good girl. Very well. The stranger departed. 10 minutes later Jules heard, with a feverish shudder, the rustle of a silk gown, and almost recognized by their sound the steps of his wife. "Well, father," said Clemence, "my poor father, are you better? What courage you have shown!" "Come here, my child," replied Ferragus, holding out his hand to her. Clemence held her forehead to him and he kissed it. "Now tell me, what is the matter, my little girl? What are these new troubles?" "Troubles, father, it concerns the life or death of the daughter you have loved so much." "Indeed you must, as I wrote you yesterday, you must find a way to see my poor Jules today. If you knew how good he has been to me, in spite of all suspicions apparently so legitimate." "Father, my love is my very life. Would you see me die? Ah! I have suffered so much that my life, I feel it, is in danger. And all because of the curiosity of that miserable Parisian," cried Ferragus. "I'd burn Paris down if I lost you, my daughter." "Ha! You may know what a lover is, but you don't yet know what a father can do." "Father, you frighten me when you look at me in that way. Don't weigh such different feelings in the same scales. I had a husband before I knew that my father was living. If your husband was the first to lay kisses on your forehead, I was the first to drop tears upon it," replied Ferragus. "But don't feel frightened, Clemence, speak to me frankly. I love you enough to rejoice in the knowledge that you are happy, though I, your father, may have little place in your heart, while you fill the whole of mine. Ah, what good such words do me! You make me love you more and more, though I seem to rob something from my Jules. But, my kind father, think what his sufferings are. What may I tell him today? My child, do you think I waited for your letter to save you from this threatened danger? Do you know what will become of those who venture to touch your happiness, or come between us? Have you never been aware that a second providence was guarding your life? 12 men of power and intellect form a phalanx round your love and your existence, ready to do all things to protect you. Think of your father, who has risked death to meet you in the public promenades, or see you asleep in your little bed in your mother's home, during the night time. Could such a father, to whom your innocent caresses give strength to live when a man of honor ought to have died to escape his infamy, could I, in short, I who breathe through your lips, and see with your eyes, and feel with your heart, could I fail to defend with the claws of a lion and the soul of a father, my only blessing, my life, my daughter? Since the death of that angel, your mother, I have dreamed but of one thing, the happiness of pressing you to my heart in the face of the whole earth, of burying the convict." He paused a moment, and then added, "of giving you a father who could press without shame your husband's hand, who could live without fear in both your hearts, who could say to all the world, 'This is my daughter,' in short, to be a happy father." "Oh, Father, father. After infinite difficulty, after searching the whole globe, continued Ferragus, my friends have found me the skin of a dead man in which to take my place once more in social life. A few days hence, I shall be Monsieur de Funkel, a Portuguese count. Ah! My dear child, there are few men of my age who would have had the patience to learn Portuguese and English, which were spoken fluently by that devil of a sailor, who was drowned at sea. But, my dear father, all has been foreseen, and prepared. A few days hence, His Majesty John VI, King of Portugal, will be my accomplice. My child, you must have a little patience where your father has had so much. But what would I not do to reward your devotion for the last 3 years, coming religiously to comfort your old father, at the risk of your own peace? Father, cried Clemence, taking his hands and kissing them. Come, my child, have courage still, keep my fatal secret a few days longer, till the end is reached. Jules is not an ordinary man, I know, but are we sure that his lofty character and his noble love may not impel him to dislike the daughter of oh, cried Clemence, you have read my heart, I have no other fear than that. The very thought turns me to ice, she added, in a heart-rending tone. But, father, think that I have promised him the truth in 2 hours. If so, my daughter, tell him to go to the Portuguese embassy and see the Comte de Funkel, your father. I will be there. But Monsieur de Morlincourt has told him of Ferragus. Oh, father, what torture, to deceive, deceive, deceive. Need you say that to me? But only a few days more, and no living man will be able to expose me. Besides, Monsieur de Morlincourt is beyond the faculty of remembering. Come, dry your tears, my silly child, and think. At this instant a terrible cry rang from the room in which Jules Desmarais was stationed. The clamour was heard by Madame Jules and Ferragus through the opening of the wall, and struck them with terror. Go and see what it means, Clemence said her father. Clemence ran rapidly down the little staircase, found the door into Madame Grigit's apartment wide open, heard the cries which echoed from the upper floor, went up the stairs, guided by the noise of sobs, and caught these words before she entered the fatal chamber: You, monsieur, you, with your horrid inventions, you are the cause of her death. Hush, miserable woman, replied Jules, putting his handkerchief on the mouth of the old woman, who began at once to cry out, Murder, help. At this instant Clemence entered, saw her husband, uttered a cry, and fled away. Who will save my child? Cried the widow Grigit. You have murdered her. How? Asked Jules, mechanically, for he was horror-struck at being seen by his wife. Read that, said the old woman, giving him a letter. Can money or annuities console me for that? Farewell, mother. I bequeath you what I have. I beg your pardon for my faults, and the last grief to which I put you by ending my life in the river. Henry, who I love more than myself, says I have made his misfortune, and as he has driven me away, and I have lost all my hopes of marrying him, I am going to drown myself. I shall go above Neuilly, so that they can't put me in the morgue. If Henry does not hate me any more after I am dead, ask him to bury a poor girl whose heart beat for him only, and to forgive me, for I did wrong to meddle in what didn't concern me. Take care of his wounds. How much he suffered, poor fellow. I shall have as much courage to kill myself as he had to burn his back. Carry home the corsets I have finished. And pray God for your daughter, Ida. Take this letter to Monsieur de Funkel, who is upstairs, said Jules. He alone can save your daughter, if there is still time. So saying he disappeared, running like a man who has committed a crime. His legs trembled. The hot blood poured into his swelling heart in torrents greater than at any other moment of his life, and left it again with untold violence. Conflicting thoughts struggled in his mind, and yet one thought predominated: he had not been loyal to the being he loved most. It was impossible for him to argue with his conscience, whose voice, rising high with conviction, came like an echo of those inward cries of his love during the cruel hours of doubt he had lately lived through. He spent the greater part of the day wandering about Paris, for he dared not go home. This man of integrity and honor feared to meet the spotless brow of the woman he had misjudged. We estimate wrongdoing in proportion to the purity of our conscience. The deed which is scarcely a fault in some hearts, takes the proportions of a crime in certain unsullied souls. The slightest stain on the white garment of a virgin makes it a thing ignoble as the rags of a mendicant. Between the two the difference lies in the misfortune of the one, the wrongdoing of the other. God never measures repentance, he never apportions it. As much is needed to efface a spot as to obliterate the crimes of a lifetime. These reflections fell with all their weight on Jules. Passions, like human laws, will not pardon, and their reasoning is more just, for are they not based upon a conscience of their own as infallible as an instinct? Jules finally came home pale, despondent, crushed beneath a sense of his wrongdoing, and yet expressing in spite of himself the joy his wife's innocence had given him. He entered her room all throbbing with emotion. She was in bed with a high fever. He took her hand, kissed it, and covered it with tears. "Dear angel," he said, when they were alone, "it is repentance." "And for what?" she answered. As she made that reply, she laid her head back upon the pillow, closed her eyes, and remained motionless, keeping the secret of her sufferings that she might not frighten her husband. The tenderness of a mother, the delicacy of an angel. All the woman was in her answer. The silence lasted long. Jules, thinking her asleep, went to question Josephine as to her mistress's condition. "Madame came home half dead, monsieur. We sent at once for Monsieur Honoré." "Did he come? What did he say?" "He said nothing, monsieur. He did not seem satisfied, gave orders that no one should go near Madame except the nurse, and said he should come back this evening." Jules returned softly to his wife's room and sat down in a chair before the bed. There he remained, motionless, with his eyes fixed on those of Clemence. When she raised her eyelids she saw him, and through those lids passed a tender glance, full of passionate love, free from reproach and bitterness, a look which fell like a flame of fire upon the heart of that husband, nobly absolved and forever loved by the being whom he had killed. The presentiment of death struck both their minds with equal force. Their looks were blended in one anguish, as their hearts had long been blended in one love, felt equally by both, and shared equally. No questions were uttered, a horrible certainty was there, in the wife an absolute generosity, in the husband an awful remorse, then, in both souls the same vision of the end, the same conviction of fatality. There came a moment when, thinking his wife asleep, Jules kissed her softly on the forehead, then after long contemplation of that cherished face, he said, "O God, leave me this angel still a little while that I may blot out my wrong by love and adoration. As a daughter, she is sublime, as a wife, what word can express her?" Clemence raised her eyes, they were full of tears. "You pain me," she said, in a feeble voice. It was getting late. Dr. Honoré came, and requested the husband to withdraw during his visit. When the doctor left the sick room, Jules asked him no question, one gesture was enough. "Call in consultation any physician in whom you place confidence. I may be wrong. Doctor, tell me the truth. I am a man, and I can bear it. Besides, I have the deepest interest in knowing it. I have certain affairs to settle." "Madame Jules is dying," said the physician. "There is some moral malady which has made great progress, and it has complicated her physical condition, which was already dangerous, and made still more so by her great imprudence. To walk about barefooted at night. To go out when I forbade it. On foot yesterday in the rain, today in a carriage. She must have meant to kill herself. But still, my judgment is not final. She has youth, and a most amazing nervous strength. It may be best to risk all to win all by employing some violent reagent. But I will not take upon myself to order it, nor will I advise it. In consultation I shall oppose it." Jules returned to his wife. For 11 days and 11 nights he remained beside her bed, taking no sleep during the day when he laid his head upon the foot of the bed. No man ever pushed the jealousy of care and the craving for devotion to such an extreme as he. He could not endure that the slightest service should be done by others for his wife. There were days of uncertainty, false hopes, now a little better, then a crisis, in short, all the horrible mutations of death as it wavers, hesitates, and finally strikes. Madame Jules always found strength to smile at her husband. She pitied him, knowing that soon he would be alone. It was a double death, that of life, that of love, but life grew feebler, and love grew mightier. One frightful night there was, when Clemence passed through that delirium which precedes the death of youth. She talked of her happy love, she talked of her father, she related her mother's revelations on her deathbed, and the obligations that mother had laid upon her. She struggled, not for life, but for her love which she could not leave. Grant, O God, she said, that he may not know I want him to die with me. Jules, unable to bear the scene, was at that moment in the adjoining room, and did not hear the prayer, which he would doubtless have fulfilled. When this crisis was over, Madame Jules recovered some strength. The next day she was beautiful and tranquil, hope seemed to come to her, she adorned herself, as the dying often do. Then she asked to be alone all day, and sent away her husband with one of those entreaties made so earnestly that they are granted as we grant the prayer of a little child. Jules, indeed, had need of this day. He went to Monsieur de Malincourt to demand the satisfaction agreed upon between them. It was not without great difficulty that he succeeded in reaching the presence of the author of these misfortunes, but the vidame, when he learned that the visit related to an affair of honor, obeyed the precepts of his whole life, and himself took Jules into the Baron's chamber. Monsieur Desmarais looked about him in search of his antagonist. Yes, that is really he, said the vidame, motioning to a man who was sitting in an armchair beside the fire. Who is it? Jules, said the dying man in a broken voice. Auguste had lost the only faculty that makes us live, memory. Jules Desmarais recoiled with horror at this sight. He could not even recognize the elegant young man in that thing without, as Bossuet said, a name in any language. It was, in truth, a corpse with whitened hair, its bones scarce covered with a wrinkled, blighted, withered skin, a corpse with white eyes motionless, mouth hideously gaping, like those of idiots or vicious men killed by excesses. No trace of intelligence remained upon that brow, nor in any feature, nor was there in that flabby flesh either color or the faintest appearance of circulating blood. Here was a shrunken, withered creature brought to the state of those monsters we see preserved in museums, floating in alcohol. Jules fancied that he saw above that face the terrible head of Ferragus, and his own anger was silenced by such a vengeance. The husband found pity in his heart for the vacant wreck of what was once a man. The duel has taken place, said the vidame. But he has killed many, answered Jules, sorrowfully. And many dear ones, added the old man. His grandmother is dying, and I shall follow her soon into the grave. On the morrow of this day, Madame Jules grew worse from hour to hour. She used a moment's strength to take a letter from beneath her pillow, and gave it eagerly to her husband with a sign that was easy to understand. She wished to give him, in a kiss, her last breath. He took it, and she died. Jules fell half dead himself and was taken to his brother's house. There, as he deplored in tears his absence of the day before, his brother told him that this separation was eagerly desired by Clemence, who wished to spare him the sight of the religious paraphernalia, so terrible to tender imaginations, which the Church displays when conferring the last sacraments upon the dying. You could not have borne it, said his brother. I could hardly bear the sight myself, and all the servants wept. Clemence was like a saint. She gathered strength to bid us all goodbye, and that voice, heard for the last time, rent our hearts. When she asked pardon for the pain she might unwillingly have caused her servants, there were cries and sobs and, "Enough, enough," said Jules. He wanted to be alone, that he might read the last words of the woman whom all had loved, and who had passed away like a flower. "My beloved, this is my last will." Why should we not make wills for the treasures of our hearts, as for our worldly property? Was not my love my property, my all? I mean here to dispose of my love, it was the only fortune of your Clemence, and it is all that she can leave you in dying. Jules, you love me still, and I die happy. The doctors may explain my death as they think best, I alone know the true cause. I shall tell it to you, whatever pain it may cause you. I cannot carry with me, in a heart all yours, a secret which you do not share, although I die the victim of an enforced silence. Jules, I was nurtured and brought up in the deepest solitude, far from the vices and the falsehoods of the world, by the loving woman whom you knew. Society did justice to her conventional charm, for that is what pleases society, but I knew secretly her precious soul. I could cherish the mother who made my childhood a joy without bitterness, and I knew why I cherished her. Was not that to love doubly? Yes, I loved her, I feared her, I respected her, yet nothing oppressed my heart, neither fear nor respect. I was all in all to her, she was all in all to me. For 19 happy years, without a care, my soul, solitary amid the world which muttered round me, reflected only her pure image, my heart beat for her and through her. I was scrupulously pious, I found pleasure in being innocent before God. My mother cultivated all noble and self-respecting sentiments in me. Ah! It gives me happiness to tell you, Jules, that I now know I was indeed a young girl, and that I came to you virgin in heart. When I left that absolute solitude, when, for the first time, I braided my hair and crowned it with almond blossoms, when I added, with delight, a few satin knots to my white dress, thinking of the world I was to see, and which I was curious to see, Jules, that innocent and modest coquetry was done for you. Yes, as I entered the world, I saw you first of all. Your face, I remarked it, it stood out from the rest, your person pleased me, your voice, your manners all inspired me with pleasant presentiments. When you came up, when you spoke to me, the color on your forehead, the tremble in your voice, that moment gave me memories with which I throb as I now write to you, as I now, for the last time, think of them. Our love was at first the keenest of sympathies, but it was soon discovered by each of us and then, as speedily, shared, just as, in after times, we have both equally felt and shared innumerable happinesses. From that moment my mother was only second in my heart. Next, I was yours, all yours. There is my life, and all my life, dear husband. And here is what remains for me to tell you. One evening, a few days before my mother's death, she revealed to me the secret of her life, not without burning tears. I have loved you better since the day I learned from the priest as he absolved my mother that there are passions condemned by the world and by the church. But surely God will not be severe when they are the sins of souls as tender as that of my mother, only, that dear woman could never bring herself to repent. She loved much, Jules, she was all love. So I have prayed daily for her, but never judged her. That night I learned the cause of her deep maternal tenderness. Then I also learned that there was in Paris a man whose life and whose love centered on me, that your fortune was his doing, and that he loved you. I learned also that he was exiled from society and bore a tarnished name, but that he was more unhappy for me, for us, than for himself. My mother was all his comfort, she was dying, and I promised to take her place. With all the ardor of a soul whose feelings had never been perverted, I saw only the happiness of softening the bitterness of my mother's last moments, and I pledged myself to continue her work of secret charity, the charity of the heart. The first time that I saw my father was beside the bed where my mother had just expired. When he raised his tearful eyes, it was to see in me a revival of his dead hopes. I had sworn, not to tell a lie, but to keep silence, and that silence what woman could have broken it. There is my fault, Jules, a fault which I expiate by death. I doubted you. But fear is so natural to a woman, above all, a woman who knows what it is that she may lose. I trembled for our love. My father's secret seemed to me the death of my happiness, and the more I loved, the more I feared. I dared not avow this feeling to my father, it would have wounded him, and in his situation a wound was agony. But, without a word from me, he shared my fears. That fatherly heart trembled for my happiness as much as I trembled for myself, but it dared not speak, obeying the same delicacy that kept me mute. Yes, Jules, I believed that you could not love the daughter of Gratian Burignard as you loved your Clemence. Without that terror could I have kept back anything from you, you who live in every fold of my heart. The day when that odious, unfortunate young officer spoke to you, I was forced to lie. That day, for the second time in my life, I knew what pain was. That pain has steadily increased until this moment, when I speak with you for the last time. What matters now my father's position? You know all. I could, by the help of my love, have conquered my illness and borne its sufferings, but I cannot stifle the voice of doubt. Is it not probable that my origin would affect the purity of your love and weaken it, diminish it? That fear nothing has been able to quench in me. There, Jules, is the cause of my death. I cannot live fearing a word, a look, a word you may never say, a look you may never give, but, I cannot help it, I fear them. I die beloved, there is my consolation. I have known, for the last 3 years, that my father and his friends have well nigh moved the world to deceive the world. That I might have a station in life, they have bought a dead man, a reputation, a fortune, so that a living man might live again, restored, and all this for you, for us. We were never to have known of it. Well, my death will save my father from that falsehood, for he will not survive me. Farewell, Jules, my heart is all here. To show you my love in its agony of fear, is not that bequeathing my whole soul to you? I could never have the strength to speak to you, I have only enough to write. I have just confessed to God the sins of my life. I have promised to fill my mind with the King of Heaven only, but I must confess to Him who is, for me, the whole of earth. Alas! Shall I not be pardoned for this last sigh between the life that was and the life that shall be? Farewell, my Jules, my loved one. I go to God, with whom is love without a cloud, to whom you will follow me. There, before His throne, united forever, we may love each other throughout the ages. This hope alone can comfort me. If I am worthy of being there at once, I will follow you through life. My soul shall bear your company, it will wrap you about, for you must stay here still, here below. Lead a holy life that you may the more surely come to me. You can do such good upon this earth. Is it not an angel's mission for the suffering soul to shed happiness about him, to give to others that which he has not? I bequeath you to the unhappy. Their smiles, their tears, are the only ones of which I cannot be jealous. We shall find a charm in sweet beneficence. Can we not live together still if you would join my name, your Clemence, in these good works? After loving as we have loved, there is naught but God, Jules. God does not lie, God never betrays. Adore Him only, I charge you. Lead those who suffer up to Him, comfort the sorrowing members of His church. Farewell, dear soul that I have filled. I know you will never love again. I may die happy in the thought that makes all women happy. Yes, my grave will be your heart. After this childhood I have just related, has not my life flowed on within that heart? Dead, you will never drive me forth. I am proud of that rare life. You will know me only in the flower of my youth, I leave you regrets without disillusions. Jules, it is a happy death. You, who have so fully understood me, may I ask one thing more of you, superfluous request, perhaps, the fulfillment of a woman's fancy, the prayer of a jealousy we all must feel. I pray you to burn all that especially belonged to us, destroy our chamber, annihilate all that is a memory of our happiness. Once more, farewell, the last farewell. It is all love, and so will be my parting thought, my parting breath. When Jules had read that letter there came into his heart one of those wild frenzies of which it is impossible to describe the awful anguish. All sorrows are individual, their effects are not subjected to any fixed rule. Certain men will stop their ears to hear nothing, some women close their eyes hoping never to see again. Great and splendid souls are met with who fling themselves into sorrow as into an abyss. In the matter of despair, all is true. Chapter V Conclusion Jules escaped from his brother's house and returned home, wishing to pass the night beside his wife, and see till the last moment that celestial creature. As he walked along with an indifference to life known only to those who have reached the last degree of wretchedness, he thought of how, in India, the law ordained that widows should die. He longed to die. He was not yet crushed, the fever of his grief was still upon him. He reached his home and went up into the sacred chamber. He saw his Clemence on the bed of death, beautiful, like a saint, her hair smoothly laid upon her forehead, her hands joined, her body wrapped already in its shroud. Tapers were lighted, a priest was praying, Josephine kneeling in a corner, wept, and, near the bed, were two men. One was Ferragus. He stood erect, motionless, gazing at his daughter with dry eyes. His head you might have taken for bronze. He did not see Jules. The other man was Jacques, to whom Madame Jules had been ever kind. Jacques felt for her one of those respectful friendships which rejoice the untroubled heart, a gentle passion, love without its desires and its storms. He had come to pay his debt of tears, to bid a long adieu to the wife of his friend, to kiss, for the first time, the icy brow of the woman he had tacitly made his sister. All was silence. Here death was neither terrible as in the churches, nor pompous as it makes its way along the streets. No, it was death in the home, a tender death. Here were pomps of the heart, tears drawn from the eyes of all. Jules sat down beside Jacques and pressed his hand. Then, without uttering a word, all these persons remained as they were till morning. When daylight paled the tapers, Jacques, foreseeing the painful scenes which would then take place, drew Jules away into another room. At this moment the husband looked at the father, and Ferragus looked at Jules. The two sorrows arraigned each other, measured each other, and comprehended each other in that look. A flash of fury shone for an instant in the eyes of Ferragus. "You killed her," thought he. "Why was I distrusted?" seemed the answer of the husband. The scene was one that might have passed between two tigers recognizing the futility of a struggle and, after a moment's hesitation, turning away, without even a roar. "Jacques," said Jules, "have you attended to everything?" "Yes, to everything," replied his friend, "but a man had forestalled me who had ordered and paid for all." "He tears his daughter from me," cried the husband, with the violence of despair. Jules rushed back to his wife's room, but the father was there no longer. Clemence had now been placed in a leaden coffin, and workmen were employed in soldering the cover. Jules returned, horrified by the sight. The sound of the hammers the men were using made him mechanically burst into tears. "Jacques," he said, "out of this dreadful night one idea has come to me, only one, but one I must make a reality at any price. I cannot let Clemence stay in any cemetery in Paris. I wish to burn her, to gather her ashes and keep her with me. Say nothing of this, but manage on my behalf to have it done. I am going to her chamber, where I shall stay until the time has come to go. You alone may come in there to tell me what you have done. Go, and spare nothing." During the morning, Madame Jules, after lying in a mortuary chapel at the door of her house, was taken to Saint Roch. The church was hung with black throughout. The sort of luxury thus displayed had drawn a crowd, for in Paris all things are sights, even true grief. There are people who stand at their windows to see how a son deplores a mother as he follows her body, there are others who hire commodious seats to see how a head is made to fall. No people in the world have such insatiate eyes as the Parisians. On this occasion, inquisitive minds were particularly surprised to see the 6 lateral chapels at St. Roch also hung in black. 2 men in mourning were listening to a mortuary mass said in each chapel. In the chancel no other persons but Monsieur Desmarais, the notary, and Jacquet were present. The servants of the household were outside the screen. To church loungers there was something inexplicable in so much pomp and so few mourners. But Jules had been determined that no indifferent persons should be present at the ceremony. High Mass was celebrated with the sombre magnificence of funeral services. Beside the ministers in ordinary of St. Roch, 13 priests from other parishes were present. Perhaps never did the Désiré produce upon Christians, assembled by chance, by curiosity, and thirsting for emotions, an effect so profound, so nervously glacial as that now caused by this hymn when the 8 voices of the precentors, accompanied by the voices of the priests and the choir boys, intoned it alternately. From the 6 lateral chapels 12 other childish voices rose shrilly in grief, mingling with the choir voices lamentably. From all parts of the church this morning issued, cries of anguish responded to the cries of fear. That terrible music was the voice of sorrows hidden from the world, of secret friendships weeping for the dead. Never, in any human religion, have the terrors of the soul, violently torn from the body and stormily shaken in presence of the fulminating majesty of God, been rendered with such force. Before that clamor of clamors all artists and their most passionate compositions must bow humiliated. No, nothing can stand beside that hymn, which sums all human passions, gives them a galvanic life beyond the coffin, and leaves them, palpitating still, before the living and avenging God. These cries of childhood, mingling with the tones of older voices, including thus in the song of death all human life and its developments, recalling the sufferings of the cradle, swelling to the griefs of other ages in the stronger male voices and the quavering of the priests, all this strident harmony, big with lightning and thunderbolts, does it not speak with equal force to the daring imagination, the coldest heart, nay, to philosophers themselves? As we hear it, we think God speaks. The vaulted arches of no church are mere material, they have a voice, they tremble, they scatter fear by the might of their echoes. We think we see unnumbered dead arising and holding out their hands. It is no more a father, a wife, a child, humanity itself is rising from its dust. It is impossible to judge of the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman faith, unless the soul has known that deepest grief of mourning for a loved one lying beneath the pall, unless it has felt the emotions that fill the heart, uttered by that hymn of despair, by those cries that crush the mind, by that sacred fear augmenting strophe by strophe, ascending heavenward, which terrifies, belittles, and elevates the soul, and leaves within our minds, as the last sound ceases, a consciousness of immortality. We have met and struggled with the vast idea of the infinite. After that, all is silent in the church. No word is said, skeptics themselves know not what they are feeling. Spanish genius alone was able to bring this untold majesty to untold griefs. When the solemn ceremony was over, 12 men came from the 6 chapels and stood around the coffin to hear the song of hope which the Church intones for the Christian soul before the human form is buried. Then, each man entered alone a mourning coach. Jacquet and Monsieur Desmarais took the 13th, the servants followed on foot. An hour later, they were at the summit of that cemetery popularly called Père Lachaise. The unknown 12 men stood in a circle round the grave, where the coffin had been laid in presence of a crowd of loiterers gathered from all parts of this public garden. After a few short prayers, the priest threw a handful of earth on the remains of this woman, and the grave diggers, having asked for their fee, made haste to fill the grave in order to dig another. Here this history seems to end, but perhaps it would be incomplete if, after giving a rapid sketch of Parisian life, and following certain of its capricious undulations, the effects of death were omitted. Death in Paris is unlike death in any other capital. Few persons know the trials of true grief in its struggle with civilization, and the government of Paris. Perhaps, also, Monsieur Jules and Ferragus 23 may have proved sufficiently interesting to make a few words on their afterlife not entirely out of place. Besides, some persons like to be told all, and wish, as one of our cleverest critics has remarked, to know by what chemical process oil was made to burn in Aladdin's lamp. Jacquet, being a government employee, naturally applied to the authorities for permission to exhume the body of Madame Jules and burn it. He went to see the prefect of police, under whose protection the dead sleep. That functionary demanded a petition. The blank was brought that gives to sorrow its proper administrative form. It was necessary to employ the bureaucratic jargon to express the wishes of a man so crushed that words, perhaps, were lacking to him, and it was also necessary to coldly and briefly repeat on the margin the nature of the request, which was done in these words: the petitioner respectfully asks for the incineration of his wife. When the official charged with making the report to the Councillor of State and Prefect of Police read that marginal note, explaining the object of the petition, and couched, as requested, in the plainest terms, he said, "This is a serious matter, my report cannot be ready under 8 days." Jules, to whom Jacquet was obliged to speak of this delay, comprehended the words that Ferragus had said in his hearing, "I'll burn Paris." Nothing seemed to him now more natural than to annihilate that receptacle of monstrous things. But he said to Jacquet, "You must go to the Minister of the Interior, and get your minister to speak to him." Jacquet went to the Minister of the Interior, and asked an audience. It was granted, but the time appointed was 2 weeks later. Jacquet was a persistent man. He traveled from bureau to bureau, and finally reached the private secretary of the Minister of the Interior, to whom he had made the private secretary of his own minister say a word. These high protectors aiding, he obtained for the morrow a second interview, in which, being armed with a line from the autocrat of foreign affairs to the Pasha of the Interior, Jacques hoped to carry the matter by assault. He was ready with reasons and answers to peremptory questions. In short, he was armed at all points, but he failed. "This matter does not concern me," said the minister. "It belongs to the prefect of police. Besides, there is no law giving a husband any legal right to the body of his wife, nor to fathers those of their children. The matter is serious. There are questions of public utility involved which will have to be examined. The interests of the city of Paris might suffer. Therefore, if the matter depended on me, which it does not, I could not decide hic nunc. I should require a report. A report is to the present system of administration what limbo or Hades is to Christianity." Jacques knew very well the mania for reports. He had not waited until this occasion to groan at that bureaucratic absurdity. He knew that since the invasion into public business of the report, an administrative revolution consummated in 1804, there was never known a single minister who would take upon himself to have an opinion or to decide the slightest matter, unless that opinion or matter had been winnowed, sifted, and plucked to bits by the paper spoilers, quill drivers, and splendid intellects of his particular bureau. Jacques, he was one of those who are worthy of Plutarch as biographer, saw that he had made a mistake in his management of the affair, and had, in fact, rendered it impossible by trying to proceed legally. The thing he should have done was to have taken Madame Jules to one of Desmarais' estates in the country, and there, under the good-natured authority of some village mayor, to have gratified the sorrowful longing of his friend. Law, constitutional and administrative, begets nothing. It is a barren monster for peoples, for kings, and for private interests. But the peoples decipher no principles but those that are writ in blood, and the evils of legality will always be pacific. It flattens a nation down, that is all. Jacques, a man of modern liberty, returned home reflecting on the benefits of arbitrary power. When he went with his report to Jules, he found it necessary to deceive him, for the unhappy man was in a high fever, unable to leave his bed. The Minister of the Interior mentioned, at a ministerial dinner that same evening, the singular fancy of a Parisian in wishing to burn his wife after the manner of the Romans. The clubs of Paris took up the subject, and talked for a while of the burials of antiquity. Ancient things were just then becoming a fashion, and some persons declared that it would be a fine thing to re-establish, for distinguished persons, the funeral pyre. This opinion had its defenders and its detractors. Some said that there were too many such personages, and the price of wood would be enormously increased by such a custom. Moreover, it would be absurd to see our ancestors in their urns in the procession at Longchamps. And if the urns were valuable, they were likely some day to be sold at auction, full of respectable ashes, or seized by creditors, a race of men who respected nothing. The other side made answer that our ancestors were much safer in urns than at Père Lachaise, for before very long the city of Paris would be compelled to order a Saint Bartholomew against its dead, who were invading the neighboring country, and threatening to invade the territory of Brie. It was, in short, one of those futile but witty discussions which sometimes cause deep and painful wounds. Happily for Jules, he knew nothing of the conversations, the witty speeches, and arguments which his sorrow had furnished to the tongues of Paris. The prefect of police was indignant that Monsieur Jacquet had appealed to a minister to avoid the wise delays of the commissioners of the public highways, for the exhumation of Madame Jules was a question belonging to that department. The police bureau was doing its best to reply promptly to the petition. One appeal was quite sufficient to set the office in motion, and once in motion matters would go far. But as for the administration, that might take the case before the Council of State, a machine very difficult indeed to move. After the second day Jacquet was obliged to tell his friend that he must renounce his desire, because, in a city where the number of tears shed on black draperies is tariffed, where the laws recognize 7 classes of funerals, where the scrap of ground to hold the dead is sold at its weight in silver, where grief is worked for what it is worth, where the prayers of the church are costly, and the vestry claim payment for extra voices in the dizery, all attempt to get out of the rut prescribed by the authorities for sorrow is useless and impossible. It would have been to me, said Jules, a comfort in my misery. I meant to have died away from here, and I hoped to hold her in my arms in a distant grave. I did not know that bureaucracy could send its claws into our very coffins. He now wished to see if room had been left for him beside his wife. The two friends went to the cemetery. When they reached it they found, as at the doors of museums, galleries, and coach offices, ciceroni, who proposed to guide them through the labyrinth of Père Lachaise. Neither Jules nor Jacquet could have found the spot where Clemence lay. Ah, frightful anguish! They went to the lodge to consult the porter of the cemetery. The dead have a porter, and there are hours when the dead are not receiving. It is necessary to upset all the rules and regulations of the upper and lower police to obtain permission to weep at night, in silence and solitude, over the grave where a loved one lies. There's a rule for summer and a rule for winter about this. Certainly, of all the porters in Paris, the porter of Père Lachaise is the luckiest. In the first place, he has no gate cord to pull, then, instead of a lodge, he has a house, an establishment which is not quite ministerial, although a vast number of persons come under his administration, and a good many employees. And this governor of the dead has a salary, with emoluments, and acts under powers of which none complain. He plays despot at his ease. His lodge is not a place of business, though it has departments where the bookkeeping of receipts, expenses, and profits, is carried on. The man is not a Swiss, nor a concierge, nor actually a porter. The gate which admits the dead stands wide open, and though there are monuments and buildings to be cared for, he is not a caretaker. In short, he is an indefinable anomaly, an authority which participates in all, and yet is nothing, an authority placed, like the dead on whom it is based, outside of all. Nevertheless, this exceptional man grows out of the city of Paris, that chimerical creation like the ship which is its emblem, that creature of reason moving on 1,000 paws which are seldom unanimous in motion. This guardian of the cemetery may be called a concierge who has reached the condition of a functionary, not soluble by dissolution. His place is far from being a sinecure. He does not allow anyone to be buried without a permit. He must count his dead. He points out to you in this vast field the 6 feet square of earth where you will one day put all you love, or all you hate, a mistress, or a cousin. Yes, remember this, all the feelings and emotions of Paris come to end here, at this porter's lodge, where they are administrationized. This man has registers in which his dead are booked. They are in their graves, and also on his records. He has under him keepers, gardeners, grave diggers, and their assistants. He is a personage. Mourning hearts do not speak to him at first. He does not appear at all except in serious cases, such as one corpse mistaken for another, a murdered body, an exhumation, a dead man coming to life. The bust of the reigning king is in his hall. Possibly he keeps the late royal, imperial, and quasi-royal busts in some cupboard, a sort of little Père Lachaise all ready for revolutions. In short, he is a public man, an excellent man, good husband and good father, epitaph apart. But so many diverse sentiments have passed before him on biers, he has seen so many tears, true and false, he has beheld sorrow under so many aspects and on so many faces, he has heard such endless thousands of eternal woes, that to him sorrow has come to be nothing more than a stone an inch thick, 4 feet long, and 24 inches wide. As for regrets, they are the annoyances of his office. He neither breakfasts nor dines without first wiping off the rain of an inconsolable affliction. He is kind and tender to other feelings. He will weep over a stage hero, over Monsieur Jamouil in the Auberge des Adrettes, the man with the butter-colored breeches, murdered by Macaire, but his heart is ossified in the matter of real dead men. Dead men are ciphers, numbers. To him, it is his business to organize death. Yet he does meet, 3 times in a century, perhaps, with an occasion when his part becomes sublime, and then he is sublime through every hour of his day, in times of pestilence. When Jacquet approached him, this absolute monarch was evidently out of temper. I told you, he was saying, to water the flowers from the Rue Masséna to the Place Regnault de Saint-Jean-d'Angely. You paid no attention to me. Sacré paper. Suppose the relations should take it into their heads to come here today because the weather is fine. What would they say to me? They'd shriek as if they were burned. They'd say horrid things of us, and calumniate us. Monsieur, said Jacquet, we want to know where Madame Jules is buried. Madame Jules who? He asked. We've had 3 Madame Jules within the last week. Ah, he said, interrupting himself. Here comes the funeral of Monsieur le Baron de Maulincourt. A fine procession, that. He has soon followed his grandmother. Some families, when they begin to go, rattle down like a wager. Lots of bad blood in Parisians. Monsieur, said Jacquet, touching him on the arm, the person I spoke of is Madame Jules Desmarais, the wife of the broker of that name. Ah, I know, he replied, looking at Jacquet. Wasn't it a funeral with 13 mourning coaches, and only one mourner in the 12 first? It was so droll we all noticed it. Monsieur, take care, Monsieur Desmarais is with me, he might hear you, and what you say is not seemly. I beg pardon, Monsieur, you are quite right. Excuse me, I took you for as. Monsieur, he continued, after consulting a plan of the cemetery, Madame Jules is in the Rue Maréchal Lefebvre, alley number 4, between Mademoiselle Raucourt, of the Comédie Française, and Monsieur Moyo Malvin, a butcher, for whom a handsome tomb in white marble has been ordered, which will be one of the finest in the cemetery. Monsieur, said Jacquet, interrupting him, that does not help us. True, said the official, looking round him. Jean, he cried, to a man whom he saw at a little distance, conduct these gentlemen to the grave of Madame Jules Desmarais, the broker's wife. You know where it is, near to Mademoiselle Raucourt, the tomb where there's a bust. The two friends followed the guide, but they did not reach the steep path which leads to the upper part of the cemetery without having to pass through a score of proposals and requests, made, with honeyed softness, by the touts of marble workers, iron founders, and monumental sculptors. If Monsieur would like to order something, we would do it on the most reasonable terms. Jacquet was fortunate enough to be able to spare his friend the hearing of these proposals so agonizing to bleeding hearts, and presently they reached the resting place. When Jules beheld the earth so recently dug, into which the masons had stuck stakes to mark the place for the stone posts required to support the iron railing, he turned, and leaned upon Jacquet's shoulder, raising himself now and again to cast long glances at the clay mound where he was forced to leave the remains of the being in and by whom he still lived. How miserably she lies there, he said. But she is not there, said Jacquet, she is in your memory. Come, let us go, let us leave this odious cemetery, where the dead are adorned like women for a ball. Suppose we take her away. Can it be done? All things can be done, cried Jules. So, I shall lie there, he added, after a pause. There is room enough. Jacquet finally succeeded in getting him to leave the great enclosure, divided like a chessboard by iron railings and elegant compartments, in which were tombs decorated with palms, inscriptions, and tears as cold as the stones on which sorrowing hearts had caused to be carved their regrets and coats of arms. Many good words are there engraved in black letters, epigrams reproving the curious, concetti, wittily turned farewells, rendezvous given at which only one side appears, pretentious biographies, glitter, rubbish and tinsel. Here the floriated thyrsus, there a lance head, farther on Egyptian urns, now and then a few cannon, on all sides the emblems of professions, and every style of art, Moorish, Greek, Gothic, friezes, ovules, paintings, vases, guardian angels, temples, together with innumerable immortelles, and dead rose bushes. It is a forlorn comedy. It is another Paris, with its streets, its signs, its industries, and its lodgings, but a Paris seen through the diminishing end of an opera glass, a microscopic Paris reduced to the littleness of shadows, spectres, dead men, a human race which no longer has anything great about it, except its vanity. Their jewels soar at his feet, in the long valley of the Seine, between the slopes of Vaugirard and Meudon and those of Belleville and Montmartre, the real Paris, wrapped in a misty blue veil produced by smoke, which the sunlight tendered at that moment diaphanous. He glanced with a constrained eye at those 40,000 houses, and said, pointing to the space comprised between the column of the Place Vendôme and the gilded cupola of the Invalides, "She was wrenched from me there by the fatal curiosity of that world which excites itself and meddles solely for excitement and occupation." 12 miles from where they were, on the banks of the Seine, in a modest village lying on the slope of a hill of that long hilly basin the middle of which great Paris stirs like a child in its cradle, a death scene was taking place, far indeed removed from Parisian pomps, with no accompaniment of torches or tapers or mourning coaches, without prayers of the church, in short, a death in all simplicity. Here are the facts. The body of a young girl was found early in the morning, stranded on the riverbank in the slime and reeds of the Seine. Men employed in dredging sand saw it as they were getting into their frail boat on their way to their work. "Tiens, 50 francs earned," said one of them. "True," said the other. They approached the body. A handsome girl. "We had better go and make our statement." And the two dredgers, after covering the body with their jackets, went to the house of the village mayor, who was much embarrassed at having to make out the legal papers necessitated by this discovery. The news of this event spread with the telegraphic rapidity peculiar to regions where social communications have no distractions, where gossip, scandal, calumny, in short, the social tale which feasts the world has no break of continuity from one boundary to another. Before long, persons arriving at the mayor's office released him from all embarrassment. They were able to convert the procès-verbal into a mere certificate of death, by recognizing the body as that of the Demoiselle Ida Grigit, corset maker, living Rue de la Corderie du Temple, No. 14. The judiciary police of Paris arrived, and the mother, bearing her daughter's last letter. Amid the mother's moans, a doctor certified to death by asphyxia, threw the injection of black blood into the pulmonary system, which settled the matter. The inquest over, and the certificates signed, by 6 o'clock the same evening authority was given to bury the grisette. The rector of the parish, however, refused to receive her into the church or to pray for her. Ida Grigit was therefore wrapped in a shroud by an old peasant woman, put into a common pine coffin, and carried to the village cemetery by 4 men, followed by a few inquisitive peasant women, who talked about the death with wonder mingled with some pity. The widow Grigit was charitably taken in by an old lady who prevented her from following the sad procession of her daughter's funeral. A man of triple functions, the bellringer, beadle, and grave digger of the parish, had dug a grave in the half-acre cemetery behind the church, a church well known, a classic church, with a square tower and pointed roof covered with slate, supported on the outside by strong corner buttresses. Behind the apse of the chancel lay the cemetery, enclosed with a dilapidated wall, a little field full of hillocks, no marble monuments, no visitors, but surely in every furrow, tears and true regrets, which were lacking to Ida Gridget. She was cast into a corner full of tall grass and brambles. After the coffin had been laid in this field, so poetic in its simplicity, the grave digger found himself alone, for night was coming on. While filling the grave, he stopped now and then to gaze over the wall along the road. He was standing thus, resting on his spade, and looking at the seine, which had brought him the body. "Poor girl!" cried the voice of a man who suddenly appeared. "How you made me jump, monsieur," said the grave digger. "Was any service held over the body you are burying?" "No, monsieur. Monsieur le curé wasn't willing. This is the first person buried here who didn't belong to the parish. Everybody knows everybody else in this place." "Does monsieur? Why, he's gone." Some days had elapsed when a man dressed in black called at the house of Monsieur Jules Desmarais, and without asking to see him carried up to the chamber of his wife a large porphyry vase, on which were inscribed the words: "Invitale gay conjugi moranti filii sinias restituitum assis 12. Juvantibus moribundus pater." "What a man!" cried Jules, bursting into tears. 8 days sufficed the husband to obey all the wishes of his wife, and to arrange his own affairs. He sold his practice to a brother of Martin Forlakes, and left Paris while the authorities were still discussing whether it was lawful for a citizen to dispose of the body of his wife. Who has not encountered on the boulevards of Paris, at the turn of a street, or beneath the arcades of the Palais Royal, or in any part of the world where chance may offer him the sight, a being, man or woman, at whose aspect 1,000 confused thoughts spring into his mind? At that sight we are suddenly interested, either by features of some fantastic conformation which reveal an agitated life, or by a singular effect of the whole person, produced by gestures, air, gait, clothes, or by some deep, intense look, or by other inexpressible signs which seize our minds suddenly and forcibly without our being able to explain even to ourselves the cause of our emotion. The next day other thoughts and other images have carried out of sight that passing dream. But if we meet the same personage again, either passing at some fixed hour, like the clerk of a mayor's office, or wandering about the public promenades, like those individuals who seem to be a sort of furniture of the streets of Paris, and who are always to be found in public places, at first representations or noted restaurants, then this being fastens himself or herself on our memory, and remains there like the first volume of a novel the end of which is lost. We are tempted to question this unknown person, and say, "Who are you? Why are you lounging here? By what right do you wear that pleated ruffle, that faded waistcoat, and carry that cane with an ivory top? Why those blue spectacles? For what reason do you cling to that cravat of a dead and gone fashion?" Among these wandering creations some belong to the species of the Greek Herme. They say nothing to the soul, they are there, and that is all. why is known to none. Such figure are a type of those used by sculptors for the four seasons, for commerce, for plenty, etc. Some others, former lawyers, old merchants, elderly generals, move and walk, and yet seem stationary. Like old trees that are half uprooted by the current of a river, they seem never to take part in the torrent of Paris, with its youthful, active crowd. It is impossible to know if their friends have forgotten to bury them, or whether they have escaped out of their coffins. At any rate, they have reached the condition of semi-fossils. One of these Parisian Melmoths had come within a few days into a neighborhood of sober, quiet people, who, when the weather is fine, are invariably to be found in the space which lies between the south entrance of the Luxembourg and the north entrance of the Observatoire, a space without a name, the neutral space of Paris. There, Paris is no longer, and there, Paris still lingers. The spot is a mingling of street, square, boulevard, fortification, garden, avenue, highroad, province, and metropolis. Certainly, all of that is to be found there, and yet the place is nothing of all that, it is a desert. Around this spot without a name stand the Foundling Hospital, the Burb, the Cochin Hospital, the Capucines, the Hospital La Rochefoucauld, the Deaf and Dumb Asylum, the Hospital of the Val de Grace, in short, all the vices and all the misfortunes of Paris find their asylum there. And, that nothing may lack in this philanthropic center, science there studies the tides and longitudes. Monsieur de Chateaubriand has erected the Marie Therese Infirmary, and the Carmelites have founded a convent. The great events of life are represented by bells which ring incessantly through this desert, for the mother giving birth, for the babe that is born, for the vice that succumbs, for the toiler who dies, for the virgin who prays, for the old man shaking with cold, for genius self-deluded. And a few steps off is the cemetery of Montparnasse, where, hour after hour, the sorry funerals of the Faubourg Saint-Marceau wend their way. This esplanade, which commands a view of Paris, has been taken possession of by bowl players. It is, in fact, a sort of bowling green frequented by old grey faces, belonging to kindly, worthy men, who seem to continue the race of our ancestors, whose countenances must only be compared with those of their surroundings. The man who had become, during the last few days, an inhabitant of this desert region, proved an assiduous attendant at these games of bowls, and must, undoubtedly, be considered the most striking creature of these various groups, who, if it is permissible to liken Parisians to the different orders of zoology, belonged to the genus mollusc. The newcomer kept sympathetic step with the coconet, the little bowl which serves as a goal and on which the interest of the game must center. He leaned against a tree when the coconet stopped, then, with the same attention that a dog gives to his master's gestures, he looked at the other bowls flying through the air, or rolling along the ground. You might have taken him for the weird and watchful genii of the coconet. He said nothing, and the bowl players, the most fanatic men that can be encountered among the sectarians of any faith, had never asked the reason of his dogged silence. In fact, the most observing of them thought him deaf and dumb. When it happened that the distances between the bowls and the coconut had to be measured, the cane of this silent being was used as a measure, the players coming up and taking it from the icy hands of the old man and returning it without a word or even a sign of friendliness. The loan of his cane seemed a servitude to which he had negatively consented. When a shower fell, he stayed near the coconut, the slave of the bowls, and the guardian of the unfinished game. Rain affected him no more than the fine weather did. He was, like the players themselves, an intermediary species between a Parisian who has the lowest intellect of his kind and an animal which has the highest. In other respects, pallid and shrunken, indifferent to his own person, vacant in mind, he often came bareheaded, showing his sparse white hair, and his square, yellow, bald skull, like the knee of a beggar seen through his tattered trousers. His mouth was half open, no ideas were in his glance, no precise object appeared in his movements, he never smiled, he never raised his eyes to heaven, but kept them habitually on the ground, where he seemed to be looking for something. At 4 o'clock an old woman arrived, to take him heaven knows where, which she did by towing him along by the arm, as a young girl drags a wilful goat which still wants to browse by the wayside. This old man was a horrible thing to see. In the afternoon of the day when Jules Desmarais left Paris, his travelling carriage, in which he was alone, passed rapidly through the Rue de l'Est, and came out upon the esplanade of the Observatoire at the moment when the old man, leaning against a tree, had allowed his cane to be taken from his hand amid the noisy vociferations of the players, pacifically irritated. Jules, thinking that he recognized that face, felt an impulse to stop, and at the same instant the carriage came to a standstill, for the postilion, hemmed in by some handcarts, had too much respect for the game to call upon the players to make way for him. "It is he," said Jules, beholding in that human wreck, Ferragus 23, chief of the Diverants. Then, after a pause, he added, "How he loved her. Go on, postilion." Addendum note: Ferragus is the first part of a trilogy. Part 2 is entitled The Duchesse de Langeais and Part 3 is The Girl with the Golden Eyes. In other addendum references all three stories are usually combined under the title The 13. The following personages appear in other stories of the human comedy: Burignard, Grottian Henry Victor Jean Joseph the Girl with the Golden Eyes Desmarets, Jules Caesar Birotteau Desmarets, Madame Jules Caesar Birotteau Desplain the Atheist's Mass Cousin Ponce Lost Illusions The Government Clerk's Puretta Bachelor's Establishment The Seamy Side of History Modest Mignon Scenes from a Courtesan's Life Honorine Grigit, Madame Etienne The Government Clerk's A Bachelor's Establishment Hoardry, Dr. Caesar Birotteau A Bachelor's Establishment The Seamy Side of History. Cousin Ponce Langeais, Duchesse Antoinette de Father Goriot The Duchess of Langeais Marseille, Henrietta the Duchess of Langeais, The Girl with the Golden Eyes, The Unconscious Humorists, Another Study of Women, The Lily of the Valley, Father Goriot, Jealousies of a Country Town, Ursule Mirouet, A Marriage Settlement, Lost Illusions, A Distinguished Provincial at Paris, Letters of Two Brides, The Ball at Sea, O Modest Mignon, The Secrets of a Princess, The Gondrevel Mystery, A Daughter of Eve Morlinka, Baronda, A Marriage Settlement, Maynardie, Madame, Scenes from a Courtesan's Life, Nucingen, Baron Delphine, Father Goriot, Eugenie Grandit, Caesar Bayrateau, Melmoth, Reconciled, Lost Illusions, A Distinguished Provincial at Paris, The Commission in Lunacy, Scenes from a Courtesan's Life, Modest Mignon, The Firm of Nucingen, Another Study of Women, A Daughter of Eve, The Member for Arcis Pamiers, Vidame de the Duchess of Langeais, Jealousies of a Country Town, Roncrolles, Marquise de the Imaginary Mistress, The Duchess of Langeais, The Girl with the Golden Eyes, The Peasantry, Ursule Mirouet, A Woman of 30, Another Study of Women, The Member for Arcis Cerise, Comtesse de A Start in Life, The Duchess of Langeais, Ursule Mirouet, A Woman of 30, Scenes from a Courtesan's Life, Another Study of Women, The Imaginary Mistress 2. The Duchess of Langeais, translated by Ellen, Marriage to Franz Liszt. In a Spanish city on an island in the Mediterranean, there stands a convent of the Order of Barefoot Carmelites, where the rule instituted by Saint Teresa is still preserved with all the first rigor of the Reformation brought about by that illustrious woman. Extraordinary as this may seem, it is none the less true. Almost every religious house in the peninsula, or in Europe for that matter, was either destroyed or disorganized by the outbreak of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. But as this island was protected through those times by the English fleet, its wealthy convent and peaceable inhabitants were secure from the general trouble and spoliation. The storms of many kinds which shook the first 15 years of the 19th century spent their force before they reached those cliffs at so short a distance from the coast of Andalusia. If the rumor of the emperor's name so much as reached the shore of the island, it is doubtful whether the holy women kneeling in the cloisters grasped the reality of his dream-like progress of glory, or the majesty that blazed in flame across kingdom after kingdom during his meteor life. In the minds of the Roman Catholic world, the convent stood out preeminent for a stern discipline which nothing had changed. The purity of its rule had attracted unhappy women from the furthest parts of Europe, women deprived of all human ties, sighing after the long suicide accomplished in the breast of God. No convent, indeed, was so well fitted for that complete detachment of the soul from all earthly things, which is demanded by the religious life, albeit on the continent of Europe there are many convents magnificently adapted to the purpose of their existence. Buried away in the loneliest valleys, hanging in midair on the steepest mountainsides, set down on the brink of precipices, in every place man has sought for the poetry of the infinite, the solemn awe of silence. In every place man has striven to draw closer to God, seeking Him on mountain peaks, in the depths below the crags, at the cliff's edge, and everywhere man has found God. But nowhere, save on this half-European, half-African ledge of rock could you find so many different harmonies, combining so to raise the soul, that the sharpest pain comes to be like other memories, the strongest impressions are dulled, till the sorrows of life are laid to rest in the depths. The convent stands on the highest point of the crags at the uttermost end of the island. On the side towards the sea the rock was once rent sheer away in some globe cataclysm. It rises up a straight wall from the base where the waves gnaw at the stone below high water mark. Any assault is made impossible by the dangerous reefs that stretch far out to sea, with the sparkling waves of the Mediterranean playing over them. So, only from the sea can you discern the square mass of the convent built conformably to the minute rules laid down as to the shape, height, doors, and windows of monastic buildings. From the side of the town, the church completely hides the solid structure of the cloisters and their roofs, covered with broad slabs of stone impervious to sun or storm or gales of wind. The church itself, built by the munificence of a Spanish family, is the crowning edifice of the town. Its fine, bold front gives an imposing and picturesque look to the little city in the sea. The sight of such a city, with its close huddled roofs, arranged for the most part amphitheatre-wise above a picturesque harbour, and crowned by a glorious cathedral front with triple-arched Gothic doorways, belfry towers, and filigree spires, is a spectacle surely in every way the sublimest on earth. Religion towering above daily life, to put men continually in mind of the end and the way, is in truth a thoroughly Spanish conception. But now surround this picture by the Mediterranean, and a burning sky. Imagine a few palms here and there, a few stunted evergreen trees mingling their waving leaves with the motionless flowers and foliage of carved stone. Look out over the reef with its white fringes of foam in contrast to the sapphire sea, and then turn to the city, with its galleries and terraces whither the townsfolk come to take the air among their flowers of an evening, above the houses and the tops of the trees in their little gardens. Add a few sails down in the harbour, and lastly, in the stillness of falling night, listen to the organ music, the chanting of the services, the wonderful sound of bells pealing out over the open sea. There is sound and silence everywhere, oftener still there is silence over all. The church is divided within into a sombre mysterious nave and narrow aisles. For some reason, probably because the winds are so high, the architect was unable to build the flying buttresses and intervening chapels which adorn almost all cathedrals, nor are there openings of any kind in the walls which support the weight of the roof. Outside there is simply the heavy wall structure, a solid mass of grey stone further strengthened by huge piers placed at intervals. Inside, the nave and its little side galleries are lighted entirely by the great stained glass rose window suspended by a miracle of art above the centre doorway, for upon that side the exposure permits of the display of lace-work in stone and of other beauties peculiar to the style improperly called Gothic. The larger part of the nave and aisles was left for the townsfolk, who came and went and heard mass there. The choir was shut off from the rest of the church by a grating and thick folds of brown curtain, left slightly apart in the middle in such a way that nothing of the choir could be seen from the church except the high altar and the officiating priest. The grating itself was divided up by the pillars which supported the organ loft, and this part of the structure, with its carved wooden columns, completed the line of the arcading in the gallery carried by the shafts in the nave. If any inquisitive person, therefore, had been bold enough to climb upon the narrow balustrade in the gallery to look down into the choir, he could have seen nothing but the tall 8-sided windows of stained glass beyond the high altar. At the time of the French expedition into Spain to establish Ferdinand VII once more on the throne, a French general came to the island after the taking of Cadiz, ostensibly to require the recognition of the king's government, really to see the convent and to find some means of entering it. The undertaking was certainly a delicate one, but a man of passionate temper, whose life had been, as it were, but one series of poems in action, a man who all his life long had lived romances instead of writing them, a man preeminently a doer, was sure to be tempted by a deed which seemed to be impossible. To open the doors of a convent of nuns by lawful means. The Metropolitan or the Pope would scarcely have permitted it. And as for force or stratagem, might not any indiscretion cost him his position, his whole career as a soldier, and the end in view to boot? The Duc d'Angoulême was still in Spain, and of all the crimes which a man in favor with the commander-in-chief might commit, this one alone was certain to find him inexorable. The general had asked for the mission to gratify private motives of curiosity, though never was curiosity more hopeless. This final attempt was a matter of conscience. The Carmelite convent on the island was the only nunnery in Spain which had baffled his search. As he crossed from the mainland, scarcely an hour's distance, he felt a presentiment that his hopes were to be fulfilled, and afterwards, when as yet he had seen nothing of the convent but its walls, and of the nuns not so much as their robes, while he had merely heard the chanting of the service, there were dim auguries under the walls and in the sound of the voices to justify his frail hope. And, indeed, however faint those so unaccountable presentiments might be, never was human passion more vehemently excited than the general's curiosity at that moment. There are no small events for the heart exaggerates everything. The heart weighs the fall of a 14-year-old empire and the dropping of a woman's glove in the same scales, and the glove is nearly always the heavier of the two. So here are the facts in all their prosaic simplicity. The facts first, the emotions will follow. An hour after the general landed on the island, the royal authority was re-established there. Some few constitutional Spaniards who had found their way thither after the fall of Cadiz were allowed to charter a vessel and sail for London. So there was neither resistance nor reaction. But the change of government could not be effected in the little town without a mass, at which the two divisions under the general's command were obliged to be present. Now, it was upon this mass that the general had built his hopes of gaining some information as to the sisters in the convent. He was quite unaware how absolutely the Carmelites were cut off from the world, but he knew that there might be among them one whom he held dearer than life, dearer than honor. His hopes were cruelly dashed at once. Mass, it is true, was celebrated in state. In honor of such a solemnity, the curtains which always hid the choir were drawn back to display its riches, its valuable paintings and shrines so bright with gems that they eclipsed the glories of the ex-votos of gold and silver hung up by sailors of the port on the columns in the nave. But all the nuns had taken refuge in the organ loft. And yet, in spite of this first check, during this very Mass of Thanksgiving, the most intimately thrilling drama that ever set a man's heart beating opened out widely before him. The sister who played the organ aroused such intense enthusiasm, that not a single man regretted that he had come to the service. Even the men in the ranks were delighted, and the officers were in ecstasy. As for the general, he was seemingly calm and indifferent. The sensations stirred in him as the sister played one piece after another belonged to the small number of things which it is not lawful to utter. Words are powerless to express them, like death, God, eternity. They can only be realized through their one point of contact with humanity. Strangely enough, the organ music seemed to belong to the school of Rossini, the musician who brings most human passion into his art. Some day his works, by their number and extent, will receive the reverence due to the Homer of music. From among all the scores that we owe to his great genius, the nun seemed to have chosen Moses in Egypt for special study, doubtless because the spirit of sacred music finds therein its supreme expression. Perhaps the soul of the great musician, so gloriously known to Europe, and the soul of this unknown executant had met in the intuitive apprehension of the same poetry. So at least thought two dilettante officers who must have missed the theatre of art in Spain. At last in the Te Deum no one could fail to discern a French soul in the sudden change that came over the music. Joy for the victory of the most Christian king evidently stirred this nun's heart to the depths. She was a Frenchwoman beyond mistake. Soon the love of country shone out, breaking forth like shafts of light from the fugue, as the sister introduced variations with all a Parisienne's fastidious taste, and blended vague suggestions of our grandest national airs with her music. A Spaniard's fingers would not have brought this warmth into a graceful tribute paid to the victorious arms of France. The musician's nationality was revealed. "We find France everywhere," it seems, said one of the men. The general had left the church during the Te Deum. He could not listen any longer. The nun's music had been a revelation of a woman loved to frenzy, a woman so carefully hidden from the world's eyes, so deeply buried in the bosom of the church, that hitherto the most ingenious and persistent efforts made by men who brought great influence and unusual powers to bear upon the search had failed to find her. The suspicion aroused in the general's heart became all but a certainty with the vague reminiscence of a sad, delicious melody, the air of Fleuve d'Utage. The woman he loved had played the prelude to the ballad in a boudoir in Paris, how often? And now this nun had chosen the song to express an exile's longing, amid the joy of those that triumphed. Terrible sensation! To hope for the resurrection of a lost love, to find her only to know that she was lost, to catch a mysterious glimpse of her after 5 years, in which the pent-up passion, chafing in an empty life, had grown the mightier for every fruitless effort to satisfy it. Who has not known, at least once in his life, what it is to lose some precious thing, and after hunting through his papers, ransacking his memory, and turning his house upside down, after 1 or 2 days spent in vain search, and hope, and despair, after a prodigious expenditure of the liveliest irritation of soul, who has not known the ineffable pleasure of finding that all-important nothing which had come to be a king of monomania. Very good. Now, spread that fury of search over 5 years, put a woman, put a heart, put love in the place of the trifle, transpose the monomania into the key of high passion, and, furthermore, let the seeker be a man of ardent temper, with a lion's heart and a leonine head and mane, a man to inspire awe and fear in those who come in contact with him. Realize this, and you may, perhaps, understand why the general walked abruptly out of the church when the first notes of a ballad, which he used to hear with a rapture of delight in a gilt-panelled boudoir, began to vibrate along the aisles of the church in the sea. The general walked away down the steep street which led to the port, and only stopped when he could not hear the deep notes of the organ. Unable to think of anything but the love which broke out in volcanic eruption, filling his heart with fire, he only knew that the Te Deum was over when the Spanish congregation came pouring out of the church. Feeling that his behavior and attitude might seem ridiculous, he went back to head the procession, telling the alcalde and the governor that, feeling suddenly faint, he had gone out into the air. Casting about for a plea for prolonging his stay, it at once occurred to him to make the most of this excuse, framed on the spur of the moment. He declined, on a plea of increasing indisposition, to preside at the banquet given by the town to the French officers, betook himself to his bed, and sent a message to the Major General, to the effect that temporary illness obliged him to leave the colonel in command of the troops for the time being. This commonplace but very plausible stratagem relieved him of all responsibility for the time necessary to carry out his plans. The general, nothing if not Catholic and monarchical, took occasion to inform himself of the hours of the services, and manifested the greatest zeal for the performance of his religious duties, piety which caused no remark in Spain. The very next day, while the division was marching out of the town, the general went to the convent to be present at vespers. He found an empty church. The townsfolk, devout though they were, had all gone down to the quay to watch the embarkation of the troops. He felt glad to be the only man there. He tramped noisily up the nave, clanking his spurs till the vaulted roof rang with the sound. He coughed, he talked aloud to himself to let the nuns know, and more particularly to let the organist know that if the troops were gone, one Frenchman was left behind. Was this singular warning heard and understood? He thought so. It seemed to him that in the Magnificat the organ made response which was borne to him on the vibrating air. The nun's spirit found wings in music and fled towards him, throbbing with the rhythmical pulse of the sounds. Then, in all its might, the music burst forth and filled the church with warmth. The song of joy set apart in the sublime liturgy of Latin Christianity to express the exaltation of the soul in the presence of the glory of the ever-living God, became the utterance of a heart almost terrified by its gladness in the presence of the glory of immortal love, a love that yet lived, a love that had risen to trouble her even beyond the grave in which the nun is laid, that she may rise again as the bride of Christ. The organ is in truth the grandest, the most daring, the most magnificent of all instruments invented by human genius. It is a whole orchestra in itself. It can express anything in response to a skilled touch. Surely it is in some sort a pedestal on which the soul poises for a flight forth into space, essaying on her course to draw picture after picture in an endless series, to paint human life, to cross the infinite that separates heaven from earth. And the longer a dreamer listens to those giant harmonies, the better he realizes that nothing save this 100-voiced choir on earth can fill all the space between kneeling men, and a God hidden by the blinding light of the sanctuary. The music is the one interpreter strong enough to bear up the prayers of humanity to heaven, prayer in its omnipotent moods, prayer tinged by the melancholy of many different natures, colored by meditative ecstasy, upspringing with the impulse of repentance, blended with the myriad fancies of every creed. Yes. In those long vaulted aisles the melodies inspired by the sense of things divine are blended with a grandeur unknown before, are decked with new glory and might. Out of the dim daylight, and the deep silence broken by the chanting of the choir in response to the thunder of the organ, a veil is woven for God, and the brightness of His attributes shines through it. And this wealth of holy things seemed to be flung down like a grain of incense upon the fragile altar raised to love beneath the eternal throne of a jealous and avenging God. Indeed, in the joy of the nun there was little of that awe and gravity which should harmonize with the solemnities of the Magnificat. She had enriched the music with graceful variations, earthly gladness throbbing through the rhythm of each. In such brilliant quivering notes some great singer might strive to find a voice for her love. Her melodies fluttered as a bird flutters about her mate. There were moments when she seemed to leap back into the past, to dally there now with laughter, now with tears. Her changing moods, as it were, ran riot. She was like a woman excited and happy over her lover's return. But at length, after the swaying fugues of delirium, after the marvelous rendering of a vision of the past, a revulsion swept over the soul that thus found utterance for itself. With a swift transition from the major to the minor, the organist told her hearer of her present lot. She gave the story of long melancholy broodings, of the slow course of her moral malady. How day by day she deadened the senses, how every night cut off one more thought, how her heart was slowly reduced to ashes. The sadness deepened shade after shade through languid modulations, and in a little while the echoes were pouring out a torrent of grief. Then on a sudden, high notes rang out like the voices of angels singing together, as if to tell the lost but not forgotten lover that their spirits now could only meet in heaven. Pathetic hope. Then followed the Amen. No more joy, no more tears in the air, no sadness, no regrets. The Amen was the return to God. The final chord was deep, solemn, even terrible, for the last rumblings of the bass sent a shiver through the audience that raised the hair on their heads. The nun shook out her veiling of crepe, and seemed to sink again into the grave from which she had risen for a moment. Slowly the reverberations died away. It seemed as if the church, but now so full of light, had returned to thick darkness. The general had been caught up and borne swiftly away by this strong-winged spirit. He had followed the course of its flight from beginning to end. He understood to the fullest extent the imagery of that burning symphony. For him the chords reached deep and far. For him, as for the sister, the poem meant future, present, and past. Is not music, and even opera music, a sort of text, which a susceptible or poetic temper, or a sore and stricken heart, may expand as memories shall determine? If a musician must needs have the heart of a poet, must not the listener too be in a manner a poet and a lover to hear all that lies in great music? Religion, love, and music, what are they but a threefold expression of the same fact, of that craving for expansion which stirs in every noble soul? And these three forms of poetry ascend to God, in whom all passion on earth finds its end. Wherefore the holy human Trinity finds a place amid the infinite glories of God, whom we always represent surrounded with the fires of love and cisterns of gold, music and light and harmony. Is not he the cause and the end of all our strivings? The French general guessed rightly that here in the desert, on this bare rock in the sea, the nun had seized upon music as an outpouring of the passion that still consumed her. Was this her manner of offering up her love as a sacrifice to God? Or was it love exultant in triumph over God? The questions were hard to answer. But one thing at least the general could not mistake: in this heart, dead to the world, the fire of passion burned as fiercely as in his own. Vespers over, he went back to the alcalde with whom he was staying. In the all-absorbing joy which comes in such full measure when a satisfaction sought long and painfully is attained at last, he could see nothing beyond this: he was still loved. In her heart love had grown in loneliness, even as his love had grown stronger as he surmounted one barrier after another which this woman had set between them. The glow of soul came to its natural end. There followed a longing to see her again, to contend with God for her, to snatch her away, a rash scheme, which appealed to a daring nature. He went to bed, when the meal was over, to avoid questions, to be alone and think at his ease, and he lay absorbed by deep thought till day broke. He rose only to go to Mass. He went to the church and knelt close to the screen, with his forehead touching the curtain. He would have torn a hole in it if he had been alone, but his host had come with him out of politeness, and the least imprudence might compromise the whole future of his love, and ruin the new hopes. The organ sounded, but it was another player, and not the nun of the last 2 days whose hands touched the keys. It was all colorless and cold for the general. Was the woman he loved prostrated by emotion which well nigh overcame a strong man's heart? Had she so fully realized and shared an unchanged, longed for love, that now she lay dying on her bed in her cell? While innumerable thoughts of this kind perplexed his mind, the voice of the woman he worshipped rang out close beside him. He knew its clear resonant soprano. It was her voice, with that faint tremor in it which gave it all the charm that shyness and diffidence gives to a young girl, her voice, distinct from the mass of singing as a prima donna's in the chorus of a finale. It was like a golden or silver thread in dark frieze. It was she. There could be no mistake. Parisienne now as ever, she had not laid coquetry aside when she threw off worldly adornments for the veil and the Carmelite's coarse serge. She who had affirmed her love last evening in the praise sent up to God, seemed now to say to her lover, "Yes, it is I. I am here. My love is unchanged, but I am beyond the reach of love. You will hear my voice, my soul shall enfold you, and I shall abide here under the brown shroud in the choir from which no power on earth can tear me. You shall never see me more." It is she indeed, the general said to himself, raising his head. He had leant his face on his hands, unable at first to bear the intolerable emotion that surged like a whirlpool in his heart, when that well-known voice vibrated under the arcading, with the sound of the sea for accompaniment. Storm was without, and calm within the sanctuary. Still that rich voice poured out all its caressing notes, it fell like balm on the lover's burning heart. It blossomed upon the air that a man would fain breathe more deeply to receive the effluence of a soul breathed forth with love in the words of the prayer. The alcalde coming to join his guest found him in tears during the elevation, while the nun was singing, and brought him back to his house. Surprised to find so much piety in a French military man, the worthy magistrate invited the confessor of the convent to meet his guest. Never had news given the general more pleasure. He paid the ecclesiastic a good deal of attention at supper, and confirmed his Spanish hosts in the high opinion they had formed of his piety by a not wholly disinterested respect. He inquired with gravity how many sisters there were in the convent, and asked for particulars of its endowment and revenues, as if from courtesy he wished to hear the good priest discourse on the subject most interesting to him. He informed himself as to the manner of life led by the holy women. Were they allowed to go out of the convent, or to see visitors? "Señor," replied the venerable churchman, "the rule is strict. A woman cannot enter a monastery of the order of Saint Bruno without a special permission from His Holiness, and the rule here is equally stringent. No man may enter a convent of barefoot Carmelites unless he is a priest specially attached to the services of the house by the Archbishop. None of the nuns may leave the convent, though the great saint, Saint Teresa, often left her cell. The visitor or the Mother Superior can alone give permission, subject to an authorization from the Archbishop, for a nun to see a visitor, and then especially in a case of illness. Now we are one of the principal houses, and consequently we have a Mother Superior here. Among other foreign sisters there is one French woman, Sister Teresa. She it is who directs the music in the chapel." "Oh," said the general, with feigned surprise. "She must have rejoiced over the victory of the House of Bourbon. I told them the reason of the Mass. They are always a little bit inquisitive. But Sister Teresa may have interests in France. Perhaps she would like to send some message or to hear news." "I do not think so. She would have come to ask me. As a fellow countryman, I should be quite curious to see her," said the general. "If it is possible, if the Lady Superior consents, if, even at the grating and in the Reverend Mother's presence, an interview would be quite impossible for anybody whatsoever, but, strict as the Mother is, for a deliverer of our holy religion and the throne of His Catholic Majesty, the rule might be relaxed for a moment, said the confessor, blinking. I will speak about it. How old is Sister Teresa? Inquired the lover. He dared not ask any questions of the priest as to the nun's beauty. She does not reckon years now, the good man answered, with a simplicity that made the general shudder. Next day before siesta, the confessor came to inform the French general that Sister Teresa and the mother consented to receive him at the grating in the parlor before vespers. The general spent the siesta in pacing to and fro along the quay in the noonday heat. Thither the priest came to find him, and brought him to the convent by way of the gallery round the cemetery. Fountains, green trees, and rows of arcading maintained a cool freshness in keeping with the place. At the further end of the long gallery the priest led the way into a large room divided in two by a grating covered with a brown curtain. In the first, and in some sort of public half of the apartment, where the confessor left the newcomer, a wooden bench ran round the wall, and 2 or 3 chairs, also of wood, were placed near the grating. The ceiling consisted of bare unornamented joists and cross-beams of ilex wood. As the 2 windows were both on the inner side of the grating, and the dark surface of the wood was a bad reflector, the light in the place was so dim that you could scarcely see the great black crucifix, the portrait of Saint Teresa, and a picture of the Madonna which adorned the grey parlour walls. Tumultuous as the general's feelings were, they took something of the melancholy of the place. He grew calm in that homely quiet. A sense of something vast as the tomb took possession of him beneath the chill unceiled roof. Here, as in the grave, was there not eternal silence, deep peace, the sense of the infinite? And besides this there was the quiet and the fixed thought of the cloister, a thought which you felt like a subtle presence in the air, and in the dim dusk of the room, an all-pervasive thought nowhere definitely expressed, and looming the larger in the imagination, for in the cloister the great saying, "Peace in the Lord," enters the least religious soul as a living force. The monk's life is scarcely comprehensible. A man seems confessed a weakling in a monastery. He was born to act, to live out a life of work. He is evading a man's destiny in his cell. But what man's strength, blended with pathetic weakness, is implied by a woman's choice of the convent life? A man may have any number of motives for burying himself in a monastery. For him it is the leap over the precipice. A woman has but one motive, she is a woman still, she betroths herself to a heavenly bridegroom. Of the monk you may ask, why did you not fight your battle? But if a woman immures herself in the cloister, is there not always a sublime battle fought first? At length it seemed to the general that that still room, and the lonely convent in the sea, were full of thoughts of him. Love seldom attains to solemnity, yet surely a love still faithful in the breast of God was something solemn, something more than a man had a right to look for as things are in this 19th century. The infinite grandeur of the situation might well produce an effect upon the general's mind. he had precisely enough elevation of soul to forget politics, honors, Spain, and society in Paris, and to rise to the height of this lofty climax. And what in truth could be more tragic? How much must pass in the souls of these two lovers, brought together in a place of strangers, on a ledge of granite in the sea, yet held apart by an intangible, unsurmountable barrier. Try to imagine the man saying within himself, "Shall I triumph over God in her heart?" when a faint rustling sound made him quiver, and the curtain was drawn aside. Between him and the light stood a woman. Her face was hidden by the veil that drooped from the folds upon her head. She was dressed according to the rule of the order in a gown of the color become proverbial. Her bare feet were hidden. If the general could have seen them, he would have known how appallingly thin she had grown, and yet in spite of the thick folds of her coarse gown, a mere covering and no ornament, he could guess how tears, and prayer, and passion, and loneliness had wasted the woman before him. An ice-cold hand, belonging, no doubt, to the Mother Superior, held back the curtain. The general gave the enforced witness of their interview a searching glance, and met the dark, inscrutable gaze of an aged recluse. The mother might have been a century old, but the bright, youthful eyes belied the wrinkles that furrowed her pale face. "Mme la Duchesse," he began, his voice shaken with emotion, "does your companion understand French?" The veiled figure bowed her head at the sound of his voice. "There is no Duchess here," she replied. "It is Sister Teresa whom you see before you. She whom you call my companion is my mother in God, my superior here on earth." The words were so meekly spoken by the voice that sounded in other years amid harmonious surroundings of refined luxury, the voice of a queen of fashion in Paris. Such words from the lips that once spoke so lightly and flippantly struck the general dumb with amazement. "The Holy Mother only speaks Latin and Spanish," she added. "I understand neither. Dear Antoinette, make my excuses to her." The light fell full upon the nun's figure. A thrill of deep emotion betrayed itself in a faint quiver of her veil as she heard her name softly spoken by the man who had been so hard in the past. "My brother," she said, drawing her sleeve under her veil, perhaps to brush tears away, "I am Sister Teresa." Then, turning to the superior, she spoke in Spanish. The general knew enough of the language to understand what she said perfectly well. Possibly he could have spoken it had he chosen to do so. "Dear Mother, the gentleman presents his respects to you, and begs you to pardon him if he cannot pay them himself, but he knows neither of the languages which you speak." The aged nun bent her head slowly, with an expression of angelic sweetness, enhanced at the same time by the consciousness of her power and dignity. "Do you know this gentleman?" she asked, with a keen glance. "Yes, Mother." "Go back to your cell, my daughter," said the mother imperiously. The general slipped aside behind the curtain lest the dreadful tumult within him should appear in his face. Even in the shadow it seemed to him that he could still see the superior's piercing eyes. He was afraid of her. She held his little, frail, hardly won happiness in her hands, and he who had never quailed under a triple row of guns, now trembled before this nun. The Duchess went towards the door, but she turned back. "Mother," she said, with dreadful calmness, "the Frenchman is one of my brothers." "Then stay, my daughter," said the superior, after a pause. The piece of admirable Jesuitry told of such love and regret, that a man less strongly constituted might have broken down under the keen delight in the midst of a great and, for him, an entirely novel peril. Oh, how precious words, looks, and gestures became when love must baffle lynx eyes and tiger's claws. Sister Teresa came back. "You see, my brother, what I have dared to do, only to speak to you for a moment of your salvation and of the prayers that my soul puts up for your soul daily. I am committing mortal sin. I have told a lie. How many days of penance must expiate that lie? But I shall endure it for your sake. My brother, you do not know what happiness it is to love in heaven, to feel that you can confess love purified by religion, love transported into the highest heights of all, so that we are permitted to lose sight of all but the soul. If the doctrine and the spirit of the saint to whom we owe this refuge had not raised me above earth's anguish, and caught me up and set me, far indeed beneath the sphere wherein she dwells, yet truly above this world, I should not have seen you again. But now I can see you, and hear your voice, and remain calm." The general broke in, "But, Antoinette, let me see you, you whom I love passionately, desperately, as you could have wished me to love you. Do not call me Antoinette, I implore you. Memories of the past hurt me. You must see no one here but Sister Teresa, a creature who trusts in the divine mercy." She paused for a little, and then added, "You must control yourself, my brother. Our mother would separate us without pity if there is any worldly passion in your face, or if you allow the tears to fall from your eyes." The general bowed his head to regain self-control. When he looked up again he saw her face beyond the grating, the thin, white, but still impassioned face of the nun. All the magic charm of youth that once bloomed there, all the fair contrast of velvet whiteness and the color of the Bengal rose, had given place to a burning glow, as of a porcelain jar with a faint light shining through it. The wonderful hair in which she took such pride had been shaven, there was a bandage round her forehead and about her face. An ascetic life had left dark traces about the eyes, which still sometimes shot out fevered glances. Their ordinary calm expression was but a veil. In a few words, she was but the ghost of her former self. "Ah, you that have come to be my life, you must come out of this tomb. You were mine, you had no right to give yourself, even to God. Did you not promise me to give up all at the least command from me? You may perhaps think me worthy of that promise now when you hear what I have done for you. I have sought you all through the world. You have been in my thoughts at every moment for 5 years, my life has been given to you. My friends, very powerful friends, as you know, have helped with all their might to search every convent in France, Italy, Spain, Sicily, and America. Love burned more brightly for every vain search. Again and again I made long journeys with a false hope. I have wasted my life and the heaviest throbbings of my heart in vain under many a dark convent wall. I am not speaking of a faithfulness that knows no bounds, for what is it? Nothing compared with the infinite longings of my love. If your remorse long ago was sincere, you ought not to hesitate to follow me today. You forget that I am not free. The Duke is dead, he answered quickly. Sister Teresa flushed red. May heaven be open to him, she cried with a quick rush of feeling. He was generous to me. But I did not mean such ties. It was one of my sins that I was ready to break them all without scruple, for you. Are you speaking of your vows? The general asked, frowning. I did not think that anything weighed heavier with your heart than love. But do not think twice of it, Antoinette. The Holy Father himself shall absolve you of your oath. I will surely go to Rome. I will entreat all the powers of earth. If God could come down from heaven, I would. Do not blaspheme. So do not fear the anger of God. Ah! I would far rather hear that you would leave your prison for me, that this very night you would let yourself down into a boat at the foot of the cliffs. And we would go away to be happy somewhere at the world's end, I know not where. And with me at your side, you should come back to life and health under the wings of love. You must not talk like this, said Sister Teresa. You do not know what you are to me now. I love you far better than I ever loved you before. Every day I pray for you, I see you with other eyes. Armand, if you but knew the happiness of giving yourself up, without shame, to a pure friendship which God watches over. You do not know what joy it is to me to pray for heaven's blessing on you. I never pray for myself. God will do with me according to his will, but, at the price of my soul, I wish I could be sure that you are happy here on earth, and that you will be happy hereafter throughout all ages. My eternal life is all that trouble has left me to offer up to you. I am old now with weeping, I am neither young nor fair, and in any case, you could not respect the nun who became a wife. No love, not even motherhood, could give me absolution. What can you say to outweigh the uncounted thoughts that have gathered in my heart during the past 5 years, thoughts that have changed, and worn, and blighted it? I ought to have given a heart less sorrowful to God. What can I say? Dear Antoinette, I will say this, that I love you, that affection, love, a great love, the joy of living in another heart that is ours, utterly and wholly ours, is so rare a thing and so hard to find, that I doubted you, and put you to sharp proof. But now, today, I love you, Antoinette, with all my soul's strength. If you will follow me into solitude, I will hear no voice but yours, I will see no other face. Hush, Armand. You are shortening the little time that we may be together here on earth. Antoinette, will you come with me? I am never away from you. My life is in your heart, not through the selfish ties of earthly happiness, or vanity, or enjoyment. Pale and withered as I am, I live here for you, in the breast of God. As God is just, you shall be happy, words, words all of it. Pale and withered. How if I want you? How if I cannot be happy without you? Do you still think of nothing but duty with your lover before you? Is he never to come first and above all things else in your heart? In time past you put social success, yourself, heaven knows what, before him. Now it is God, it is the welfare of my soul. In Sister Teresa I find the Duchess over again, ignorant of the happiness of love, insensible as ever, beneath the semblance of sensibility. You do not love me, you have never loved me, oh, my brother. You do not wish to leave this tomb. You love my soul, do you say? Very well, through you it will be lost forever. I shall make away with myself, mother. Sister Teresa called aloud in Spanish, I have lied to you, this man is my lover. The curtain fell at once. The general, in his stupor, scarcely heard the doors within as they clanged. Ah, she loves me still, he cried, understanding all the sublimity of that cry of hers. She loves me still. She must be carried off. The general left the island, returned to headquarters, pleaded ill health, asked for leave of absence, and forthwith took his departure for France. And now for the incidents which brought the two personages in this scene into their present relation to each other. The thing known in France as the Faubourg Saint-Germain is neither a quarter, nor a sect, nor an institution, nor anything else that admits of a precise definition. There are great houses in the Place Royale, the Faubourg Saint-Honore, and the Chaussée d'Antin, in any one of which you may breathe the same atmosphere of Faubourg Saint-Germain. So, to begin with, the whole faubourg is not within the faubourg. There are men and women born far enough away from its influences who respond to them and take their place in the circle, and again there are others, born within its limits, who may yet be driven forth forever. For the last 40 years the manners, and customs, and speech, in a word, the tradition of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, has been to Paris what the court used to be in other times. It is what the Hotel St. Paul was to the 14th century, the Louvre to the 15th, the Palais, the Hotel Rambouillet, and the Place Royale to the 16th, and lastly, as Versailles was to the 17th and the 18th. Just as the ordinary workaday Paris will always center about some point, so, through all periods of history, the Paris of the nobles and the upper classes converges towards some particular spot. It is a periodically recurrent phenomenon which presents ample matter for reflection to those who are fain to observe or describe the various social zones, and possibly an enquiry into the causes that bring about this centralization may do more than merely justify the probability of this episode. It may be of service to serious interests which some day will be more deeply rooted in the Commonwealth, unless, indeed, experience is as meaningless for political parties as it is for youth. In every age the great nobles, and the rich who always ape the great nobles, build their houses as far as possible from crowded streets. When the Duc d'Uzes built his splendid hotel in the Rue Montmartre in the reign of Louis XIV, and set the fountain at his gates, for which beneficent action, to say nothing of his other virtues, he was held in such veneration that the whole quarter turned out in a body to follow his funeral. When the Duke, I say, chose this site for his house, he did so because that part of Paris was almost deserted in those days. But when the fortifications were pulled down, and the market gardens beyond the line of the boulevards began to fill with houses, then the Dieuze's family left their fine mansion, and in our time it was occupied by a banker. Later still, the noblesse began to find themselves out of their element among shopkeepers, left the Place Royale and the centre of Paris for good, and crossed the river to breathe freely in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where palaces were reared already about the great hotel built by Louis XIV for the Duc de Maine, the Benjamin among his legitimated offspring. And indeed, for people accustomed to a stately life, can there be more unseemly surroundings than the bustle, the mud, the street cries, the bad smells, and narrow thoroughfares of a populous quarter? The very habits of life in a mercantile or manufacturing district are completely at variance with the lives of nobles. The shopkeeper and artisan are just going to bed when the great world is thinking of dinner, and the noisy stir of life begins among the former when the latter have gone to rest. Their day's calculations never coincide. The one class represents the expenditure, the other the receipts. Consequently, their manners and customs are diametrically opposed. Nothing contemptuous is intended by this statement. An aristocracy is in a manner the intellect of the social system, as the middle classes and the proletariat may be said to be its organizing and working power. It naturally follows that these forces are differently situated, and of their antagonism there is bred a seeming antipathy produced by the performance of different functions, all of them, however, existing for one common end. Such social dissonances are so inevitably the outcome of any charter of the Constitution, that however much a liberal may be disposed to complain of them, as of treason against those sublime ideas with which the ambitious plebeian is apt to cover his designs, he would none the less think it a preposterous notion that le Prince de Montmorency, for instance, should continue to live in the Rue Saint-Martin at the corner of the street which bears that nobleman's name, or that le Duc de Fitz James, descendant of the royal house of Scotland, should have his hotel at the angle of the Rue Marie Stuart and the Rue Montorgueil. Sint ut sunt, aut non sint, the grand words of the Jesuit, might be taken as a motto by the great in all countries. These social differences are patent in all ages. The fact is always accepted by the people. Its reasons of state are self-evident, it is at once cause and effect, a principle and a law. The common sense of the masses never deserts them until demagogues stir them up to gain ends of their own. That common sense is based on the verities of social order, and the social order is the same everywhere, in Moscow as in London, in Geneva as in Calcutta. Given a certain number of families of unequal fortune in any given space, you will see an aristocracy forming under your eyes. There will be the patricians, the upper classes, and yet other ranks below them. Equality may be a right, but no power on earth can convert it into fact. It would be a good thing for France if this idea could be popularized. The benefits of political harmony are obvious to the least intelligent classes. Harmony is, as it were, the poetry of order, and order is a matter of vital importance to the working population. And what is order, reduced to its simplest expression, but the agreement of things among themselves, unity, in short? Architecture, music, and poetry, everything in France, and in France more than in any other country, is based upon this principle. It is written upon the very foundations of her clear, accurate language, and a language must always be the most infallible index of national character. In the same way you may note that the French popular airs are those most calculated to strike the imagination. The best modulated melodies are taken over by the people. Clearness of thought, the intellectual simplicity of an idea attracts them. They like the incisive sayings that hold the greatest number of ideas. France is the one country in the world where a little phrase may bring about a great revolution. Whenever the masses have risen, it has been to bring men, affairs, and principles into agreement. No nation has a clearer conception of that idea of unity which should permeate the life of an aristocracy. Possibly no other nation has so intelligent a comprehension of a political necessity. History will never find her behind the time. France has been led astray many a time, but she is deluded, womanlike, by generous ideas, by a glow of enthusiasm which at first outstrips sober reason. So, to begin with, the most striking characteristic of the faubourg is the splendor of its great mansions, its great gardens, and a surrounding quiet in keeping with princely revenues drawn from great estates. And what is this distance set between a class and a whole metropolis but visible and outward expression of the widely different attitude of mind which must inevitably keep them apart? The position of the head is well defined in every organism. If by any chance a nation allows its head to fall at its feet, it is pretty sure sooner or later to discover that this is a suicidal measure, and since nations have no desire to perish, they set to work at once to grow a new head. If they lack the strength for this, they perish as Rome perished, and Venice, and so many other states. This distinction between the upper and lower spheres of social activity, emphasized by differences in their manner of living, necessarily implies that in the highest aristocracy there is real worth and some distinguishing merit. In any state, no matter what form of government is affected, so soon as the patrician class fails to maintain that complete superiority which is the condition of its existence, it ceases to be a force, and is pulled down at once by the populace. The people always wish to see money, power, and initiative in their leaders' hands, hearts, and heads. They must be the spokesman. They must represent the intelligence and the glory of the nation. Nations, like women, love strength in those who rule them. They cannot give love without respect. They refuse utterly to obey those of whom they do not stand in awe. An aristocracy fallen into contempt is a roi fainéant, a husband in petticoats. First it ceases to be itself, and then it ceases to be. And in this way the isolation of the great, the sharply marked distinction in their manner of life, or in a word, the general custom of the patrician caste is at once the sign of a real power, and their destruction so soon as that power is lost. The Faubourg Saint-Germain failed to recognize the conditions of its being. while it would still have been easy to perpetuate its existence, and therefore was brought low for a time. The faubourg should have looked the facts fairly in the face, as the English aristocracy did before them. They should have seen that every institution has its climacteric periods, when words lose their old meanings, and ideas reappear in a new guise, and the whole conditions of politics wear a changed aspect, while the underlying realities undergo no essential alteration. These ideas demand further development, which form an essential part of this episode. They are given here both as a succinct statement of the causes, and an explanation of the things which happen in the course of the story. The stateliness of the castles and palaces where nobles dwell, the luxury of the details, the constantly maintained sumptuousness of the furniture, the atmosphere in which the fortunate owner of landed estates, a rich man before he was born, lives and moves easily and without friction, the habit of mind which never descends to calculate the petty workaday gains of existence, the leisure, the higher education attainable at a much earlier age, and lastly, the aristocratic tradition that makes of him a social force, for which his opponents, by dint of study and a strong will and tenacity of vocation, are scarcely a match. All these things should contribute to form a lofty spirit in a man, possessed of such privileges from his youth up. They should stamp his character with that high self-respect, of which the least consequence is a nobleness of heart in harmony with the noble name that he bears. And in some few families all this is realized. There are noble characters here and there in the faubourg, but they are marked exceptions to a general rule of egoism which has been the ruin of this world within a world. The privileges above enumerated are the birthright of the French noblesse, as of every patrician efflorescence ever formed on the surface of a nation, and will continue to be theirs so long as their existence is based upon real estate, or money, domain sol and domain argent alike, the only solid bases of an organized society. But such privileges are held upon the understanding that the patricians must continue to justify their existence. There is a sort of moral fief held on a tenure of service rendered to the sovereign, and here in France the people are undoubtedly the sovereigns nowadays. The times are changed, and so are the weapons. The knight banneret of old wore a coat of chain armor and a hauberk. He could handle a lance well and display his pennon, and no more was required of him. Today he is bound to give proof of his intelligence. A stout heart was enough in the days of old. In our days he is required to have a capacious brain pan. Skill and knowledge and capital. These 3 points mark out a social triangle on which the scutcheon of power is blazoned. Our modern aristocracy must take its stand on these. A fine theorem is as good as a great name. The Rothschilds, the Fuggers of the 19th century, are princes de facto. A great artist is in reality an oligarch. He represents a whole century, and almost always he is a law to others. And the art of words, the high-pressure machinery of the writer, the poet's genius, the merchant's steady endurance, the strong will of the statesman who concentrates 1,000 dazzling qualities in himself, the general's sword, all these victories, in short, which a single individual will win, that he may tower above the rest of the world, the patrician class is now bound to win and keep exclusively. They must head the new forces as they once headed the material forces. How should they keep the position unless they are worthy of it? How, unless they are the soul and brain of a nation, shall they set its hands moving? How lead a people without the power of command? And what is the marshal's baton without the innate power of the captain in the man who wields it? The Faubourg Saint-Germain took to playing with batons, and fancied that all the power was in its hands. It inverted the terms of the proposition which called it into existence. And instead of flinging away the insignia which offended the people, and quietly grasping the power, it allowed the bourgeoisie to seize the authority, clung with fatal obstinacy to its shadow, and over again forgot the laws which a minority must observe if it would live. When an aristocracy is scarce 1,000th part of the body social, it is bound today, as of old, to multiply its points of action, so as to counterbalance the weight of the masses in a great crisis. And in our days those means of action must be living forces, and not historical memories. In France, unluckily, the noblesse were still so puffed up with the notion of their vanished power, that it was difficult to contend against a kind of innate presumption in themselves. Perhaps this is a national defect. The Frenchman is less given than anyone else to undervalue himself. It comes natural to him to go from his degree to the one above it, and while it is a rare thing for him to pity the unfortunates over whose heads he rises, he always groans in spirit to see so many fortunate people above him. He is very far from heartless, but too often he prefers to listen to his intellect. The national instinct which brings the Frenchman to the front, the vanity that wastes his substance, is as much a dominant passion as thrift in the Dutch. For 3 centuries it swayed the noblesse, who, in this respect, were certainly preeminently French. The scion of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, beholding his material superiority, was fully persuaded of his intellectual superiority. And everything contributed to confirm him in his belief, for ever since the Faubourg Saint-Germain existed at all, which is to say, ever since Versailles ceased to be the royal residence, the Faubourg, with some few gaps in continuity, was always backed up by the central power, which in France seldom fails to support that side. Thence its downfall in 1830. At that time the party of the Faubourg Saint-Germain was rather like an army without a base of operation. It had utterly failed to take advantage of the peace to plant itself in the heart of the nation. It sinned for want of learning its lesson, and through an utter incapability of regarding its interests as a whole. A future certainty was sacrificed to a doubtful present gain. This blunder in policy may perhaps be attributed to the following cause. The class isolation so strenuously kept up by the noblesse brought about fatal results during the last 40 years. Even caste patriotism was extinguished by it, and rivalry fostered among themselves. When the French noblesse of other times were rich and powerful, the nobles, gentilshommes, could choose their chiefs and obey them in the hour of danger. As their power diminished, they grew less amenable to discipline, and as in the last days of the Byzantine Empire, everyone wished to be emperor. They mistook their uniform weakness for uniform strength. Each family ruined by the revolution and the abolition of the law of primogeniture thought only of itself, and not at all of the great family of the noblesse. It seemed to them that as each individual grew rich, the party as a whole would gain in strength. And herein lay their mistake. Money, likewise, is only the outward and visible sign of power. All these families were made up of persons who preserved a high tradition of courtesy, of true graciousness of life, of refined speech, with a family pride, and a squeamish sense of noblesse oblige which suited well with the kind of life they led, a life wholly filled with occupations which become contemptible so soon as they cease to be accessories and take the chief place in existence. There was a certain intrinsic merit in all these people, but the merit was on the surface, and none of them were worth their face value. Not a single one among those families had courage to ask itself the question, are we strong enough for the responsibility of power? They were cast on the top, like the lawyers of 1830, and instead of taking the patron's place, like a great man, the Faubourg Saint-Germain showed itself greedy as an upstart. The most intelligent nation in the world perceived clearly that the restored nobles were organizing everything for their own particular benefit. From that day the noblesse was doomed. The Faubourg Saint-Germain tried to be an aristocracy when it could only be an oligarchy, two very different systems, as any man may see for himself if he gives an intelligent perusal to the list of the patronymics of the House of Peers. The king's government certainly meant well, but the maxim that the people must be made to will everything, even their own welfare, was pretty constantly forgotten, nor did they bear in mind that La France is a woman and capricious, and must be happy or chastised at her own good pleasure. If there had been many dukes like the Duc de Laval, whose modesty made him worthy of the name he bore, the elder branch would have been as securely seated on the throne as the House of Hanover at this day. In 1814 the noblesse of France were called upon to assert their superiority over the most aristocratic bourgeoisie in the most feminine of all countries, to take the lead in the most highly educated epoch the world had yet seen. And this was even more notably the case in 1820. The Faubourg Saint-Germain might very easily have led and amused the middle classes in days when people's heads were turned with distinctions, and art and science were all the rage. But the narrow-minded leaders of a time of great intellectual progress all of them detested art and science. They had not even the wit to present religion in attractive colors, though they needed its support. While Lamartine, Lamennais, Montalembert, and other writers were putting new life and elevation into men's ideas of religion, and gilding it with poetry, these bunglers in the government chose to make the harshness of their creed felt all over the country. Never was nation in a more tractable humor. La France, like a tired woman, was ready to agree to anything. Never was mismanagement so clumsy, and La France, like a woman, would have forgiven wrongs more easily than bungling. If the noblesse meant to reinstate themselves, the better to found a strong oligarchy, they should have honestly and diligently searched their houses for men of the stamp that Napoleon used, they should have turned themselves inside out to see if peradventure there was a constitutionalist Richelieu lurking in the entrails of the faubourg, and if that genius was not forthcoming from among them, they should have set out to find him, even in the fireless garret where he might happen to be. Perishing of cold, they should have assimilated him, as the English House of Lords continually assimilates aristocrats made by chance, and finally ordered him to be ruthless, to lop away the old wood, and cut the tree down to the living shoots. But, in the first place, the great system of English Toryism was far too large for narrow minds. The importation required time, and in France a tardy success is no better than a fiasco. So far, moreover, from adopting a policy of redemption, and looking for new forces where God puts them, these petty great folk took a dislike to any capacity that did not issue from their midst, and, lastly, instead of growing young again, the Faubourg Saint-Germain grew positively older. Etiquette, not an institution of primary necessity, might have been maintained if it had appeared only on state occasions, but as it was, there was a daily wrangle over precedence, it ceased to be a matter of art or court ceremonial, it became a question of power. And if from the outset the Crown lacked an adviser equal to so great a crisis, the aristocracy was still more lacking in a sense of its wider interests, an instinct which might have supplied the deficiency. They stood nice about M. de Talleyrand's marriage, when M. de Talleyrand was the one man among them with the steel-encompassed brains that can forge a new political system and begin a new career of glory for a nation. The Faubourg scoffed at a minister if he was not gently born, and produced no one of gentle birth that was fit to be a minister. There were plenty of nobles fitted to serve their country by raising the dignity of justices of the peace, by improving the land, by opening out roads and canals, and taking an active and leading part as country gentlemen, but these had sold their estates to gamble on the stock exchange. Again, the Faubourg might have absorbed the energetic men among the bourgeoisie, and opened their ranks to the ambition which was undermining authority. They preferred instead to fight, and to fight unarmed, for of all that they once possessed there was nothing left but tradition. For their misfortune there was just precisely enough of their former wealth left them as a class to keep up their bitter pride. They were content with their past. Not one of them seriously thought of bidding the son of the house take up arms from the pile of weapons which the 19th century flings down in the marketplace. Young men, shut out from office, were dancing at madame's balls, while they should have been doing the work done under the Republic and the Empire by young, conscientious, harmlessly employed energies. It was their place to carry out at Paris the program which their seniors should have been following in the country. The heads of houses might have won back recognition of their titles by unremitting attention to local interests, by falling in with the spirit of the age, by recasting their order to suit the taste of the times. But, pent up together in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where the spirit of the ancient court and traditions of bygone feuds between the nobles and the crown still lingered on, the aristocracy was not wholehearted in its allegiance to the Tuileries, and so much the more easily defeated because it was concentrated in the Chamber of Peers, and badly organized even there. If the noblesse had woven themselves into a network over the country, they could have held their own, but cooped up in their faubourg, with their backs against the chateau, or spread at full length over the budget, a single blow cut the thread of a fast expiring life, and a petty, smug-faced lawyer came forward with the axe. In spite of M. Royer Collard's admirable discourse, the hereditary peerage and law of entail fell before the lampoons of a man who made it a boast that he had adroitly argued some few heads out of the executioner's clutches, and now forsooth must clumsily proceed to the slaying of old institutions. There are examples and lessons for the future in all this. For if there were not still a future before the French aristocracy, there would be no need to do more than find a suitable sarcophagus. It were something pitilessly cruel to burn the dead body of it with fire of Tophet. But though the surgeon's scalpel is ruthless, it sometimes gives back life to a dying man, and the Faubourg Saint-Germain may wax more powerful under persecution than in its day of triumph, if it but chooses to organize itself under a leader. And now it is easy to give a summary of this semi-political survey. The wish to re-establish a large fortune was uppermost in everyone's mind, a lack of broad views, and a mass of small defects, a real need of religion as a political factor, combined with a thirst for pleasure which damaged the cause of religion and necessitated a good deal of hypocrisy, a certain attitude of protest on the part of loftier and clearer-sighted men who set their faces against court jealousies, and the disaffection of the provincial families, who often came of purer descent than the nobles of the court which alienated them from itself. All these things combined to bring about a most discordant state of things in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It was neither compact in its organization, nor consequent in its action, neither completely moral, nor frankly dissolute. It did not corrupt, nor was it corrupted. It would neither wholly abandon the disputed points which damaged its cause, nor yet adopt the policy that might have saved it. In short, however effete individuals might be, the party as a whole was none the less armed with all the great principles which lie at the roots of national existence. What was there in the Faubourg that it should perish in its strength? It was very hard to please in the choice of candidates. The Faubourg had good taste, it was scornfully fastidious, yet there was nothing very glorious nor chivalrous truly about its fall. In the emigration of 1789 there were some traces of a loftier feeling, but in the emigration of 1830 from Paris into the country there was nothing discernible but self-interest. A few famous men of letters, a few oratorical triumphs in the chambers, M. de Talleyrand's attitude in the Congress, the taking of Algiers, and not a few names that found their way from the battlefield into the pages of history. All these things were so many examples set before the French noblesse to show that it was still open to them to take their part in the national existence, and to win recognition of their claims, if, indeed, they could condescend thus far. In every living organism the work of bringing the whole into harmony within itself is always going on. If a man is indolent, the indolence shows itself in everything that he does, and, in the same manner, the general spirit of a class is pretty plainly manifested in the face it turns on the world, and the soul informs the body. The women of the Restoration displayed neither the proud disregard of public opinion shown by the court ladies of olden time in their wantonness, nor yet the simple grandeur of the tardy virtues by which they expiated their sins and shed so bright a glory about their names. There was nothing either very frivolous or very serious about the woman of the Restoration. She was hypocritical as a rule in her passion, and compounded, so to speak, with its pleasures. Some few families led the domestic life of the Duchesse d'Orléans, whose connubial couch was exhibited so absurdly to visitors at the Palais Royal. 2 or 3 kept up the traditions of the Regency, filling cleverer women with something like disgust. The great lady of the new school exercised no influence at all over the manners of the time, and yet she might have done much. She might, at worst, have presented as dignified a spectacle as Englishwomen of the same rank. But she hesitated feebly among old precedents, became a bigot by force of circumstances, and allowed nothing of herself to appear, not even her better qualities. Not one among the French women of that day had the ability to create a salon whither the leaders of fashion might come to take lessons in taste and elegance. Their voices, which once laid down the law to literature, that living expression of a time, now counted absolutely for naught. Now when a literature lacks a general system, it fails to shape a body for itself, and dies out with its period. When in a nation at any time there is a people apart thus constituted, the historian is pretty certain to find some representative figure, some central personage who embodies the qualities and the defects of the whole party to which he belongs. There is Coligny, for instance, among the Huguenots, the coadjutor in the time of the Fronde, the Maréchal de Richelieu under Louis XV, Danton during the Terror. It is in the nature of things that the man should be identified with the company in which history finds him. How is it possible to lead a party without conforming to its ideas? Or to shine in any epoch unless a man represents the ideas of his time? The wise and prudent head of a party is continually obliged to bow to the prejudices and follies of its rear, and this is the cause of actions for which he is afterwards criticized by this or that historian sitting at a safer distance from terrific popular explosions, coolly judging the passion and ferment without which the great struggles of the world could not be carried on at all. And if this is true of the historical comedy of the centuries, it is equally true in a more restricted sphere in the detached scenes of the national drama known as the manners of the age. At the beginning of that ephemeral life led by the Faubourg Saint-Germain under the Restoration, to which, if there is any truth in the above reflections, they failed to give stability, the most perfect type of the aristocratic caste in its weakness and strength, its greatness and littleness, might have been found for a brief space in a young married woman who belonged to it. This was a woman artificially educated, but in reality ignorant, a woman whose instincts and feelings were lofty while the thought which should have controlled them was wanting. She squandered the wealth of her nature in obedience to social conventions. She was ready to brave society, yet she hesitated till her scruples degenerated into artifice. With more willfulness than real force of character, impressionable rather than enthusiastic, Gifted with more brain than heart, she was supremely a woman, supremely a coquette, and above all things a Parisienne, loving a brilliant life and gaiety, reflecting never, or too late, imprudent to the verge of poetry, and humble in the depths of her heart, in spite of her charming insolence. Like some straight-growing reed, she made a show of independence, yet, like the reed, she was ready to bend to a strong hand. She talked much of religion, and had it not at heart, though she was prepared to find in it a solution of her life. How explain a creature so complex, capable of heroism, yet sinking unconsciously from heroic heights to utter a spiteful word, young and sweet-natured, not so much old at heart as aged by the maxims of those about her, versed in a selfish philosophy in which she was all unpracticed. She had all the vices of a courtier, all the nobleness of developing womanhood. She trusted nothing and no one, yet there were times when she quitted her skeptical attitude for a submissive credulity. How should any portrait be anything but incomplete of her, in whom the play of swiftly changing color made discord only to produce a poetic confusion? For in her there shone a divine brightness, a radiance of youth that blended all her bewildering characteristics in a certain completeness and unity informed by her charm. Nothing was feigned. The passion or semi-passion, the ineffectual high aspirations, the actual pettiness, the coolness of sentiment and warmth of impulse, were all spontaneous and unaffected, and as much the outcome of her own position as of the position of the aristocracy to which she belonged. She was wholly self-contained. She put herself proudly above the world and beneath the shelter of her name. There was something of the egoism of Mede in her life, as in the life of the aristocracy that lay a-dying, and would not so much as raise itself or stretch out a hand to any political physician, so well aware of its feebleness, or so conscious that it was already dust, that it refused to touch or be touched. The Duchesse de Langeais, for that was her name, had been married for about 4 years when the Restoration was finally consummated, which is to say, in 1816. By that time the Revolution of the 100 Days had let in the light on the mind of Louis XVIII. In spite of his surroundings, he comprehended the situation and the age in which he was living, and it was only later, when this Louis XI, without the axe, lay stricken down by disease, that those about him got the upper hand. The Duchesse de Langeais, a Navarraise by birth, came of a ducal house which had made a point of never marrying below its rank since the reign of Louis XIV. Every daughter of the house must sooner or later take a tabouret at court. So, Antoinette de Navarrains, at the age of 18, came out of the profound solitude in which her girlhood had been spent to marry the Duc de Langeais' eldest son. The two families at that time were living quite out of the world, but after the invasion of France, the return of the Bourbons seemed to every royalist mind the only possible way of putting an end to the miseries of the war. The Ducs de Navarrains and de Langeais had been faithful throughout to the exiled princes, nobly resisting all the temptations of glory under the Empire. Under the circumstances they naturally followed out the old family policy, and Mademoiselle Antoinette, a beautiful and portionless girl, was married to M. la Marquise de Langeais only a few months before the death of the Duke his father. After the return of the Bourbons, the families resumed their rank, offices, and dignity at court. Once more they entered public life, from which hitherto they held aloof, and took their place high on the sunlit summits of the new political world. In that time of general baseness and sham political conversions, the public conscience was glad to recognize the unstained loyalty of the two houses, and a consistency in political and private life for which all parties involuntarily respected them. But, unfortunately, as so often happens in a time of transition, the most disinterested persons, the men whose loftiness of view and wise principles would have gained the confidence of the French nation and led them to believe in the generosity of a novel and spirited policy, these men, to repeat, were taken out of affairs, and public business was allowed to fall into the hands of others, who found it to their interest to push principles to their extreme consequences by way of proving their devotion. The families of Langeais and Navarrains remained about the court, condemned to perform the duties required by court ceremonial amid the reproaches and sneers of the Liberal party. They were accused of gorging themselves with riches and honors, and all the while their family estates were no larger than before, and liberal allowances from the civil list were wholly expended in keeping up the state necessary for any European government, even if it be a republic. In 1818, M. le Duc de Langeais commanded a division of the army, and the Duchess held a post about one of the princesses, in virtue of which she was free to live in Paris and apart from her husband without scandal. The Duke, moreover, besides his military duties, had a place at court, to which he came during his term of waiting, leaving his Major General in command. The Duke and Duchess were leading lives entirely apart, the world none the wiser. Their marriage of convention shared the fate of nearly all family arrangements of the kind. Two more antipathetic dispositions could not well have been found. They were brought together, they jarred upon each other, there was soreness on either side. Then they were divided once for all. Then they went their separate ways, with a due regard for appearances. The Duc de Langeais, by nature as methodical as the Chevalier de Folard himself, gave himself up methodically to his own tastes and amusements, and left his wife at liberty to do as she pleased so soon as he felt sure of her character. He recognized in her a spirit preeminently proud, a cold heart, a profound submissiveness to the usages of the world, and a youthful loyalty. Under the eyes of great relations, with the light of a prudish and bigoted court turned full upon the Duchess, his honor was safe. So the Duke calmly did as the grand seigneurs of the 18th century did before him, and left a young wife of 22 to her own devices. He had deeply offended that wife, and in her nature there was one appalling characteristic: she would never forgive an offense when woman's vanity and self-love, with all that was best in her nature perhaps, had been slighted, wounded in secret. Insult and injury in the face of the world a woman loves to forget. There is a way open to her of showing herself great. She is a woman in her forgiveness. But a secret offense women never pardon, for secret baseness, as for hidden virtues and hidden love, they have no kindness. This was Mme la Duchesse de Langeais' real position, unknown to the world. She herself did not reflect upon it. It was the time of the rejoicings over the Duc de Berry's marriage. The court and the faubourg roused itself from its listlessness and reserve. This was the real beginning of that unheard of splendor which the government of the Restoration carried too far. At that time the Duchess, whether for reasons of her own, or from vanity, never appeared in public without a following of women equally distinguished by name and fortune. As queen of fashion she had her dames d'hôtes, her ladies, who modelled their manner and their wit on hers. They had been cleverly chosen. None of her satellites belonged to the inmost court circle, nor to the highest level of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, but they had set their minds upon admission to those inner sanctuaries. Being as yet simple denominations, they wished to rise to the neighborhood of the throne, and mingle with the seraphic powers in the high sphere known as Le Petit Château. Thus surrounded, the Duchess's position was stronger and more commanding and secure. Her ladies defended her character and helped her to play her detestable part of a woman of fashion. She could laugh at men at her ease, play with fire, receive the homage on which the feminine nature is nourished, and remain mistress of herself. At Paris, in the highest society of all, a woman is a woman still. She lives on incense, adulation, and honors. No beauty, however undoubted, no face, however fair, is anything without admiration. Flattery and a lover are proofs of power. And what is power without recognition? Nothing. If the prettiest of women were left alone in a corner of a drawing room, she would droop. Put her in the very center and summit of social grandeur, she will at once aspire to reign over all hearts, often because it is out of her power to be the happy queen of one. Dress and manner and coquetry are all meant to please one of the poorest creatures extant, the brainless coxcomb, whose handsome face is his sole merit. It was for such as these that women threw themselves away. The gilded wooden idols of the Restoration, for they were neither more nor less, had neither the antecedents of the petits maîtres of the time of the Fronde, nor the rough sterling worth of Napoleon's heroes, not the wit and fine manners of their grandsires, but something of all three they meant to be without any trouble to themselves. Brave they were, like all young Frenchmen, ability they possessed, no doubt, if they had had a chance of proving it, but their places were filled up by the old worn-out men, who kept them in leading strings. It was a day of small things, a cold prosaic era. Perhaps it takes a long time for a restoration to become a monarchy. For the past 18 months the Duchesse de Langeais had been leading this empty life, filled with balls and subsequent visits, objectless triumphs, and the transient loves that spring up and die in an evening's space. All eyes were turned on her when she entered a room. She reaped her harvest of flatteries and some few words of warmer admiration, which she encouraged by a gesture or a glance, but never suffered to penetrate deeper than the skin. Her tone and bearing and everything else about her imposed her will upon others. Her life was a sort of fever of vanity and perpetual enjoyment, which turned her head. She was daring enough in conversation, she would listen to anything, corrupting the surface, as it were, of her heart. Yet when she returned home, she often blushed at the story that had made her laugh, at the scandalous tale that supplied the details, on the strength of which she analyzed the love that she had never known, and marked the subtle distinctions of modern passion, not with comment on the part of complacent hypocrites. For women know how to say everything among themselves, and more of them are ruined by each other than corrupted by men. There came a moment when she discerned that not until a woman is loved will the world fully recognize her beauty and her wit. What does a husband prove? Simply that a girl or woman was endowed with wealth, or well brought up, that her mother managed cleverly, that in some way she satisfied a man's ambitions. A lover constantly bears witness to her personal perfections. Then followed the discovery, still in Mme de Langey's early womanhood, that it was possible to be loved without committing herself, without permission, without vouchsafing any satisfaction beyond the most meager dues. There was more than one demure feminine hypocrite to instruct her in the art of playing such dangerous comedies. So the Duchess had her court, and the number of her adorers and courtiers guaranteed her virtue. She was amiable and fascinating. She flirted till the ball or the evening's gaiety was at an end. Then the curtain dropped. She was cold, indifferent, self-contained again till the next day brought its renewed sensations, superficial as before. 2 or 3 men were completely deceived, and fell in love in earnest. She laughed at them. She was utterly insensible. I am loved, she told herself. He loves me. The certainty sufficed her. It is enough for the miser to know that his every whim might be fulfilled if he chose, so it was with the Duchess, and perhaps she did not even go so far as to form a wish. One evening she chanced to be at the house of an intimate friend, Mme la Vicomtesse de Fontaine, one of the humble rivals who cordially detested her, and went with her everywhere. In a friendship of this sort both sides are on their guard, and never lay their armor aside. Confidences are ingeniously indiscreet, and not unfrequently treacherous. Mme de Langey's had distributed her little patronizing, friendly, or freezing bows, with the air natural to a woman who knows the worth of her smiles, when her eyes fell upon a total stranger. Something in the man's large gravity of aspect startled her, and, with a feeling almost like dread, she turned to Mme de Maufrigneuse with, "Who is the newcomer, dear?" "Someone that you have heard of, no doubt." "The Marquis de Montriveau." "Oh, is it he?" She took up her eyeglass and submitted him to a very insolent scrutiny, as if he had been a picture meant to receive glances, not to return them. "Do introduce him. He ought to be interesting." "Nobody more tiresome and dull, dear." "But he is the fashion." Armand de Montriveau, at that moment all unwittingly the object of general curiosity, better deserved attention than any of the idols that Paris needs must set up to worship for a brief space, for the city is vexed by periodical fits of craving, a passion for engouement and sham enthusiasm, which must be satisfied. The Marquis was the only son of General de Montriveau, one of the ci-devants who served the Republic nobly, and fell by Jalbert's side at Novi. Bonaparte had placed his son at the school at Chalons, with the orphans of other generals who fell on the battlefield, leaving their children under the protection of the Republic. Armand de Montriveau left school with his way to make, entered the artillery, and had only reached a major's rank at the time of the Fontainebleau disaster. In his section of the service the chances of advancement were not many. There are fewer officers, in the first place, among the gunners than in any other corps, and in the second place, the feeling in the artillery was decidedly liberal, not to say republican, and the Emperor, feeling little confidence in a body of highly educated men who were apt to think for themselves, gave promotion grudgingly in the service. In the artillery, accordingly, the general rule of the army did not apply. The commanding officers were not invariably the most remarkable men in their department, because there was less to be feared from mediocrities. The artillery was a separate corps in those days, and only came under Napoleon in action. Besides these general causes, other reasons, inherent in Armand de Montriveau's character, were sufficient in themselves to account for his tardy promotion. He was alone in the world. He had been thrown at the age of 20 into the whirlwind of men directed by Napoleon. His interests were bounded by himself. Any day he might lose his life. It became a habit of mind with him to live by his own self-respect and the consciousness that he had done his duty. Like all shy men, he was habitually silent, but his shyness sprang by no means from timidity, it was a kind of modesty in him. He found any demonstration of vanity intolerable. There was no sort of swagger about his fearlessness in action, nothing escaped his eyes. He could give sensible advice to his chums with unshaken coolness. He could go under fire, and duck upon occasion to avoid bullets. He was kindly, but his expression was haughty and stern, and his face gained him this character. In everything he was rigorous as arithmetic. He never permitted the slightest deviation from duty on any plausible pretext, nor blinked the consequences of a fact. He would lend himself to nothing of which he was ashamed. He never asked anything for himself. In short, Armand de Montriveau was one of many great men unknown to fame, and philosophical enough to despise it, living without attaching themselves to life, because they have not found their opportunity of developing to the full their power to do and feel. People were afraid of Montriveau, they respected him, but he was not very popular. Men may indeed allow you to rise above them, but to decline to descend as low as they can do is the one unpardonable sin. In their feeling towards loftier natures, there is a trace of hate and fear. Too much honor with them implies censure of themselves, a thing forgiven neither to the living nor to the dead. After the Emperor's farewells at Fontainebleau, Montriveau, noble though he was put on half-pay. Perhaps the heads of the War Office took fright at uncompromising uprightness worthy of antiquity, or perhaps it was known that he felt bound by his oath to the Imperial Eagle. During the 100 days he was made a colonel of the Guard, and left on the field of Waterloo. His wounds kept him in Belgium. He was not present at the disbanding of the army of the lawyer, but the king's government declined to recognize promotion made during the 100 Days, and Armand de Montriveau left France. An adventurous spirit, a loftiness of thought hitherto satisfied by the hazards of war, drove him on an exploring expedition through Upper Egypt. His sanity or impulse directed his enthusiasm to a project of great importance. He turned his attention to that unexplored Central Africa which occupies the learned of today. The scientific expedition was long and unfortunate. He had made a valuable collection of notes bearing on various geographical and commercial problems, of which solutions are still eagerly sought, and succeeded, after surmounting many obstacles, in reaching the heart of the continent, when he was betrayed into the hands of a hostile native tribe. Then, stripped of all that he had, for 2 years he led a wandering life in the desert, the slave of savages, threatened with death at every moment, and more cruelly treated than a dumb animal in the power of pitiless children. Physical strength, and a mind braced to endurance, enabled him to survive the horrors of that captivity, but his miraculous escape well nigh exhausted his energies. When he reached the French colony at Senegal, a half-dead fugitive covered with rags, his memories of his former life were dim and shapeless. The great sacrifices made in his travels were all forgotten, like his studies of African dialects, his discoveries, and observations. One story will give an idea of all that he passed through. Once for several days the children of the sheikh of the tribe amused themselves by putting him up for a mark and flinging horses' knuckle bones at his head. Montriveau came back to Paris in 1818 a ruined man. He had no interest, and wished for none. He would have died 20 times over sooner than ask a favor of anyone. He would not even press the recognition of his claims. Adversity and hardship had developed his energy even in trifles, while the habit of preserving his self-respect before that spiritual self which we call conscience led him to attach consequence to the most apparently trivial actions. His merits and adventures became known, however, through his acquaintances, among the principal men of science in Paris, and some few well-read military men. The incidents of his slavery and subsequent escape bore witness to a courage, intelligence, and coolness which won him celebrity without his knowledge, and that transient fame of which Paris salons are lavish, though the artist that fain would keep it must make untold efforts. Montrieux's position suddenly changed towards the end of that year. He had been a poor man, he was now rich, or, externally at any rate, he had all the advantages of wealth. The king's government, trying to attach capable men to itself and to strengthen the army, made concessions about that time to Napoleon's old officers if their known loyalty and character offered guarantees of fidelity. M. de Montrieux's name once more appeared in the army list with the rank of colonel. He received his arrears of pay and passed into the Guards. All these favors, one after another, came to seek the Marquis de Montriveau. He had asked for nothing however small. Friends had taken the steps for him which he would have refused to take for himself. After this, his habits were modified all at once. Contrary to his custom, he went into society. He was well received, everywhere he met with great deference and respect. He seemed to have found some end in life, but everything passed within the man. There were no external signs. In society he was silent and cold, and wore a grave, reserved face. His social success was great, precisely because he stood out in such strong contrast to the conventional faces which line the walls of Paris salons. He was, indeed, something quite new there. Terse of speech, like a hermit or a savage, his shyness was thought to be haughtiness, and people were greatly taken with it. He was something strange and great. Women generally were so much the more smitten with this original person because he was not to be caught by their flatteries, however adroit, nor by the wiles with which they circumvent the strongest men and corrode the steel temper. Their Parisians' grimaces were lost upon M. de Montriveau. His nature only responded to the sonorous vibration of lofty thought and feeling. And he would very promptly have been dropped but for the romance that hung about his adventures and his life, but for the men who cried him up behind his back, but for a woman who looked for a triumph for her vanity, the woman who was to fill his thoughts. For these reasons the Duchesse de Langey's curiosity was no less lively than natural. Chance had so ordered it that her interest in the man before her had been aroused only the day before, when she heard the story of one of M. de Montrieux's adventures, a story calculated to make the strongest impression upon a woman's ever-changing fancy. During M. de Montrieux's voyage of discovery to the sources of the Nile, he had had an argument with one of his guides, surely the most extraordinary debate in the annals of travel. The district that he wished to explore could only be reached on foot across a tract of desert. Only one of his guides knew the way. No traveler had penetrated before into that part of the country, where the undaunted officer hoped to find a solution of several scientific problems. In spite of the representations made to him by the guide and the older men of the place, he started upon the formidable journey. Summoning up courage, already highly strung by the prospect of dreadful difficulties, he set out in the morning. The loose sand shifted under his feet at every step, and when, at the end of a long day's march, he lay down to sleep on the ground, he had never been so tired in his life. He knew, however, that he must be up and on his way before dawn next day, and his guide assured him that they should reach the end of their journey towards noon. That promise kept up his courage and gave him new strength. In spite of his sufferings, he continued his march, with some blasphemings against science. He was ashamed to complain to his guide, and kept his pain to himself. After marching for a third of the day, he felt his strength failing, his feet were bleeding. He asked if they should reach the place soon. "In an hour's time," said the guide. Armand braced himself for another hour's march, and they went on. The hour slipped by. He could not so much as see against the sky the palm trees and crests of hill that should tell of the end of the journey near at hand. The horizon line of sand was vast as the circle of the open sea. He came to a stand, refused to go farther, and threatened the guide. He had deceived him, murdered him. Tears of rage and weariness flowed over his fevered cheeks. He was bowed down with fatigue upon fatigue. His throat seemed to be glued by the desert thirst. The guide meanwhile stood motionless, listening to these complaints with an ironical expression, studying the while, with the apparent indifference of an Oriental, the scarcely perceptible indications in the lie of the sands, which looked almost black, like burnished gold. "I have made a mistake," he remarked coolly. "I could not make out the track. It is so long since I came this way. We are surely on it now, but we must push on for 2 hours." "The man is right," thought M. de Montriveau. So he went on again, struggling to follow the pitiless native. It seemed as if he were bound to his guide by some thread like the invisible tie between the condemned man and the headsman. But the 2 hours went by. Montriveau had spent his last drops of energy, and the skyline was a blank. There were no palm trees, no hills. He could neither cry out nor groan. He lay down on the sand to die, but his eyes would have frightened the boldest. Something in his face seemed to say that he would not die alone. His guide, like a very fiend, gave him back a cool glance like a man that knows his power, left him to lie there, and kept at a safe distance out of reach of his desperate victim. At last M. Montriveau recovered strength enough for a last curse. The guide came nearer, silenced him with a steady look, and said, "Was it not your own will to go where I am taking you, in spite of us all? You say that I have lied to you. If I had not, you would not be even here. Do you want the truth? Here it is. We have still another 5 hours' march before us, and we cannot go back. Sound yourself, if you have not courage enough. Here is my dagger." Startled by this dreadful knowledge of pain and human strength, M. de Montriveau would not be behind a savage. He drew a fresh stock of courage from his pride as a European, rose to his feet, and followed his guide. The 5 hours were at an end, and still M. de Montriveau saw nothing. He turned his failing eyes upon his guide, but the Nubian hoisted him on his shoulders, and showed him a wide pool of water with greenness all about it, and a noble forest lighted up by the sunset. It lay only 100 paces away. A vast ledge of granite hid the glorious landscape. It seemed to Armand that he had taken a new lease of life. His guide, that giant in courage and intelligence, finished his work of devotion by carrying him across the hot, slippery, scarcely discernible track on the granite. Behind him lay the hell of burning sand. Before him the earthly paradise of the most beautiful oasis in the desert. The Duchess, struck from the first by the appearance of this romantic figure, was even more impressed when she learned that this was that Marquise de Montriveau of whom she had dreamed during the night. She had been with him among the hot desert sands. He had been the companion of her nightmare wanderings. For such a woman was not this a delightful presage of a new interest in her life? And never was a man's exterior a better exponent of his character, never were curious glances so well justified. The principal characteristic of his great, square-hewn head was the thick, luxuriant black hair which framed his face, and gave him a strikingly close resemblance to General Kleber, and the likeness still held good in the vigorous forehead, in the outlines of his face, the quiet fearlessness of his eyes, and a kind of fiery vehemence expressed by strongly marked features. He was short, deep-chested, and muscular as a lion. There was something of the despot about him, and an indescribable suggestion of the security of strength in his gait, bearing, and slightest movements. He seemed to know that his will was irresistible, perhaps because he wished for nothing unjust. And yet, like all really strong men, he was mild of speech, simple in his manners, and kindly-natured, although it seemed as if, in the stress of a great crisis, all these finer qualities must disappear, and the man would show himself implacable, unshaken in his resolve, terrific in action. There was a certain drawing in of the inner line of the lips which, to a close observer, indicated an ironical bent. The Duchesse de Langeais, realizing that a fleeting glory was to be won by such a conquest, made up her mind to gain a lover in Armand de Montriveau during the brief interval before the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse brought him to be introduced. She would prefer him above the others, she would attach him to herself, display all her powers of coquetry for him. It was a fancy, such a merest duchess's whim as furnished a lope or a calderon with the plot of the dog in the manger. She would not suffer another woman to engross him, but she had not the remotest intention of being his. Nature had given the Duchess every qualification for the part of coquette, and education had perfected her. Women envied her, and men fell in love with her, not without reason. Nothing that can inspire love, justify it, and give it lasting empire was wanting in her. Her style of beauty, her manner, her voice, her bearing, all combined to give her that instinctive coquetry which seems to be the consciousness of power. Her shape was graceful, perhaps there was a trace of self-consciousness in her changes of movement, the one affectation that could be laid to her charge, but everything about her was a part of her personality, from her least little gesture to the peculiar turn of her phrases, the demure glance of her eyes. Her great lady's grace, her most striking characteristic, had not destroyed the very French quick mobility of her person. There was an extraordinary fascination in her swift, incessant changes of attitude. She seemed as if she surely would be a most delicious mistress when her corset and the encumbering costume of her part were laid aside. All the rapture of love surely was latent in the freedom of her expressive glances, in her caressing tones, in the charm of her words. She gave glimpses of the high-born courtesan within her, vainly protesting against the creeds of the Duchess. You might sit near her through an evening, she would be gay and melancholy in turn, and her gaiety, like her sadness, seemed spontaneous. She could be gracious, disdainful, insolent, or confiding at will. Her apparent good nature was real, she had no temptation to descend to malignity. But at each moment her mood changed, she was full of confidence or craft. Her moving tenderness would give place to a heart-breaking hardness and insensibility. Yet how pained her as she was, without bringing together all the extremes of feminine nature. In a word, the Duchess was anything that she wished to be or to seem. Her face was slightly too long. There was a grace in it, and a certain thinness and fineness that recalled the portraits of the Middle Ages. Her skin was white, with a faint rose tint. Everything about her erred, as it were, by an excess of delicacy. M. de Montriveau willingly consented to be introduced to the Duchesse de Langeais, and she, after the manner of persons whose sensitive taste leads them to avoid banalities, refrained from overwhelming him with questions and compliments. She received him with a gracious deference which could not fail to flatter a man of more than ordinary powers, for the fact that a man rises above the ordinary level implies that he possesses something of that tact which makes women quick to read feeling. If the Duchess showed any curiosity, it was by her glances. Her compliments were conveyed in her manner. There was a winning grace displayed in her words, a subtle suggestion of a desire to please which she of all women knew the art of manifesting. Yet her whole conversation was but, in a manner, the body of the letter. The postscript with the principal thought in it was still to come. After half an hour spent in ordinary talk, in which the words gained all their value from her tone and smiles, M. de Montriveau was about to retire discreetly, when the Duchess stopped him with an expressive gesture. "I do not know, monsieur, whether these few minutes during which I have had the pleasure of talking to you proved so sufficiently attractive, that I may venture to ask you to call upon me. I am afraid that it may be very selfish of me to wish to have you all to myself. If I should be so fortunate as to find that my house is agreeable to you, you will always find me at home in the evening until 10 o'clock." The invitation was given with such irresistible grace, that M. de Montriveau could not refuse to accept it. When he fell back again among the groups of men gathered at a distance from the women, his friends congratulated him, half laughingly, half in earnest, on the extraordinary reception vouchsafed him by the Duchesse de Langeais. The difficult and brilliant conquest had been made beyond a doubt, and the glory of it was reserved for the artillery of the guard. It is easy to imagine the jests, good and bad, when this topic had once been started. The world of Paris salons is so eager for amusement, and a joke lasts for such a short time, that everyone is eager to make the most of it while it is fresh. All unconsciously, the general felt flattered by this nonsense. From his place where he had taken his stand, his eyes were drawn again and again to the Duchess by countless wavering reflections. He could not help admitting to himself that of all the women whose beauty had captivated his eyes, not one had seemed to be a more exquisite embodiment of faults and fair qualities blended in a completeness that might realize the dreams of earliest manhood. Is there a man in any rank of life that has not felt indefinable rapture in his secret soul over the woman singled out, if only in his dreams, to be his own, when she, in body, soul, and social aspects, satisfies his every requirement, a thrice perfect woman? And if this threefold perfection that flatters his pride is no argument for loving her, it is beyond cavil one of the great inducements to the sentiment. Love would soon be convalescent, as the 18th-century moralist remarked, were it not for vanity. And it is certainly true that for everyone, Man or woman, there is a wealth of pleasure in the superiority of the beloved. Is she set so high by birth that a contemptuous glance can never wound her? Is she wealthy enough to surround herself with state which falls nothing short of royalty, of kings, of finance during their short reign of splendor? Is she so ready-witted that a keen-edged jest never brings her into confusion? Beautiful enough to rival any woman, is it such a small thing to know that your self-love will never suffer through her? A man makes these reflections in the twinkling of an eye. And how if, in the future opened out by early ripened passion, he catches glimpses of the changeful delight of her charm, the frank innocence of a maiden soul, the perils of love's voyage, the thousand folds of the veil of coquetry? Is not this enough to move the coldest man's heart? This, therefore, was M. de Montriveau's position with regard to women, his past life in some measure explaining the extraordinary fact. He had been thrown, when little more than a boy, into the hurricane of Napoleon's wars. His life had been spent on fields of battle. Of women he knew just so much as a traveler knows of a country when he travels across it in haste from one into another. The verdict which Voltaire passed upon his 80 years of life might, perhaps, have been applied by Montriveau to his own 37 years of existence, had he not 37 follies with which to reproach himself. At his age he was as much a novice in love as the lad that has just been furtively reading Phoebus. Of women he had nothing to learn, of love he knew nothing, and thus, desires, quite unknown before, sprang from this virginity of feeling. There are men here and there as much engrossed in the work demanded of them by poverty or ambition, art or science, as M. de Montriveau by war and a life of adventure. These know what it is to be in this unusual position if they very seldom confess to it. Every man in Paris is supposed to have been in love. No woman in Paris cares to take what other women have passed over. The dread of being taken for a fool is the source of the coxcomb's bragging so common in France. For in France to have the reputation of a fool is to be a foreigner in one's own country. Vehement desire seized on M. de Montriveau, desire that had gathered strength from the heat of the desert and the first stirrings of a heart unknown as yet in its suppressed turbulence. A strong man, and violent as he was strong, he could keep mastery over himself. But as he talked of indifferent things, he retired within himself, and swore to possess this woman, for through that thought lay the only way to love for him. Desire became a solemn compact made with himself, an oath after the manner of the Arabs among whom he had lived. For among them a vow is a kind of contract made with destiny. A man's whole future is solemnly pledged to fulfill it, and everything, even his own death, is regarded simply as a means to the one end. A younger man would have said to himself, I should very much like to have the Duchess for my mistress, or, if the Duchesse de Langeais cared for a man, he would be a very lucky rascal. But the general said, I will have Mme de Langeais for my mistress. And if a man takes such an idea into his head when his heart has never been touched before, and love begins to be a kind of religion with him, he little knows in what a hell he has set his foot. Armand de Montriveau suddenly took flight and went home in the first hot fever fit of the first love that he had known. When a man has kept all his boyish beliefs, illusions, frankness, and impetuosity into middle age, his first impulse is, as it were, to stretch out a hand to take the thing that he desires. A little later he realizes that there is a gulf set between them, and that it is all but impossible to cross it. A sort of childish impatience seizes him, he wants the thing the more, and trembles or cries. Wherefore, the next day, after the stormiest reflections that had yet perturbed his mind, Armand de Montriveau discovered that he was under the yoke of the senses, and his bondage made the heavier by his love. The woman so cavalierly treated in his thoughts of yesterday had become a most sacred and dreadful power. She was to be his world, his life, from this time forth. The greatest joy, the keenest anguish, that he had yet known grew colorless before the bare recollection of the least sensation stirred in him by her. The swiftest revolutions in a man's outward life only touch his interests, while passion brings a complete revulsion of feeling. And so in those who live by feeling, rather than by self-interest, the doers rather than the reasoners, the sanguine rather than the lymphatic temperaments, love works a complete revolution. In a flash, with one single reflection, Armand de Montriveau wiped out his whole past life. A score of times he asked himself, like a boy, shall I go, or shall I not? And then at last he dressed, came to the Hotel de Langeais towards 8 o'clock that evening, and was admitted. He was to see the woman, not the woman, the idol that he had seen yesterday, among lights, a fresh innocent girl in gauze and silken lace and veiling. He burst in upon her to declare his love, as if it were a question of firing the first shot on a field of battle. Poor novice! He found his ethereal sylphide shrouded in a brown cashmere dressing gown ingeniously befrilled, lying languidly stretched out upon a sofa in a dimly lighted boudoir. Mme de Langeais did not so much as rise. Nothing was visible of her but her face, her hair was loose but confined by a scarf. A hand indicated a seat, a hand that seemed white as marble to Montriveau by the flickering light of a single candle at the further side of the room, and a voice as soft as the light said, if it had been anyone else, la Marquise, a friend with whom I could dispense with ceremony, or a mere acquaintance in whom I felt but slight interest, I should have closed my door. I am exceedingly unwell. I will go, Armand said to himself. But I do not know how it is, she continued, and the simple warrior attributed the shining of her eyes to fever. Perhaps it was a presentiment of your kind visit, and no one can be more sensible of the prompt attention than I, but the vapors have left my head. Then may I stay? Oh, I should be very sorry to allow you to go. I told myself this morning that it was impossible that I should have made the slightest impression on your mind, and that in all probability you took my request for one of the commonplaces of which Parisians are lavish on every occasion. And I forgave your ingratitude in advance. An explorer from the deserts is not supposed to know how exclusive we are in our friendships in the faubourg. The gracious, half-murmured words dropped one by one, as if they had been weighted with the gladness that apparently brought them to her lips. The Duchess meant to have the full benefit of her headache, and her speculation was fully successful. The General, poor man, was really distressed by the lady's simulated distress. Like Crillon listening to the story of the crucifixion, he was ready to draw his sword against the vapors. How could a man dare to speak just then to this suffering woman of the love that she inspired? Armand had already felt that it would be absurd to fire off a declaration of love point blank at one so far above other women. With a single thought came understanding of the delicacies of feeling, of the soul's requirements. To love, what was that but to know how to plead, to beg for alms, to wait? And as for the love that he felt, must he not prove it? His tongue was mute, it was frozen by the conventions of the noble faubourg, the majesty of a sick headache, the bashfulness of love. But no power on earth could veil his glances. The heat and the infinite of the desert blazed in eyes calm as a panther's, beneath the lids that fell so seldom. The Duchess enjoyed the steady gaze that enveloped her in light and warmth. "Mme la Duchesse," he answered, "I am afraid I express my gratitude for your goodness very badly. At this moment I have but one desire, I wish it were in my power to cure the pain. Permit me to throw this off, I feel too warm now," she said, gracefully tossing aside a cushion that covered her feet. "Madam, in Asia your feet would be worth some 10,000 sequins." "A traveller's compliment," smiled she. It pleased the sprightly lady to involve the rough soldier in a labyrinth of nonsense, commonplaces, and meaningless talk, in which he maneuvered, in military language, as Prince Charles might have done at close quarters with Napoleon. She took a mischievous amusement in reconnoitering the extent of his infatuation by the number of foolish speeches extracted from a novice whom she led step by step into a hopeless maze, meaning to leave him there in confusion. She began by laughing at him, but nevertheless it pleased her to make him forget how time went. The length of a first visit is frequently a compliment, but Armand was innocent of any such intent. The famous explorer spent an hour in chat on all sorts of subjects, said nothing that he meant to say, and was feeling that he was only an instrument on whom this woman played, when she rose, sat upright, drew the scarf from her hair, and wrapped it about her throat, leant her elbow on the cushions, did him the honor of a complete cure, and rang for lights. The most graceful movement succeeded to complete repose. She turned to M. de Montriveau, from whom she had just extracted a confidence which seemed to interest her deeply, and said, "You wish to make game of me by trying to make me believe that you have never loved. It is a man's great pretension with us. And we always believe it. Out of pure politeness. Do we not know what to expect from it for ourselves? Where is the man that has found but a single opportunity of losing his heart? But you love to deceive us, and we submit to be deceived, poor foolish creatures that we are, for your hypocrisy is, after all, a homage paid to the superiority of our sentiments, which are all purity. The last words were spoken with a disdainful pride that made the novice in love feel like a worthless bale flung into the deep, while the Duchess was an angel soaring back to her particular heaven. "Confound it," thought Armand de Montriveau, "how am I to tell this wild thing that I love her?" He had told her already a score of times, or rather, the Duchess had a score of times read his secret in his eyes, and the passion in this unmistakably great man promised her amusement, and an interest in her empty life. So she prepared with no little dexterity to raise a certain number of redoubts for him to carry by storm before he should gain an entrance into her heart. Montriveau should overleap one difficulty after another. He should be a plaything for her caprice, just as an insect teased by children is made to jump from one finger to another, and in spite of all its pains is kept in the same place by its mischievous tormentor. And yet it gave the Duchess inexpressible happiness to see that this strong man had told her the truth. Armand had never loved, as he had said. He was about to go, in a bad humor with himself, and still more out of humor with her, but it delighted her to see a sullenness that she could conjure away with a word, a glance, or a gesture. "Will you come tomorrow evening?" she asked. "I am going to a ball, but I shall stay at home for you until 10 o'clock. Montriveau spent most of the next day in smoking an indeterminate quantity of cigars in his study window, and so got through the hours till he could dress and go to the Hotel de Langeais. To anyone who had known the magnificent worth of the man, it would have been grievous to see him grown so small, so distrustful of himself. The mind that might have shed light over undiscovered worlds shrunk to the proportions of a she-coxcomb's boudoir. Even he himself felt that he had fallen so low already in his happiness that to save his life he could not have told his love to one of his closest friends. Is there not always a trace of shame in the lover's bashfulness, and perhaps in women a certain exultation over diminished masculine stature? Indeed, but for a host of motives of this kind, how explain why women are nearly always the first to betray the secret, a secret of which, perhaps, they soon weary? La Duchesse cannot see visitors, monsieur, said the man. She is dressing, she begs you to wait for her here. Armand walked up and down the drawing room, studying her taste in the least details. He admired Mme de Langeais herself in the objects of her choosing. They revealed her life before he could grasp her personality and ideas. About an hour later the Duchess came noiselessly out of her chamber. Montriveau turned, saw her flit like a shadow across the room, and trembled. She came up to him, not with a bourgeois's enquiry, "How do I look?" She was sure of herself, her steady eyes said plainly, "I am adorned to please you." No one surely, save the old fairy godmother of some princess in disguise, could have wound a cloud of gauze about the dainty throat, so that the dazzling satin skin beneath should gleam through the gleaming folds. The Duchess was dazzling. The pale blue color of her gown, repeated in the flowers in her hair, appeared by the richness of its hue to lend substance to a fragile form grown too wholly ethereal, for as she glided towards Armand, the loose ends of her scarf floated about her, putting that valiant warrior in mind of the bright damosil flies that hover now over water, now over the flowers with which they seem to mingle and blend. "I have kept you waiting," she said, with the tone that a woman can always bring into her voice for the man whom she wishes to please. "I would wait patiently through an eternity," said he, "if I were sure of finding a divinity so fair, but it is no compliment to speak of your beauty to you. Nothing save worship could touch you. Suffer me only to kiss your scarf." "Oh, fie," she said, with a commanding gesture, "I esteem you enough to give you my hand." She held it out for his kiss. A woman's hand, still moist from the scented bath, has a soft freshness, a velvet smoothness that sends a tingling thrill from the lips to the soul. And if a man is attracted to a woman, and his senses are as quick to feel pleasure as his heart is full of love, such a kiss, though chaste in appearance, may conjure up a terrific storm. "Will you always give it me like this?" the general asked humbly when he had pressed that dangerous hand respectfully to his lips. "Yes, but there we must stop," she said, smiling. She sat down, and seemed very slow over putting on her gloves, trying to slip the unstretched kid over all her fingers at once, while she watched M. de Montriveau, and he was lost in admiration of the Duchess and those repeated graceful movements of hers. "Ah, you were punctual," she said, "that is right. I like punctuality. It is the courtesy of kings, His Majesty says, but to my thinking, from you men it is the most respectful flattery of all. Now, is it not? Just tell me." Again she gave him a side glance to express her insidious friendship, for he was dumb with happiness, sheer happiness through such nothings as these. Oh, the Duchess understood son métier de femme, the art and mystery of being a woman, most marvelously well. She knew, to admiration, how to raise a man in his own esteem as he humbled himself to her, how to reward every step of the descent to sentimental folly with hollow flatteries. "You will never forget to come at 9 o'clock. "No, but are you going to a ball every night?" "Do I know?" she answered, with a little childlike shrug of the shoulders. The gesture was meant to say that she was nothing if not capricious, and that a lover must take her as she was. Besides, she added, "What is that to you? You shall be my escort." "That would be difficult tonight," he objected. "I am not properly dressed." "It seems to me," she returned loftily, "that if anyone has a right to complain of your costume, it is I. Know, therefore, Monsieur le Voyageur, that if I accept a man's arm, he is forthwith above the laws of fashion. Nobody would venture to criticize him." "You do not know the world, I see. I like you the better for it." And even as she spoke she swept him into the pettiness of that world by the attempt to initiate him into the vanities of a woman of fashion. "If she chooses to do a foolish thing for me, I should be a simpleton to prevent her," said Armand to himself. "She has a liking for me beyond a doubt, and as for the world, she cannot despise it more than I do. So, now for the ball if she likes." The Duchess probably thought that if the general came with her and appeared in a ballroom in boots and a black tie, nobody would hesitate to believe that he was violently in love with her. and the general was well pleased that the queen of fashion should think of compromising herself for him. Hope gave him wit. He had gained confidence, he brought out his thoughts and views, he felt nothing of the restraint that weighed on his spirits yesterday. His talk was interesting and animated, and full of those first confidences so sweet to make and to receive. Was Mme de Langeais really carried away by his talk, or had she devised this charming piece of coquetry? At any rate, she looked up mischievously as the clock struck 12. "Ah, you have made me too late for the ball," she exclaimed, surprised and vexed that she had forgotten how time was going. The next moment she approved the exchange of pleasures with a smile that made Armand's heart give a sudden leap. "I certainly promised Mme de Beauchamp," she added. "They are all expecting me." "Very well, go." "No, go on." "I will stay. Your Eastern adventures fascinate me. Tell me the whole story of your life. I love to share in a brave man's hardships, and I feel them all, indeed I do." She was playing with her scarf, twisting it and pulling it to pieces, with jerky, impatient movements that seemed to tell of inward dissatisfaction and deep reflection. "We are fit for nothing," she went on. "Ah, we are contemptible, selfish, frivolous creatures. We can bore ourselves with amusements, and that is all we can do. Not one of us that understands that she has a part to play in life. In old days in France, women were beneficent lights. They lived to comfort those that mourned, to encourage high virtues, to reward artists and stir new life with noble thoughts. If the world has grown so petty, ours is the fault. You make me loathe the ball and this world in which I live. No, I am not giving up much for you." She had plucked her scarf to pieces, as a child plays with a flower, pulling away all the petals one by one, and now she crushed it into a ball, and flung it away. She could show her swan's neck. She rang the bell. "I shall not go out tonight," she told the footman. Her long, blue eyes turned timidly to Armand, and by the look of misgiving in them, he knew that he was meant to take the order for a confession, for a first and great favor. There was a pause, filled with many thoughts, before she spoke with that tenderness which is often in women's voices, and not so often in their hearts. "You have had a hard life," she said. "No," returned Armand. "Until today I did not know what happiness was." "Then you know it now?" she asked, looking at him with a demure, keen glance. "What is happiness for me henceforth but this, to see you, to hear you? Until now I have only known privation, now I know that I can be unhappy. That will do," she said. "You must go, it is past midnight. Let us regard appearances. People must not talk about us. I do not know quite what I shall say, but the headache is a good-natured friend, and tells no tales. Is there to be a ball tomorrow night? You would grow accustomed to the life, I think." "Very well. Yes, we will go again tomorrow night." There was not a happier man in the world than Armand when he went out from her. Every evening he came to Mme de Langeais at the hour kept for him by a tacit understanding. It would be tedious, and, for the many young men who carry a redundance of such sweet memories in their hearts, it were superfluous to follow the story step by step, the progress of a romance growing in those hours spent together, a romance controlled entirely by a woman's will. If sentiment went too fast, she would raise a quarrel over a word, or when words flagged behind her thoughts, she appealed to the feelings. Perhaps the only way of following such Penelope's progress is by marking its outward and visible signs. As, for instance, within a few days of their first meeting, the assiduous general had won and kept the right to kiss his lady's insatiable hands. Wherever Mme de Langeais went, M. de Montriveau was certain to be seen, till people jokingly called him Her Grace's orderly. And already he had made enemies, others were jealous, and envied him his position. Mme de Langeais had attained her end. The Marquise de Montriveau was among her numerous train of adorers, and a means of humiliating those who boasted of their progress in her good graces, for she publicly gave him preference over them all. Decidedly, M. de Montriveau is the man for whom the Duchess shows a preference, pronounced Mme de Cerisy. And who in Paris does not know what it means when a woman shows a preference? All went on therefore according to prescribed rule. The anecdotes which people were pleased to circulate concerning the general put that warrior in so formidable a light, that the more adroit quietly dropped their pretensions to the Duchess, and remained in her train merely to turn the position to account, and to use her name and personality to make better terms for themselves with certain stars of the second magnitude. And those lesser powers were delighted to take a lover away from Mme de Langeais. The Duchess was keen-sighted enough to see these desertions and treaties with the enemy, and her pride would not suffer her to be the dupe of them. As M. de Talleyrand, one of her great admirers, said, she knew how to take a second edition of Revenge, laying the two-edged blade of a sarcasm between the pairs in these morganatic unions. Her mocking disdain contributed not a little to increase her reputation as an extremely clever woman and a person to be feared. Her character for virtue was consolidated while she amused herself with other people's secrets, and kept her own to herself. Yet, after 2 months of assiduities, she saw with a vague dread in the depths of her soul that M. de Montriveau understood nothing of the subtleties of flirtation after the manner of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. He was taking a Parisienne's coquetry in earnest. "You will not tame him, dear Duchess," the old Vidame de Pamiers had said. "'Tis a first cousin to the eagle. He will carry you off to his eyrie if you do not take care." Then Mme de Langeais felt afraid. The shrewd old noble's words sounded like a prophecy. The next day she tried to turn love to hate. She was harsh, exacting, irritable, unbearable. Montriveau disarmed her with angelic sweetness. She so little knew the great generosity of a large nature, that the kindly jests with which her first complaints were met went to her heart. She sought a quarrel, and found proofs of affection. She persisted. "When a man idolizes you, how can he have vexed you?" asked Armand. You do not vex me, she answered, suddenly grown gentle and submissive. But why do you wish to compromise me? For me you ought to be nothing but a friend. Do you not know it? I wish I could see that you had the instincts, the delicacy of real friendship, so that I might lose neither your respect nor the pleasure that your presence gives me. Nothing but your friend, he cried out. The terrible word sent an electric shock through his brain. On the faith of these happy hours that you grant me, I sleep and wake in your heart. And now today, for no reason, you are pleased to destroy all the secret hopes by which I live. You have required promises of such constancy in me, you have said so much of your horror of women made up of nothing but caprice, and now do you wish me to understand that, like other women here in Paris, you have passions, and know nothing of love? If so, why did you ask my life of me? Why did you accept it? I was wrong, my friend. Oh, it is wrong of a woman to yield to such intoxication when she must not and cannot make any return. I understand. You have merely been coquetting with me, and, coquetting, she repeated. I detest coquetry. A coquette, Armand, makes promises to many, and gives herself to none, and a woman who keeps such promises is a libertine. This much I believed I had grasped of our code. But to be melancholy with humorists, gay with the frivolous, and politic with ambitious souls, to listen to a babbler with every appearance of admiration, to talk of war with a soldier, wax enthusiastic with philanthropists over the good of the nation, and to give to each one his little dole of flattery, it seems to me that this is as much a matter of necessity as dress, diamonds, and gloves, or flowers in one's hair. Such talk is the moral counterpart of the toilette. You take it up and lay it aside with the plumed head-dress. Do you call this coquetry? Why, I have never treated you as I treat everyone else. With you, my friend, I am sincere. Have I not always shared your views? And when you convinced me after a discussion, was I not always perfectly glad? In short, I love you, but only as a devout and pure woman may love. I have thought it over. I am a married woman, Armand. My way of life with M. de Langeais gives me liberty to bestow my heart, but law and custom leave me no right to dispose of my person. If a woman loses her honor, she is an outcast in any rank of life, and I have yet to meet with a single example of a man that realizes all that our sacrifices demand of him in such a case. Quite otherwise. Anyone can foresee the rupture between Mme de Beauchamp and M. de Ajuda, for he is going to marry Mademoiselle de Rochefide. It seems, that affair made it clear to my mind that these very sacrifices on the woman's part are almost always the cause of the man's desertion. If you had loved me sincerely, you would have kept away for a time. Now, I will lay aside all vanity for you. Is not that something? What will not people say of a woman to whom no man attaches himself? Oh, she is heartless, brainless, soulless, and what is more, devoid of charm. Coquettes will not spare me. They will rob me of the very qualities that mortify them. So long as my reputation is safe, what do I care if my rivals deny my merits? They certainly will not inherit them. Come, my friend, give up something for her who sacrifices so much for you. Do not come quite so often, I shall love you none the less. Ah, said Armand, with the profound irony of a wounded heart in his words and tone. Love, so the scribblers say, only feeds on illusions. Nothing could be truer. I see, I am expected to imagine that I am loved. But, there are some thoughts like wounds, from which there is no recovery. My belief in you was one of the last left to me, and now I see that there is nothing left to believe in this earth. She began to smile. Yes, Montrivo went on in an unsteady voice, this Catholic faith to which you wish to convert me is a lie that men make for themselves. Hope is a lie at the expense of the future, pride, a lie between us and our fellows, and pity, and prudence, and terror are cunning lies. And now my happiness is to be one more lying delusion. I am expected to delude myself, to be willing to give gold coin for silver to the end. If you can so easily dispense with my visits, if you can confess me neither as your friend nor your lover, you do not care for me. And I, poor fool that I am, tell myself this, and know it, and love you. But, dear me, poor Armand, you are flying into a passion. I flying into a passion. Yes. You think that the whole question is opened because I ask you to be careful. In her heart of hearts she was delighted with the anger that leapt out in her lover's eyes. Even as she tortured him, she was criticizing him, watching every slightest change that passed over his face. If the general had been so unluckily inspired as to show himself generous without discussion, as happens occasionally with some artless souls, he would have been a banished man forever, accused and convicted of not knowing how to love. Most women are not displeased to have their code of right and wrong broken through. Do they not flatter themselves that they never yield except to force? But Armand was not learned enough in this kind of law to see the snare ingeniously spread for him by the Duchess. So much of the child was there in the strong man in love. If all you want is to preserve appearances, he began in his simplicity, I am willing to, simply to preserve appearances. The lady broke in, why, what idea can you have of me? Have I given you the slightest reason to suppose that I can be yours? Why, what else are we talking about? Demanded Montrivo. Monsieur, you frighten me. No, pardon me. Thank you, she added, coldly, thank you, Armand. You have given me timely warning of imprudence, committed quite unconsciously, believe it, my friend. You know how to endure, you say. I also know how to endure. We will not see each other for a time, and then, when both of us have contrived to recover calmness to some extent, we will think about arrangements for a happiness sanctioned by the world. I am young, Armand. A man with no delicacy might tempt a woman of 24 to do many foolish, wild things for his sake. But you will be my friend, promise me that you will." "The woman of 24 returned he, knows what she is about." He sat down on the sofa in the boudoir, and leant his head on his hands. "Do you love me, madam?" he asked at length, raising his head, and turning a face full of resolution upon her. "Say it straight out, yes or no." His direct question dismayed the Duchess more than a threat of suicide could have done. Indeed, the woman of the 19th century is not to be frightened by that stale stratagem. The sword has ceased to be part of the masculine costume. But in the effect of eyelids and lashes, in the contraction of the gaze, in the twitching of the lips, is there not some influence that communicates the terror which they express with such vivid magnetic power? "Ah, if I were free, if, oh, is it only your husband that stands in the way?" the general exclaimed joyfully, as he strode to and fro in the boudoir. "Dear Antoinette, I wield a more absolute power than the autocrat of all the Russias. I have a compact with fate. I can advance or retard destiny, so far as men are concerned, at my fancy, as you alter the hands of a watch. If you can direct the course of fate in our political machinery, it simply means, does it not, that you understand the ins and outs of it? You shall be free before very long, and then you must remember your promise." "Armand," she cried. "What do you mean? Great heavens! Can you imagine that I am to be the prize of a crime? Do you want to kill me? Why? You cannot have any religion in you. For my own part, I fear God. M. de Langeais may have given me reason to hate him, but I wish him no manner of harm." M. de Montriveau beat a tattoo on the marble chimney-piece, and only looked composedly at the lady. "Dear," continued she, "respect him. He does not love me, he is not kind to me, but I have duties to fulfill with regard to him. What would I not do to avert the calamities with which you threaten him? Listen," she continued after a pause, "I will not say another word about separation. You shall come here as in the past, and I will still give you my forehead to kiss. If I refused once or twice, it was pure coquetry, indeed it was. But let us understand each other," she added as he came closer. "You will permit me to add to the number of my satellites, to receive even more visitors in the morning than heretofore. I mean to be twice as frivolous. I mean to use you to all appearance very badly, to feign a rupture. You must come not quite so often." And then, afterwards, while she spoke, she had allowed him to put an arm about her waist. Montriveau was holding her tightly to him, and she seemed to feel the exceeding pleasure that women usually feel in that close contact, an earnest of the bliss of a closer union. And then, doubtless she meant to elicit some confidence, for she raised herself on tiptoe, and laid her forehead against Armand's burning lips. And then Montriveau finished her sentence for her. "You shall not speak to me of your husband. You ought not to think of him again." Mme de Langeais was silent a while. "At least," she said, after a significant pause, "at least you will do all that I wish without grumbling. You will not be naughty. Tell me so, my friend. You wanted to frighten me, did you not? Come, now, Confess it. You are too good ever to think of crimes. But is it possible that you can have secrets that I do not know? How can you control fate? Now, when you confirm the gift of the heart that you have already given me, I am far too happy to know exactly how to answer you. I can trust you, Antoinette. I shall have no suspicion, no unfounded jealousy of you. But if accident should set you free, we shall be one. Accident, Armand. With that little dainty turn of the head that seems to say so many things, a gesture that such women as the Duchess can use on light occasions, as a great singer can act with her voice. Pure accident, she repeated. Mind that. If anything should happen to M. de Langeais by your fault, I should never be yours. And so they parted, mutually content. The Duchess had made a pact that left her free to prove to the world by words and deeds that M. de Montriveau was no lover of hers. And as for him, the wily Duchess vowed to tire him out. He should have nothing of her beyond the little concessions snatched in the course of contests that she could stop at her pleasure. She had so pretty an art of revoking the grant of yesterday, she was so much in earnest in her purpose to remain technically virtuous, that she felt that there was not the slightest danger for her in preliminaries fraught with peril for a woman less sure of her self-command. After all, the Duchess was practically separated from her husband. A marriage long since annulled was no great sacrifice to make to her love. Montriveau on his side was quite happy to win the vaguest promise, glad once for all to sweep aside, with all scruples of conjugal fidelity, her stock of excuses for refusing herself to his love. He had gained ground a little, and congratulated himself. And so for a time he took unfair advantage of the rights so hardly won. More a boy than he had ever been in his life, he gave himself up to all the childishness that makes first love the flower of life. He was a child again as he poured out all his soul, all the thwarted forces that passion had given him, upon her hands, upon the dazzling forehead that looked so pure to his eyes, upon her fair hair, on the tufted curls where his lips were pressed. And the Duchess, on whom his love was poured like a flood, was vanquished by the magnetic influence of her lover's warmth. She hesitated to begin the quarrel that must part them forever. She was more a woman than she thought, this slight creature, in her effort to reconcile the demands of religion with the ever-new sensations of vanity, the semblance of pleasure which turns a Parisienne's head. Every Sunday she went to Mass, she never missed a service. Then, when evening came, she was steeped in the intoxicating bliss of repressed desire. Armand and Mme de Langeais, like Hindu Farkers, found the reward of their continence in the temptations to which it gave rise. Possibly, the Duchess had ended by resolving love into fraternal caresses, harmless enough, as it might have seemed to the rest of the world, while they borrowed extremes of degradation from the license of her thoughts. How else explain the incomprehensible mystery of her continual fluctuations? Every morning she proposed to herself to shut her door on the Marquise de Montriveau. Every evening, at the appointed hour, she fell under the charm of his presence. There was a languid defense, then she grew less unkind. Her words were sweet and soothing. They were lovers, lovers only could have been thus. For him the Duchess would display her most sparkling wit, her most captivating wiles, and when at last she had wrought upon his senses and his soul, she might submit herself passively to his fierce caresses. But she had her nec plus ultra of passion, and when once it was reached, she grew angry if he lost the mastery of himself and made as though he would pass beyond. No woman on earth can brave the consequences of refusal without some motive. Nothing is more natural than to yield to love, wherefore Mme de Langeais promptly raised a second line of fortification, a stronghold less easy to carry than the first. She evoked the terrors of religion. Never did Father of the Church, however eloquent, plead the cause of God better than the Duchess. Never was the wrath of the Most High better justified than by her voice. She used no preacher's commonplaces, no rhetorical amplifications. No. She had a pulpit tremor of her own. To Armand's most passionate entreaty, she replied with a tearful gaze, and a gesture in which a terrible plenitude of emotion found expression. She stopped his mouth with an appeal for mercy. She would not hear another word. If she did, she must succumb, and better death than criminal happiness. Is it nothing to disobey God? She asked him, recovering a voice grown faint in the crises of inward struggles, through which the fair actress appeared to find it hard to preserve her self-control. I would sacrifice society, I would give up the whole world for you, gladly, but it is very selfish of you to ask my whole afterlife of me for a moment of pleasure. Come, now. Are you not happy? She added, holding out her hand, and certainly in her careless toilette the sight of her afforded consolations to her lover, who made the most of them. Sometimes from policy, to keep her hold on a man whose ardent passion gave her emotions unknown before, sometimes in weakness, she suffered him to snatch a swift kiss, and immediately, in feigned terror, she flushed red and exiled Armand from the sofa so soon as the sofa became dangerous ground. Your joys are sins for me to expiate, Armand, they are paid for by penitence and remorse, she cried. And Montriveau, now at 2 chairs' distance from that aristocratic petticoat, betook himself to blasphemy and railed against Providence. The Duchess grew angry at such times. My friend, she said dryly, I do not understand why you decline to believe in God, for it is impossible to believe in man. Hush, do not talk like that. You have too great a nature to take up their liberal nonsense with its pretension to abolish God. Theological and political disputes acted like a cold douche on Montriveau. He calmed down. He could not return to love when the Duchess stirred up his wrath by suddenly setting him down 1,000 miles away from the boudoir, discussing theories of absolute monarchy, which she defended to admiration. Few women venture to be democrats. The attitude of democratic champion is scarcely compatible with tyrannous feminine sway. But often, on the other hand, the general shook out his mane, dropped politics with a leonine growling and lashing of the flanks, and sprang upon his prey. he was no longer capable of carrying a heart and brain at such variance for very far. He came back, terrible with love, to his mistress. And she, if she felt the prick of fancy stimulated to a dangerous point, knew that it was time to leave her boudoir. She came out of the atmosphere surcharged with desires that she drew in with her breath, sat down to the piano, and sang the most exquisite songs of modern music, and so baffled the physical attraction which at times showed her no mercy, though she was strong enough to fight it down. At such times she was something sublime in a man's eyes. She was not acting, she was genuine. The unhappy lover was convinced that she loved him. Her egoistic resistance deluded him into a belief that she was a pure and sainted woman. He resigned himself. He talked of platonic love, did this artillery officer. When Mme de Langeais had played with religion sufficiently to suit her own purposes, she played with it again for a man's benefit. She wanted to bring him back to a Christian frame of mind. She brought out her edition of Le Génie du Christianisme, adapted for the use of military men. Montriveau chafed. His yoke was heavy. Oh! At that, possessed by the spirit of contradiction, she dinned religion into his ears, to see whether God might not rid her of this suitor, for the man's persistence was beginning to frighten her. And in any case she was glad to prolong any quarrel, if it bade fair to keep the dispute on moral grounds for an indefinite period. The material struggle which followed it was more dangerous. But if the time of her opposition on the ground of the marriage law might be said to be the epoch civile of this sentimental warfare, the ensuing phase which might be taken to constitute the epoch religieuse had also its crisis and consequent decline of severity. Armand, happening to come in very early one evening, found l'Abbé Gondrand, the Duchess's spiritual director, established in an armchair by the fireside, looking as a spiritual director might be expected to look while digesting his dinner and the charming sins of his penitent. In the ecclesiastic's bearing there was a stateliness befitting a dignitary of the Church, and the episcopal violet hue already appeared in his dress. At sight of his fresh, well-preserved complexion, smooth forehead, and ascetic mouth, Montriveau's countenance grew uncommonly dark. He said not a word under the malicious scrutiny of the other's gaze, and greeted neither the lady nor the priest. The lover apart, Montriveau was not wanting in tact, so a few glances exchanged with the bishop-designate told him that here was the real forger of the Duchess's armory of scruples. That an ambitious abbé should control the happiness of a man of Montriveau's temper, and by underhand ways. The thought burst in a furious tide over his face, clenched his fists, and set him chafing and pacing to and fro. But when he came back to his place intending to make a scene, a single look from the Duchess was enough. He was quiet. Any other woman would have been put out by her lover's gloomy silence. It was quite otherwise with Mme de Langeais. She continued her conversation with M. de Gondrand on the necessity of re-establishing the Church in its ancient splendor. And she talked brilliantly. The Church, she maintained, ought to be a temporal as well as a spiritual power, stating her case better than the Abbé had done, and regretting that the Chamber of Peers, unlike the English House of Lords, had no bench of bishops. Nevertheless, the abbé rose, yielded his place to the general, and took his leave, knowing that in Lent he could play a return game. As for the Duchess, Montriveau's behavior had excited her curiosity to such a pitch that she scarcely rose to return her director's low bow. "What is the matter with you, my friend?" "Why, I cannot stomach that abbé of yours." "Why did you not take a book?" she asked, careless whether the abbé, then closing the door, heard her or no. The general paused, for the gesture which accompanied the Duchess's speech further increased the exceeding insolence of her words. "My dear Antoinette, thank you for giving love precedence of the Church, but, for pity's sake, allow me to ask one question." "Oh, you are questioning me. I am quite willing." "You are my friend, are you not?" "I certainly can open the bottom of my heart to you, you will see only one image there." "Do you talk about our love to that man?" "He is my confessor." "Does he know that I love you?" "M. de Montriveau, you cannot claim, I think, to penetrate the secrets of the confessional." "Does that man know all about our quarrels and my love for you?" "That man, monsieur, say God." "God again." "I ought to be alone in your heart." "But leave God alone where he is, for the love of God and me." "Madam, you shall not go to confession again, or, she repeated sweetly. "Or I will never come back here." "Then go, Armand." "Goodbye, goodbye forever." She rose and went to her boudoir without so much as a glance at Armand, as he stood with his hand on the back of a chair. How long he stood there motionless he himself never knew. The soul within has the mysterious power of expanding as of contracting space. He opened the door of the boudoir. It was dark within. A faint voice was raised to say sharply, "I did not ring." "What made you come in without orders?" "Go away, Suzette." "Then you are ill," exclaimed Montriveau. "Stand up, monsieur, and go out of the room for a minute at any rate," she said, ringing the bell. "Mme la Duchesse rang for lights," said the footman, coming in with the candles. When the lovers were alone together, Mme de Langeais still lay on her couch. She was just as silent and motionless as if Montriveau had not been there. "Dear, I was wrong," he began, a note of pain and a sublime kindness in his voice. "Indeed, I would not have you without religion. It is fortunate that you can recognize the necessity of a conscience," she said in a hard voice, without looking at him. "I thank you in God's name." The general was broken down by her harshness. This woman seemed as if she could be at will a sister or a stranger to him. He made one despairing stride towards the door. He would leave her forever without another word. He was wretched, and the Duchess was laughing within herself over mental anguish far more cruel than the old judicial torture. But as for going away, it was not in his power to do it. In any sort of crisis, a woman is, as it were, bursting with a certain quantity of things to say. So long as she has not delivered herself of them, She experiences the sensation which we are apt to feel at the sight of something incomplete. Mme de Langeais had not said all that was in her mind. She took up her parable and said, "We have not the same convictions, General, I am pained to think. It would be dreadful if a woman could not believe in a religion which permits us to love beyond the grave. I set Christian sentiments aside, you cannot understand them. Let me simply speak to you of expediency. Would you forbid a woman at court the table of the Lord when it is customary to take the sacrament at Easter? People must certainly do something for their party. The liberals, whatever they may wish to do, will never destroy the religious instinct. Religion will always be a political necessity. Would you undertake to govern a nation of logic choppers? Napoleon was afraid to try, he persecuted ideologists. If you want to keep people from reasoning, you must give them something to feel. So let us accept the Roman Catholic Church with all its consequences. And if we would have France go to Mass, ought we not to begin by going ourselves? Religion, you see, Armand, is a bond uniting all the conservative principles which enable the rich to live in tranquility. Religion and the rights of property are intimately connected. It is certainly a finer thing to lead a nation by ideas of morality than by fear of the scaffold, as in the time of the Terror, the one method by which your odious revolution could enforce obedience. The priest and the king, that means you, and me, and the princess my neighbor, and, in a word, the interests of all honest people personified. There, my friend, just be so good as to belong to your party, you that might be its Scylla if you had the slightest ambition that way. I know nothing about politics myself, I argue from my own feelings, but still I know enough to guess that society would be overturned if people were always calling its foundations in question. If that is how your court and your government think, I am sorry for you, broke in Montriveau. The Restoration, madam, ought to say, like Catherine de Medici, when she heard that the Battle of Dreux was lost, very well, now we will go to the meeting house. Now 1815 was your Battle of Dreux. Like the royal power of those days, you won in fact, while you lost in right. Political Protestantism has gained an ascendancy over people's minds. If you have no mind to issue your Edict of Nantes, or if, when it is issued, you publish a revocation, if you should one day be accused and convicted of repudiating the Charter, which is simply a pledge given to maintain the interests established under the Republic, then the revolution will rise again, terrible in her strength, and strike but a single blow. It will not be the revolution that will go into exile, she is the very soil of France. Men die, but people's interests do not die. Great heavens! What are France and the Crown and rightful sovereigns, and the whole world besides, to us? Idle words compared with my happiness. Let them reign or be hurled from the throne, little do I care. Where am I now? In the Duchesse de Langeais' boudoir, my friend. No, no. No more of the Duchess. No more of Langeais, I am with my dear Antoinette. Will you do me the pleasure to stay where you are, she said, laughing and pushing him back, gently however. "So you have never loved me," he retorted, and anger flashed in lightning from his eyes. "No, dear," but the no was equivalent to yes. "I am a great ass," he said, kissing her hands. "The terrible queen was a woman once more. Antoinette," he went on, laying his head on her feet, "you are too chastely tender to speak of our happiness to anyone in this world." "Oh," she cried, rising to her feet with a swift, graceful spring, "you are a great simpleton." And without another word she fled into the drawing room. "What is it now?" wondered the general, little knowing that the touch of his burning forehead had sent a swift electric thrill through her from foot to head. In hot wrath he followed her to the drawing room, only to hear divinely sweet chords. The Duchess was at the piano. If the man of science or the poet can at once enjoy and comprehend, bringing his intelligence to bear upon his enjoyment without loss of delight, he is conscious that the alphabet and phraseology of music are but cunning instruments for the composer, like the wood and copper wire under the hands of the executant. For the poet and the man of science there is a music existing apart, underlying the double expression of this language of the spirit and senses. And Ben can draw tears of joy or pitying laughter at the will of the singer, and not unfrequently one here and there in the world, some girl unable to live and bear the heavy burden of an unguessed pain, some man whose soul vibrates with the throb of passion, may take up a musical theme, and lo! heaven is opened for them, or they find a language for themselves in some sublime melody, some song lost to the world. The general was listening now to such a song, a mysterious music unknown to all other ears, as the solitary plaint of some mateless bird dying alone in a virgin forest. "Great heavens, what are you playing there?" he asked in an unsteady voice. "The prelude of a ballad, called, I believe, Fleuve d'Utage." "I did not know that there was such music in a piano," he returned. "Ah," she said, and for the first time she looked at him as a woman looks at the man she loves, "nor do you know, my friend, that I love you, and that you cause me horrible suffering, and that I feel that I must utter my cry of pain without putting it too plainly into words. If I did not, I should yield, but you see nothing. And you will not make me happy. Armand, I should die of sorrow the next day." The general turned abruptly from her and went. But out in the street he brushed away the tears that he would not let fall. The religious phase lasted for 3 months. At the end of that time the Duchess grew weary of vain repetitions. The deity, bound hand and foot, was delivered up to her lover. Possibly she may have feared that by sheer dint of talking of eternity she might perpetuate his love in this world and the next. For her own sake, it must be believed that no man had touched her heart, or her conduct would be inexcusable. She was young. The time when men and women feel that they cannot afford to lose time or to quibble over their joys was still far off. She, no doubt, was on the verge not of first love, but of her first experience of the bliss of love. And from inexperience, for want of the painful lessons which would have taught her to value the treasure poured out at her feet, she was playing with it. Knowing nothing of the glory and rapture of the light, she was fain to stay in the shadow. Armand was just beginning to understand this strange situation. He put his hope in the first words spoken by nature. Every evening, as he came away from Mme de Langeais, he told himself that no woman would accept the tenderest, most delicate proofs of a man's love during 7 months, nor yield passively to the slighter demands of passion, only to cheat love at the last. He was waiting patiently for the sun to gain power, not doubting but that he should receive the earliest fruits. The married woman's hesitations and the religious scruples he could quite well understand. He even rejoiced over those battles. He mistook the Duchess's heartless coquetry for modesty, and he would not have had her otherwise. So he had loved to see her devising obstacles. Was he not gradually triumphing over them? Did not every victory won swell the meager sum of lovers' intimacies long denied, and at last conceded with every sign of love? Still, he had had such leisure to taste the full sweetness of every small successive conquest on which a lover feeds his love, that these had come to be matters of use and wont. So far as obstacles went, there were none now save his own or of her, nothing else left between him and his desire save the whims of her who allowed him to call her Antoinette. So he made up his mind to demand more, to demand all. Embarrassed like a young lover who cannot dare to believe that his idol can stoop so low, he hesitated for a long time. He passed through the experience of terrible reactions within himself. A set purpose was annihilated by a word, and definite resolves died within him on the threshold. He despised himself for his weakness, and still his desire remained unuttered. Nevertheless, one evening, after sitting in gloomy melancholy, he brought out a fierce demand for his illegally legitimate rights. The Duchess had not to wait for her bond-slave's request to guess his desire. When was a man's desire a secret? And have not women an intuitive knowledge of the meaning of certain changes of countenance? What, you wish to be my friend no longer? She broke in at the first words, and a divine red surging like new blood under the transparent skin, lent brightness to her eyes. As a reward for my generosity, you would dishonor me. Just reflect a little. I myself have thought much over this, and I think always for us both. There is such a thing as a woman's loyalty, and we can no more fail in it than you can fail in honor. I cannot blind myself. If I am yours, how, in any sense, can I be M. de Langeais' wife? Can you require the sacrifice of my position, my rank, my whole life in return for a doubtful love that could not wait patiently for 7 months? What? Already you would rob me of my right to dispose of myself. No, no, you must not talk like this again. No, not another word. I will not, I cannot listen to you. Mme de Langeais raised both hands to her head to push back the tufted curls from her hot forehead. She seemed very much excited. You come to a weak woman with your purpose definitely planned out. You say, for a certain length of time she will talk to me of her husband, then of God, and then of the inevitable consequences. But I will use and abuse the ascendancy I shall gain over her. I will make myself indispensable. All the bonds of habit, all the misconstructions of outsiders, will make for me, and at length, when our liaison is taken for granted by all the world, I shall be this woman's master. Now, be frank, these are your thoughts. Oh, you calculate, and you say that you love. Shame on you. You are enamored. Ah, that I well believe. You wish to possess me, to have me for your mistress, that is all. Very well then, no. The Duchesse de Langeais will not descend so far. Simple bourgeoises may be the victims of your treachery, I, never. Nothing gives me assurance of your love. You speak of my beauty, I may lose every trace of it in 6 months, like the dear princess, my neighbor. You are captivated by my wit, my grace. Great heavens! You would soon grow used to them and to the pleasures of possession. Have not the little concessions that I was weak enough to make come to be a matter of course in the last few months? Some day, when ruin comes, you will give me no reason for the change in you beyond a curt, I have ceased to care for you. Then, rank and fortune and honor and all that was the Duchesse de Langeais will be swallowed up in one disappointed hope. I shall have children to bear witness to my shame, and, with an involuntary gesture she interrupted herself, and continued, but I am too good-natured to explain all this to you when you know it better than I. Come. Let us stay as we are. I am only too fortunate in that I can still break these bonds which you think so strong. Is there anything so very heroic in coming to the Hotel de Langeais to spend an evening with a woman whose prattle amuses you, a woman whom you take for a plaything? Why, 6 young coxcombs come here just as regularly every afternoon between 3 and 5. They, too, are very generous, I am to suppose. I make fun of them, they stand my petulance and insolence pretty quietly, and make me laugh, but as for you, I give all the treasures of my soul to you, and you wish to ruin me. You try my patience in endless ways. Hush, that will do, she continued, seeing that he was about to speak. You have no heart, no soul, no delicacy. I know what you want to tell me. Very well, then, yes. I would rather you should take me for a cold, insensible woman, with no devotion in her composition, no heart even, than be taken by everybody else for a vulgar person, and be condemned to your so-called pleasures, of which you would most certainly tire, and to everlasting punishment for it afterwards. Your selfish love is not worth so many sacrifices. The words give but a very inadequate idea of the discourse which the Duchess trilled out with the quick volubility of a bird organ. Nor, truly, was there anything to prevent her from talking on for some time to come, for poor Armand's only reply to the torrent of flute notes was a silence filled with cruelly painful thoughts. He was just beginning to see that this woman was playing with him. He divined instinctively that a devoted love, a responsive love, does not reason and count the consequences in this way. Then, as he heard her reproach him with detestable motives, he felt something like shame as he remembered that unconsciously he had made those very calculations. With angelic honesty of purpose, he looked within, and self-examination found nothing but selfishness in all his thoughts and motives, in the answers which he framed and could not utter. He was self-convicted. In his despair he longed to fling himself from the window. The egoism of it was intolerable. What indeed can a man say when a woman will not believe in love? Let me prove how much I love you. The eye is always there. The heroes of the boudoir, in such circumstances, can follow the example of the primitive logician who preceded the Pyrrhonists and denied movement. Montriveau was not equal to this feat. With all his audacity, he lacked this precise kind which never deserts an adept in the formulas of feminine algebra. If so many women, and even the best of women, fall a prey to a kind of expert to whom the vulgar give a grosser name, it is perhaps because the said experts are great provers, and love, in spite of its delicious poetry of sentiment, requires a little more geometry than people are wont to think. Now the Duchess and Montriveau were alike in this, they were both equally unversed in love lore. The lady's knowledge of theory was but scanty, in practice she knew nothing whatever, she felt nothing, and reflected over everything. Montriveau had had but little experience, was absolutely ignorant of theory, and felt too much to reflect at all. Both therefore were enduring the consequences of the singular situation. At that supreme moment the myriad thoughts in his mind might have been reduced to the formula, "Submit to be mine," words which seem horribly selfish to a woman for whom they awaken no memories, recall no ideas. Something nevertheless he must say. And what was more, though her barbed shafts had set his blood tingling, though the short phrases that she discharged at him one by one were very keen and sharp and cold, he must control himself lest he should lose all by an outbreak of anger. Mme la Duchesse, I am in despair that God should have invented no way for a woman to confirm the gift of her heart save by adding the gift of her person. The high value which you yourself put upon the gift teaches me that I cannot attach less importance to it. If you have given me your inmost self and your whole heart, as you tell me, what can the rest matter? And besides, if my happiness means so painful a sacrifice, let us say no more about it. But you must pardon a man of spirit if he feels humiliated at being taken for a spaniel. The tone in which the last remark was uttered might perhaps have frightened another woman, but when the wearer of a petticoat has allowed herself to be addressed as a divinity, and thereby set herself above all other mortals, no power on earth can be so haughty. La Marquise, I am in despair that God should not have invented some nobler way for a man to confirm the gift of his heart than by the manifestation of prodigiously vulgar desires. We become bond slaves when we give ourselves body and soul, but a man is bound to nothing by accepting the gift. Who will assure me that love will last? The very love that I might show for you at every moment, the better to keep your love, might serve you as a reason for deserting me. I have no wish to be a second edition of Mme de Beauchamp. Who can ever know what it is that keeps you beside us? Our persistent coldness of heart is the cause of an unfailing passion in some of you. Other men ask for an untiring devotion, to be idolized at every moment, some for gentleness, others for tyranny. No woman in this world as yet has really read the riddle of man's heart. There was a pause. When she spoke again it was in a different tone. After all, my friend, you cannot prevent a woman from trembling at the question, will this love last always? Hard though my words may be, the dread of losing you puts them into my mouth. Oh, me! It is not I who speaks, dear, it is reason, and how should anyone so mad as I be reasonable? In truth, I am nothing of the sort. The poignant irony of her answer had changed before the end into the most musical accents in which a woman could find utterance for ingenuous love. To listen to her words was to pass in a moment from martyrdom to heaven. Montriveau grew pale, and for the first time in his life, he fell on his knees before a woman. He kissed the Duchess's skirt hem, her knees, her feet, but for the credit of the Faubourg Saint-Germain it is necessary to respect the mysteries of its boudoirs, where many are fain to take the utmost that love can give without giving proof of love in return. The Duchess thought herself generous when she suffered herself to be adored. But Montriveau was in a wild frenzy of joy over her complete surrender of the position. "Dear Antoinette," he cried. "Yes, you are right. I will not have you doubt any longer. I too am trembling at this moment, lest the angel of my life should leave me. I wish I could invent some tie that might bind us to each other irrevocably." "Ah," she said, under her breath, "so I was right, you see. Let me say all that I have to say, I will scatter all your fears with a word. Listen. If I deserted you, I should deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Be wholly mine, and I will give you the right to kill me if I am false. I myself will write a letter explaining certain reasons for taking my own life. I will make my final arrangements, in short. You shall have the letter in your keeping. In the eye of the law it will be a sufficient explanation of my death. You can avenge yourself, and fear nothing from God or men. What good would the letter be to me? What would life be if I had lost your love? If I wished to kill you, should I not be ready to follow? No, thank you for the thought, but I do not want the letter. Should I not begin to dread that you were faithful to me through fear? And if a man knows that he must risk his life for a stolen pleasure, might it not seem more tempting? Armand, the thing I ask of you is the one hard thing to do. Then what is it that you wish? Your obedience and my liberty. Ah, God, cried he, I am a child. A wayward, much spoiled child, she said, stroking the thick hair, for his head still lay on her knee. Ah, and loved far more than he believes, and yet he is very disobedient. Why not stay as we are? Why not sacrifice to me the desires that hurt me? Why not take what I can give, when it is all that I can honestly grant? Are you not happy? Oh yes, I am happy when I have not a doubt left. Antoinette, doubt in love is a kind of death, is it not? In a moment he showed himself as he was, as all men are under the influence of that hot fever. He grew eloquent, insinuating. And the Duchess tasted the pleasures which she reconciled with her conscience by some private, Jesuitical ukase of her own. Armand's love gave her a thrill of cerebral excitement which custom made as necessary to her as society, or the opera. To feel that she was adored by this man, who rose above other men, whose character frightened her, to treat him like a child, to play with him as Poppea played with Nero. Many women, like the wives of King Henry VIII, have paid for such a perilous delight with all the blood in their veins. Grim presentiment. Even as she surrendered the delicate, pale, gold curls to his touch, and felt the close pressure of his hand, the little hand of a man whose greatness she could not mistake, even as she herself played with his dark, thick locks, in that boudoir where she reigned a queen, the Duchess would say to herself, "This man is capable of killing me if he once finds out that I am playing with him." Armand de Montriveau stayed with her till 2 o'clock in the morning. From that moment this woman, whom he loved, was neither a duchess nor a Navarreins. Antoinette, in her disguises, had gone so far as to appear to be a woman. On that most blissful evening, the sweetest prelude ever played by a Parisienne to what the world calls a slip, in spite of all her affectations of a coyness which she did not feel, the general saw all maidenly beauty in her. He had some excuse for believing that so many storms of caprice had been but clouds covering a heavenly soul, that these must be lifted one by one like the veils that hid her divine loveliness. The Duchess became, for him, the most simple and girlish mistress. She was the one woman in the world for him, and he went away quite happy in that at last he had brought her to give him such pledges of love, that it seemed to him impossible but that he should be but her husband henceforth in secret, her choice sanctioned by heaven. Armand went slowly home, turning this thought in his mind with the impartiality of a man who is conscious of all the responsibilities that love lays on him while he tastes the sweetness of its joys. He went along the quays to see the widest possible space of sky. His heart had grown in him. He would fain have had the bounds of the firmament and of earth enlarged. It seemed to him that his lungs drew an ampler breath. In the course of his self-examination, as he walked, he vowed to love this woman so devoutly, that every day of her life she should find absolution for her sins against society in unfailing happiness. Sweet stirrings of life when life is at the full. The man that is strong enough to steep his soul in the color of one emotion, feels infinite joy as glimpses open out for him of an ardent lifetime that knows no diminution of passion to the end. Even so it is permitted to certain mystics, in ecstasy, to behold the light of God. Love would be naught without the belief that it would last forever. Love grows great through constancy. It was thus that, wholly absorbed by his happiness, Montriveau understood passion. We belong to each other forever. The thought was like a talisman fulfilling the wishes of his life. He did not ask whether the Duchess might not change, whether her love might not last. No, for he had faith. Without that virtue there is no future for Christianity, and perhaps it is even more necessary to society. A conception of life as feeling occurred to him for the first time. Hitherto he had lived by action, the most strenuous exertion of human energies, the physical devotion, as it may be called, of the soldier. Next day M. de Montriveau went early in the direction of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. He had made an appointment at a house not far from the Hôtel de Langeais, and the business over, he went thither as if to his own home. The general's companion chanced to be a man for whom he felt a kind of repulsion whenever he met him in other houses. This was the Marquise de Roncrols, whose reputation had grown so great in Paris boudoirs. He was witty, clever, and what was more, courageous. He set the fashion to all the young men in Paris. As a man of gallantry, his success and experience were equally matters of envy, and neither fortune nor birth was wanting in his case, qualifications which add such luster in Paris to a reputation as a leader of fashion. "Where are you going?" asked M. de Roncrols. "To Mme. de Langeais." "Ah, true. I forgot that you had allowed her to lime you. You are wasting your affections on her when they might be much better employed elsewhere. I could have told you of half a score of women in the financial world, any one of them 1,000 times better worth your while than that titled courtesan, who does with her brains what less artificial women do with. What is this, my dear fellow?" Armand broke in. "The Duchess is an angel of innocence." Roncrols began to laugh. "Things being thus, dear boy," said he, "it is my duty to enlighten you. Just a word, there is no harm in it between ourselves. Has the Duchess surrendered? If so, I have nothing more to say. Come, give me your confidence. There is no occasion to waste your time in grafting your great nature on that unthankful stock, when all your hopes and cultivation will come to nothing." Armand ingeniously made a kind of general report of his position, enumerating with much minuteness the slender rights so hardly won. Roncrols burst into a peal of laughter so heartless, that it would have cost any other man his life. But from their manner of speaking and looking at each other during that colloquy beneath the wall, in a corner almost as remote from intrusion as the desert itself, it was easy to imagine the friendship between the two men knew no bounds, and that no power on earth could estrange them. "My dear Armand, why did you not tell me that the Duchess was a puzzle to you? I would have given you a little advice which might have brought your flirtation properly through. You must know, to begin with, that the women of our faubourg, like any other women, love to steep themselves in love, but they have a mind to possess and not to be possessed. They have made a sort of compromise with human nature. The code of their parish gives them a pretty wide latitude short of the last transgression. The sweets enjoyed by this fair Duchess of yours are so many venial sins to be washed away in the waters of penitence. But if you had the impertinence to ask in earnest for the moral sin to which naturally you are sure to attach the highest importance, you would see the deep disdain with which the door of the boudoir and the house would be incontinently shut upon you. The tender Antoinette would dismiss everything from her memory, you would be less than a cipher for her. She would wipe away your kisses, my dear friend, as indifferently as she would perform her ablutions. She would sponge love from her cheeks as she washes off rouge. We know women of that sort, the thoroughbred Parisienne. Have you ever noticed a grisette tripping along the street? Her face is as good as a picture. A pretty cap, fresh cheeks, trim hair, a guileful smile, and the rest of her almost neglected. Is not this true to the life? Well, that is the Parisienne. She knows that her face is all that will be seen, so she devotes all her care, finery, and vanity to her head. The Duchess is the same, the head is everything with her. She can only feel through her intellect, her heart lies in her brain, she is a sort of intellectual epicure, she has a head voice. We call that kind of poor creature lays of the intellect. You have been taken in like a boy. If you doubt it, you can have proof of it tonight, this morning, this instant. Go up to her, try the demand as an experiment, insist peremptorily if it is refused. You might set about it like the late Mary Child of Richelieu, and get nothing for your pains. Armand was dumb with amazement. Has your desire reached the point of infatuation? I want her at any cost. Montriveau cried out despairingly. Very well. Now, look here. Be as inexorable as she is herself. Try to humiliate her, to sting her vanity. Do not try to move her heart, nor her soul, but the woman's nerves and temperament, for she is both nervous and lymphatic. If you can once awaken desire in her, you are safe. But you must drop these romantic boyish notions of yours. If when once you have her in your eagle's talons you yield a point or draw back, if you so much as stir an eyelid, if she thinks that she can regain her ascendancy over you, she will slip out of your clutches like a fish, and you will never catch her again. Be as inflexible as law. Show no more charity than the headsman. Hit hard, and then hit again. Strike and keep on striking as if you were giving her the knout. Duchesses are made of hard stuff, my dear Armand. There is a sort of feminine nature that is only softened by repeated blows, and as suffering develops a heart in women of that sort, so it is a work of charity not to spare the rod. Do you persevere? Ah! When pain has thoroughly relaxed those nerves and softened the fibers that you take to be so pliant and yielding, when a shriveled heart has learned to expand and contract and to beat under this discipline, when the brain has capitulated, then, perhaps, passion may enter among the steel springs of this machinery that turns out tears and affectations and languors and melting phrases, then you shall see a most magnificent conflagration, always supposing that the chimney takes fire. The steel feminine system will glow red hot like iron in the forge, that kind of heat lasts longer than any other, and the glow of it may possibly turn to love. Still he continued, I have my doubts. And, after all, is it worthwhile to take so much trouble with the Duchess? Between ourselves, a man of my stamp ought first to take her in hand and break her in. I would make a charming woman of her. She is a thoroughbred, whereas, You two left to yourselves will never get beyond the ABC. But you are in love with her, and just now you might not perhaps share my views on this subject. A pleasant time to you, my children, added Roncrolles, after a pause. Then with a laugh, I have decided myself for facile beauties. They are tender, at any rate. The natural woman appears in their love without any of your social seasonings. A woman that haggles over herself, my poor boy, and only means to inspire love. Well, have her like an extra horse, for show. The match between the sofa and confessional, black and white, queen and knight, conscientious scruples and pleasure, is an uncommonly amusing game of chess. And if a man knows the game, let him be never so little of a rake, he wins in 3 moves. Now, if I undertook a woman of that sort, I should start with the deliberate purpose of, his voice sank to a whisper over the last words in Armand's ear, and he went before there was time to reply. As for Montriveau, he sprang at a bound across the courtyard of the Hôtel de Langeais, went unannounced up the stairs straight to the Duchess's bedroom. "This is an unheard of thing," she said, hastily wrapping her dressing gown about her. "Armand, this is abominable of you. Come, leave the room, I beg. Just go out of the room, and go at once. Wait for me in the drawing-room. Come now." Dear angel, has a plighted lover no privilege whatsoever? But, monsieur, it is in the worst possible taste of a plighted lover or a wedded husband to break in like this upon his wife. He came up to the Duchess, took her in his arms, and held her tightly to him. "Forgive, dear Antoinette, but a host of horrid doubts are fermenting in my heart." "Doubts? Fie, oh, fie on you. Doubts all but justified. If you loved me, would you make this quarrel? Would you not be glad to see me? Would you not have felt a something stir in your heart? For I, that am not a woman, feel a thrill in my inmost self at the mere sound of your voice. Often in a ballroom a longing has come upon me to spring to your side and put my arms about your neck. Oh, if you have doubts of me so long as I am not ready to spring to your arms before all the world, I shall be doubted all my life long, I suppose. Why, Othello was a mere child compared with you. Ah," he cried despairingly, "you have no love for me. Admit, at any rate, that at this moment you are not lovable. Then I have still to find favor in your sight." "Oh, I should think so. Come," added she, with a little imperious air, "go out of the room, leave me. I am not like you, I wish always to find favor in your eyes. Never woman better understood the art of putting charm into insolence, and does not the charm double the effect? Is it not enough to infuriate the coolest of men?" There was a sort of untrammelled freedom about Mme de Langeais, a something in her eyes, her voice, her attitude, which is never seen in a woman who loves when she stands face to face with him at the mere sight of whom her heart must needs begin to beat. The Marquise de Roncroll's counsels had cured Armand of sheepishness, and further, there came to his aid that rapid power of intuition which passion will develop at moments in the least wise among mortals, while a great man at such a time possesses it to the full. He guessed the terrible truth revealed by the Duchess's nonchalance, and his heart swelled with the storm like a lake rising in flood. "If you told me the truth yesterday, be mine, dear Antoinette," he cried. "You shall." "In the first place," said she composedly, thrusting him back as he came nearer, "in the first place, you are not to compromise me. My woman might overhear you. Respect me, I beg of you. Your familiarity is all very well in my boudoir in an evening, here it is quite different. Besides, what may your 'you shall' mean? You shall. No one as yet has ever used that word to me. It is quite ridiculous, it seems to me, absolutely ridiculous. Will you surrender nothing to me on this point? Oh, do you call a woman's right to dispose of herself a point? A capital point indeed. You will permit me to be entirely my own mistress on that point. And how if, believing in your promises to me, I should absolutely require it? Oh, then you would prove that I made the greatest possible mistake when I made you a promise of any kind, and I should beg you to leave me in peace." The general's face grew white. He was about to spring to her side, when Mme de Langeais rang the bell. The maid appeared, and, smiling with a mocking grace, the Duchess added, "Be so good as to return when I am visible." Then Montriveau felt the hardness of a woman as cold and keen as a steel blade. She was crushing in her scorn. In one moment she had snapped the bonds which held firm only for her lover. She had read Armand's intention in his face, and held that the moment had come for teaching the imperial soldier his lesson. He was to be made to feel that though duchesses may lend themselves to love, they do not give themselves, and that the conquest of one of them would prove a harder matter than the conquest of Europe. "Madam," returned Armand, "I have not time to wait. I am a spoilt child, as you told me yourself. When I seriously resolve to have that of which we have been speaking, I shall have it." "You will have it?" queried she, and there was a trace of surprise in her loftiness. "I shall have it." "Oh, you would do me a great pleasure by resolving to have it. For curiosity's sake, I should be delighted to know how you would set about it." "I am delighted to put a new interest into your life," interrupted Montriveau, breaking into a laugh which dismayed the Duchess. "Will you permit me to take you to the ball tonight?" "1,000 thanks. M. de Marseille has been beforehand with you." "I gave him my promise." Montriveau bowed gravely and went. So Roncrols was right, thought he, and now for a game of chess. Thenceforward he hid his agitation by complete composure. No man is strong enough to bear such sudden alternations from the height of happiness to the depths of wretchedness. So he had caught a glimpse of happy life the better to feel the emptiness of his previous existence. There was a terrible storm within him, but he had learned to endure, and bore the shock of tumultuous thoughts as a granite cliff stands out against the surge of an angry sea. "I could say nothing. When I am with her my wits desert me. She does not know how vile and contemptible she is. Nobody has ventured to bring her face to face with herself. She has played with many a man, no doubt. I will avenge them all. For the first time, it may be, in a man's heart, revenge and love were blended so equally that Montriveau himself could not know whether love or revenge would carry all before it. That very evening he went to the ball at which he was sure of seeing the Duchesse de Langeais, and almost despaired of reaching her heart. He inclined to think that there was something diabolical about this woman, who was gracious to him and radiant with charming smiles, probably because she had no wish to allow the world to think that she had compromised herself with M. de Montriveau. Coolness on both sides is a sign of love, but so long as the Duchess was the same as ever, while the Marquise looked sullen and morose, was it not plain that she had conceded nothing? Onlookers know the rejected lover by various signs and tokens. They never mistake the genuine symptoms for a coolness such as some women command their adorers to feign, in the hope of concealing their love. Everyone laughed at Montriveau, and he, having omitted to consult his cornac, was abstracted and ill at ease. M. de Roncroles would very likely have bidden him compromise the Duchess by responding to her show of friendliness by passionate demonstrations, but as it was, Armand de Montriveau came away from the ball, loathing human nature, and even then scarcely ready to believe in such complete depravity. If there is no executioner for such crimes, he said, as he looked up at the lighted windows of the ballroom where the most enchanting women in Paris were dancing, laughing, and chatting, I will take you by the nape of the neck, Mme la Duchesse, and make you feel something that bites more deeply than the knife in the Place de la Grève. Steel against steel, we shall see which heart will leave the deeper mark. For a week or so Mme de Langeais hoped to see the Marquise de Montriveau again, but he contented himself with sending his card every morning to the Hôtel de Langeais. The Duchess could not help shuddering each time that the card was brought in, and a dim foreboding crossed her mind, but the thought was vague as a presentiment of disaster. When her eyes fell on the name, it seemed to her that she felt the touch of the implacable man's strong hand in her hair. Sometimes the words seemed like a prognostication of a vengeance which her lively intellect invented in the most shocking forms. She had studied him too well not to dread him. Would he murder her, she wondered? Would that bull-necked man dash out her vitals by flinging her over his head? Would he trample her body under his feet? When, where, and how would he get her into his power? Would he make her suffer very much, and what kind of pain would he inflict? She repented of her conduct. There were hours when, if he had come, she would have gone to his arms in complete self-surrender. Every night before she slept she saw Montriveau's face. Every night it wore a different aspect. Sometimes she saw his bitter smile, sometimes the Jove-like knitting of the brows, or his leonine look, or some disdainful movement of the shoulders made him terrible for her. Next day the card seemed stained with blood. The name of Montriveau stirred her now as the presence of the fiery, stubborn, exacting lover had never done. Her apprehensions gathered strength in the silence. She was forced, without aid from without, to face the thought of a hideous duel of which she could not speak. Her proud hard nature was more responsive to thrills of hate than it had ever been to the caresses of love. Ah! If the general could but have seen her, as she sat with her forehead drawn into folds between her brows, immersed in bitter thoughts in that boudoir where he had enjoyed such happy moments, he might perhaps have conceived high hopes. Of all human passions, is not pride alone incapable of engendering anything base? Mme de Langeais kept her thoughts to herself, but is it not permissible to suppose that M. de Montriveau was no longer indifferent to her? And has not a man gained ground immensely when a woman thinks about him? He is bound to make progress with her either one way or the other afterwards. Put any feminine creature under the feet of a furious horse or other fearsome beast, she will certainly drop on her knees and look for death, but if the brute shows a milder mood and does not utterly slay her, she will love the horse, lion, bull, or what not, and will speak of him quite at her ease. The Duchess felt that she was under the lion's paws. She quaked, but she did not hate him. The man and woman thus singularly placed with regard to each other met 3 times in society during the course of that week. Each time, in reply to coquettish questioning glances, the Duchess received a respectful bow, and smiles tinged with such savage irony, that all her apprehensions over the card in the morning were revived at night. Our lives are simply such as our feelings shape them for us, and the feelings of these two had hollowed out a great gulf between them. The Comtesse de Cerisy, the Marquise de Ronquerolles' sister, gave a great ball at the beginning of the following week, and Mme de Langeais was sure to go to it. Armand was the first person whom the Duchess saw when she came into the room, and this time Armand was looking out for her, or so she thought at least. The two exchanged a look, and suddenly the woman felt a cold perspiration break from every pore. She had thought all along that Montriveau was capable of taking reprisals in some unheard-of way proportioned to their condition, and now the revenge had been discovered, it was ready, heated, and boiling. Lightnings flashed from the foiled lover's eyes, his face was radiant with exultant vengeance. And the Duchess? Her eyes were haggard in spite of her resolution to be cool and insolent. She went to take her place beside the Comtesse de Cerisy, who could not help exclaiming, "Dear Antoinette, what is the matter with you? You are enough to frighten one." "I shall be all right after a quadrille," she answered, giving a hand to a young man who came up at that moment. Mme de Langeais waltzed that evening with a sort of excitement and transport which redoubled Montriveau's lowering looks. He stood in front of the line of spectators, who were amusing themselves by looking on. Every time that she came past him, his eyes darted down upon her eddying face. He might have been a tiger with the prey in his grasp. The waltz came to an end. Mme de Langeais went back to her place beside the Countess, and Montriveau never took his eyes off her, talking all the while with a stranger. "One of the things that struck me most on the journey," he was saying, and the Duchess listened with all her ears, "was the remark which the man makes at Westminster when you are shown the axe with which a man in a mask cut off Charles I's head, so they tell you." The king made it first of all to some inquisitive person, and they repeat it still in memory of him. "What does the man say?" asked Mme de Cerisy. "Do not touch the axe," replied Montriveau, and there was menace in the sound of his voice. "Really, my lord Marquis," said Mme de Langeais, "you tell this old story that everybody knows if they have been to London, and look at my neck in such a melodramatic way that you seem to me to have an axe in your hand." The Duchess was in a cold sweat, but nevertheless she laughed as she spoke the last words. "But circumstances give the story a quite new application," returned he. "How so? Pray tell me, for pity's sake." "In this way, madam, you have touched the axe," said Montriveau, lowering his voice. "What an enchanting prophecy," returned she, smiling with assumed grace. "And when is my head to fall?" "I have no wish to see that pretty head of yours cut off. I only fear some great misfortune for you. If your head were clipped close, would you feel no regrets for the dainty golden hair that you turn to such good account? There are those for whom a woman would love to make such a sacrifice, even if, as often happens, it is for the sake of a man who cannot make allowances for an outbreak of temper." "Quite so. Well, and if some wag were to spoil your beauty on a sudden by some chemical process, and you, who are but 18 for us, were to be 100 years old?" "Why, the smallpox is our battle of Waterloo, monsieur," she interrupted. "After it is over we find out those who love us sincerely. Would you not regret the lovely face that—" "Oh, indeed I should, but less for my own sake than for the sake of someone else whose delight it might have been. And, after all, if I were loved, always loved, and truly loved, what would my beauty matter to me? What do you say, Clara?" "It is a dangerous speculation," replied Mme de Cerisy. "Is it permissible to ask His Majesty the King of Sorcerers when I made the mistake of touching the axe, since I have not been to London as yet?" "Not so," he answered in English, with a burst of ironical laughter. "And when will the punishment begin?" At this Montriveau coolly took out his watch, and ascertained the hour with a truly appalling air of conviction. "A dreadful misfortune will befall you before this day is out. I am not a child to be easily frightened, or rather, I am a child ignorant of danger," said the Duchess. "I shall dance now without fear on the edge of the precipice." "I am delighted to know that you have so much strength of character," he answered, as he watched her go to take her place in a square dance. But the Duchess, in spite of her apparent contempt for a man's dark prophecies, was really frightened. Her late lover's presence weighed upon her morally and physically with a sense of oppression that scarcely ceased when he left the ballroom. And yet when she had drawn freer breath, and enjoyed the relief for a moment, she found herself regretting the sensation of dread, so greedy of extreme sensations is the feminine nature. The regret was not love, but it was certainly akin to other feelings which prepare the way for love. And then, as if the impression which Montriveau had made upon her were suddenly revived, she recollected his air of conviction as he took out his watch, and in a sudden spasm of dread she went out. By this time it was about midnight. One of her servants, waiting with her pelisse, went down to order her carriage. On her way home she fell naturally enough to musing over M. de Montriveau's prediction. Arrived in her own courtyard, as she supposed, she entered a vestibule almost like that of her own hotel, and suddenly saw that the staircase was different. She was in a strange house. Turning to call her servants, she was attacked by several men, who rapidly flung a handkerchief over her mouth, bound her hand and foot, and carried her off. She shrieked aloud. "Madam, our orders are to kill you if you scream," a voice said in her ear. So great was the Duchess's terror, that she could never recollect how nor by whom she was transported. When she came to herself, she was lying on a couch in a bachelor's lodging, her hands and feet tied with silken cords. In spite of herself, she shrieked aloud as she looked round and met Armand de Montriveau's eyes. He was sitting in his dressing gown, quietly smoking a cigar in his armchair. "Do not cry out, Mme la Duchesse," he said, coolly taking the cigar out of his mouth. "I have a headache. Besides, I will untie you. But listen attentively to what I have the honor to say to you." Very carefully he untied the knots that bound her feet. What would be the use of calling out? Nobody can hear your cries. You are too well bred to make any unnecessary fuss. If you do not stay quietly, if you insist upon a struggle with me, I shall tie your hands and feet again. All things considered, I think that you have self-respect enough to stay on this sofa as if you were lying on your own at home, cold as ever, if you will. You have made me shed many tears on this couch, tears that I hid from all other eyes. While Montriveau was speaking, the Duchess glanced about her. It was a woman's glance, a stolen look that saw all things and seemed to see nothing. She was much pleased with the room. It was rather like a monk's cell. The man's character and thoughts seemed to pervade it. No decoration of any kind broke the grey-painted surface of the walls. A green carpet covered the floor. A black sofa, a table littered with papers, 2 big easy-chairs, a chest of drawers with an alarum clock by way of ornament, a very low bedstead with a coverlet flung over it, a red cloth with a black key border, all these things made part of a whole that told of a life reduced to its simplest terms. A triple candle sconce of Egyptian design on the chimney-piece recalled the vast spaces of the desert and Montriveau's long wanderings. A huge sphinx claw stood out beneath the folds of stuff at the bed foot, and just beyond, a green curtain with a black and scarlet border was suspended by large rings from a spear handle above a door near one corner of the room. The other door by which the band had entered was likewise curtained, but the drapery hung from an ordinary curtain rod. As the Duchess finally noted that the pattern was the same on both, she saw that the door at the bed foot stood open. Gleams of ruddy light from the room beyond flickered below the fringed border. Naturally, the ominous light roused her curiosity. She fancied she could distinguish strange shapes in the shadows, but as it did not occur to her at the time that danger could come from that quarter, she tried to gratify a more ardent curiosity. Monsieur, if it is not indiscreet, may I ask what you mean to do with me? The insolence and irony of the tone stung through the words. The Duchess quite believed that she read extravagant love in Montriveau's speech. He had carried her off. Was not that in itself an acknowledgment of her power? Nothing whatever, madam, he returned, gracefully puffing the last whiff of cigar smoke. You will remain here for a short time. First of all, I should like to explain to you what you are, and what I am. I cannot put my thoughts into words whilst you are twisting on the sofa in your boudoir, and besides, in your own house you take offense at the slightest hint, you ring the bell, make an outcry, and turn your lover out at the door as if he were the basest of wretches. Here my mind is unfettered. Here nobody can turn me out. Here you shall be my victim for a few seconds, and you are going to be so exceedingly kind as to listen to me. You need fear nothing. I did not carry you off to insult you, nor yet to take by force what you refused to grant of your own will to my unworthiness. I could not stoop so low. You possibly think of outrage. For myself, I have no such thoughts. He flung his cigar coolly into the fire. The smoke is unpleasant to you, no doubt, madam, he said, and rising at once, he took a chafing dish from the hearth, burnt perfumes, and purified the air. The Duchess's astonishment was only equalled by her humiliation. She was in this man's power, and he would not abuse his power. The eyes in which love had once blazed like flame were now quiet and steady as stars. She trembled. Her dread of Armand was increased by a nightmare sensation of restlessness and utter inability to move. She felt as if she were turned to stone. She lay passive in the grip of fear. She thought she saw the light behind the curtains grow to a blaze, as if blown up by a pair of bellows. In another moment the gleams of flame grew brighter, and she fancied that 3 masked figures suddenly flashed out, but the terrible vision disappeared so swiftly that she took it for an optical delusion. Madame Armand continued with cold contempt, 1 minute, just 1 minute is enough for me, and you shall feel it afterwards at every moment throughout your lifetime, the one eternity over which I have power. I am not God. Listen carefully to me, he continued, pausing to add solemnity to his words. Love will always come at your call. You have boundless power over men, but remember that once you called love, and love came to you, love as pure and true-hearted as may be on earth, and as reverent as it was passionate, fond as a devoted woman's, as a mother's love, a love so great indeed, that it was past the bounds of reason. You played with it, and you committed a crime. Every woman has a right to refuse herself to love which she feels she cannot share, and if a man loves and cannot win love in return, he is not to be pitied, he has no right to complain. But with a semblance of love to attract an unfortunate creature cut off from all affection, to teach him to understand happiness to the full, only to snatch it from him, to rob him of his future of felicity, to slay his happiness not merely today, but as long as his life lasts, by poisoning every hour of it and every thought, this I call a fearful crime. Monsieur, I cannot allow you to answer me yet. So listen to me still. In any case I have rights over you, but I only choose to exercise one, the right of the judge over the criminal, so that I may arouse your conscience. If you had no conscience left, I should not reproach you at all, but you are so young. You must feel some life still in your heart, or so I like to believe. While I think of you as depraved enough to do a wrong which the law does not punish, I do not think you so degraded that you cannot comprehend the full meaning of my words. I resume. As he spoke, the Duchess heard the smothered sound of a pair of bellows. Those mysterious figures which she had just seen were blowing up the fire, no doubt. The glow shone through the curtain. But Montriveau's lurid face was turned upon her. She could not choose but wait with a fast-beating heart and eyes fixed in a stare. However curious she felt, the heat in Armand's words interested her even more than the crackling of the mysterious flames. "Madam," he went on after a pause, "if some poor wretch commits a murder in Paris, it is the executioner's duty, you know, to lay hands on him and stretch him on the plank, where murderers pay for their crimes with their heads. Then the newspapers inform everyone, rich and poor, so that the former are assured that they may sleep in peace, and the latter are warned that they must be on the watch if they would live. Well, you that are religious, and even a little of a bigot, may have masses said for such a man's soul. You both belong to the same family, but yours is the elder branch, and the elder branch may occupy high places in peace and live happily and without cares. Want or anger may drive your brother the convict to take a man's life. You have taken more, you have taken the joy out of a man's life, you have killed all that was best in his life, his dearest beliefs. The murderer simply lay in wait for his victim, and killed him reluctantly, and in fear of the scaffold, but you heaped up every sin that weakness can commit against strength that suspected no evil. You tamed a passive victim, the better to gnaw his heart out. You lured him with caresses. You left nothing undone that could set him dreaming, imagining, longing for the bliss of love. You asked innumerable sacrifices of him, only to refuse to make any in return. He should see the light indeed before you put out his eyes. It is wonderful how you found the heart to do it. Such villainies demand a display of resource quite above the comprehension of those bourgeoises whom you laugh at and despise. They can give and forgive, they know how to love and suffer. The grandeur of their devotion dwarfs us. Rising higher in the social scale, one finds just as much mud as at the lower end, but with this difference, at the upper end it is hard and gilded over. Yes, to find baseness in perfection, you must look for a noble bringing up, a great name, a fair woman, a duchess. You cannot fall lower than the lowest unless you are set high above the rest of the world. I express my thoughts badly. The wounds you dealt me are too painful as yet, but do not think that I complain. My words are not the expression of any hope for myself, there is no trace of bitterness in them. Know this, madam, for a certainty, I forgive you. My forgiveness is so complete that you need not feel in the least sorry that you came hither to find it against your will. but you might take advantage of other hearts as childlike as my own, and it is my duty to spare them anguish. So you have inspired the thought of justice. Expiate your sin here on earth. God may perhaps forgive you, I wish that he may, but he is inexorable, and will strike. The broken-spirited, broken-hearted woman looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Why do you cry? Be true to your nature. You could look on indifferently at the torture of a heart as you broke it. That will do, madam, do not cry. I cannot bear it any longer. Other men will tell you that you have given them life, as for myself, I tell you, with rapture, that you have given me blank extinction. Perhaps you guess that I am not my own, that I am bound to live for my friends, that from this time forth I must endure the cold chill of death, as well as the burden of life. Is it possible that there can be so much kindness in you? Are you like the desert tigress that licks the wounds she has inflicted? The Duchess burst out sobbing. Pray spare your tears, madam. If I believed in them at all, it would merely set me on my guard. Is this another of your artifices? Or is it not? You have used so many with me, how can one think that there is any truth in you? Nothing that you do or say has any power now to move me. That is all I have to say. Mme de Langeais rose to her feet, with a great dignity and humility in her bearing. You are right to treat me very hardly, she said, holding out a hand to the man who did not take it. You have not spoken hardly enough, and I deserve this punishment. I punish you, madam. A man must love still, to punish, must he not? From me you must expect no feeling, nothing resembling it. If I chose, I might be accuser and judge in my cause, and pronounce and carry out the sentence. But I am about to fulfill a duty, not a desire of vengeance of any kind. The cruelest revenge of all, I think, is scorn of revenge when it is in our power to take it. Perhaps I shall be the minister of your pleasures, who knows? Perhaps from this time forth, as you gracefully wear the tokens of disgrace by which society marks out the criminal, you may perforce learn something of the convict's sense of honor. And then, you will love. The Duchess sat listening, her meekness was unfeigned, it was no coquettish device. When she spoke at last, it was after a silence. Armand, she began, it seems to me that when I resisted love, I was obeying all the instincts of woman's modesty. I should not have looked for such reproaches from you. I was weak. You have turned all my weaknesses against me, and made so many crimes of them. How could you fail to understand that the curiosity of love might have carried me further than I ought to go, and that next morning I might be angry with myself, and wretched because I had gone too far? Alas! I sinned in ignorance. I was as sincere in my wrongdoing, I swear to you, as in my remorse. There was far more love for you in my severity than in my concessions. And besides, of what do you complain? I gave you my heart, that was not enough, you demanded, brutally, that I should give my person, brutally, repeated Montriveau. But to himself he said, If I once allow her to dispute over words, I am lost. Yes. You came to me as if I were one of those women. You showed none of the respect, none of the attentions of love. Had I not reason to reflect? Very well, I reflected. The unseemliness of your conduct is not inexcusable. Love lay at the source of it, let me think so, and justify you to myself. Well, Armand, this evening, even while you were prophesying evil, I felt convinced that there was happiness in store for us both. Yes, I put my faith in the noble, proud nature so often tested and proved. She bent lower. And I was yours wholly, she murmured in his ear. I felt a longing that I cannot express to give happiness to a man so violently tried by adversity. If I must have a master, my master should be a great man. As I felt conscious of my height, the less I cared to descend. I felt I could trust you. I saw a whole lifetime of love, while you were pointing to death. Strength and kindness always go together. My friend, you are so strong, you will not be unkind to a helpless woman who loves you. If I was wrong, is there no way of obtaining forgiveness? No way of making reparation? Repentance is the charm of love. I should like to be very charming for you. How could I, alone among women, fail to know a woman's doubts and fears, the timidity that it is so natural to feel when you bind yourself for life, and know how easily a man snaps such ties? The bourgeoises, with whom you compared me just now, give themselves, but they struggle first. Very well, I struggled, but here I am. Ah! God, he does not hear me, she broke off, and wringing her hands, she cried out, but I love you. I am yours, and fell at Armand's feet. Yours, yours, my one and only master. Armand tried to raise her. Madam, it is too late. Antoinette cannot save the Duchesse de Langeais. I cannot believe in either. Today you may give yourself, tomorrow, you may refuse. No power in earth or heaven can ensure me the sweet constancy of love. All love's pledges lay in the past, and now nothing of that past exists. The light behind the curtain blazed up so brightly, that the Duchess could not help turning her head. This time she distinctly saw the three masked figures. Armand, she said, I would not wish to think ill of you. Why are those men there? What are you going to do to me? Those men will be as silent as I myself with regard to the thing which is about to be done. Think of them simply as my hands and my heart. One of them is a surgeon, a surgeon. Armand, my friend, of all things, suspense is the hardest to bear. Just speak, tell me if you wish for my life, I will give it to you. You shall not take it, then you did not understand me. Did I not speak just now of justice? To put an end to your misapprehensions, continued he, taking up a small steel object from the table, I will now explain what I have decided with regard to you. He held out a Lorraine cross, fastened to the tip of a steel rod. Two of my friends at this very moment are heating another cross, made on this pattern, red hot. We are going to stamp it upon your forehead, here between the eyes, so that there will be no possibility of hiding the mark with diamonds, and so avoiding people's questions. In short, you shall bear on your forehead the brand of infamy which your brothers the convicts wear on their shoulders. The pain is a mere trifle, but I feared a nervous crisis of some kind, of resistance, resistance, she cried, clapping her hands for joy. Oh no, no. I would have the whole world here to see. Ah, my Armand, brand her quickly, this creature of yours, brand her with your mark as a poor little trifle belonging to you. You asked for pledges of my love, here they are all in one. Ah! For me there is nothing but mercy and forgiveness and eternal happiness in this revenge of yours. When you have marked this woman with your mark, when you set your crimson brand on her, your slave in soul, you can never afterwards abandon her, you will be mine forevermore. When you cut me off from my kind, you make yourself responsible for my happiness, or you prove yourself base, and I know that you are noble and great. Why, when a woman loves, the brand of love is burnt into her soul by her own will. Come in, gentlemen. Come in and brand her, this Duchesse de Langeais. She is M. de Montrevaux forever. Ah! Come quickly, all of you, my forehead burns hotter than your fire. Armand turned his head sharply away lest he should see the Duchess kneeling, quivering with the throbbings of her heart. He said some word, and his three friends vanished. The women of Paris salons know how one mirror reflects another. The Duchess, with every motive for reading the depths of Armand's heart, was all eyes, and Armand, all unsuspicious of the mirror, brushed away 2 tears as they fell. Her whole future lay in those 2 tears. When he turned round again to help her to rise, she was standing before him, sure of love. Her pulses must have throbbed fast when he spoke with the firmness she had known so well how to use of old while she played with him. I spare you, madam. All that has taken place shall be as if it had never been, you may believe me. But now, let us bid each other goodbye. I like to think that you were sincere in your coquetries on your sofa, sincere again in this outpouring of your heart. Goodbye. I feel that there is no faith in you left in me. You would torment me again, you would always be the Duchess, but there, goodbye, we shall never understand each other. Now, what do you wish? He continued, taking the tone of a master of the ceremonies, to return home, or to go back to Mme de Cerises' ball. I have done all in my power to prevent any scandal. Neither your servants nor anyone else can possibly know what has passed between us in the last quarter of an hour. Your servants have no idea that you have left the ballroom, your carriage never left Mme de Cerises' courtyard, your brougham may likewise be found in the court of your own hotel. Where do you wish to be? What do you counsel, Armand? There is no Armand now, Mme la Duchesse. We are strangers to each other. Then take me to the ball, she said, still curious to put Armand's power to the test. Thrust a soul that suffered in the world, and must always suffer there, if there is no happiness for her now, down into hell again. And yet, oh my friend, I love you as your bourgeoisies love. I love you so that I could come to you and fling my arms about your neck before all the world if you asked it of me. The hateful world has not corrupted me. I am young at least, and I have grown younger still. I am a child, yes, your child, your new creature. Ah! Do not drive me forth out of my Eden. Armand shook his head. Ah, let me take something with me, if I go, some little thing to wear tonight on my heart, she said, taking possession of Armand's glove, which she twisted into her handkerchief. No, I am not like all those depraved women. You do not know the world, and so you cannot know my worth. You shall know it now. There are women who sell themselves for money, there are others to be gained by gifts. It is a vile world. Oh, I wish I were a simple bourgeoise, a working girl, if you would rather have a woman beneath you than a woman whose devotion is accompanied by high rank, as men count it. Oh, my Armand, there are noble, high, and chaste and pure natures among us, and then they are lovely indeed. I would have all nobleness that I might offer it all up to you. Misfortune willed that I should be a duchess, I would I were a royal princess, that my offering might be complete. I would be a grisette for you, and a queen for everyone besides. He listened, damping his cigars with his lips. You will let me know when you wish to go, he said. But I should like to stay, that is another matter. Stay, that was badly rolled, she cried, seizing on a cigar and devouring all that Armand's lips had touched. Do you smoke? Oh, what would I not do to please you? Very well. Go, madam. I will obey you, she answered, with tears in her eyes. You must be blindfolded, you must not see a glimpse of the way. I am ready, Armand, she said, bandaging her eyes. Can you see? No, noiselessly he knelt before her. Ah! I can hear you, she cried, with a little fond gesture, thinking that the pretense of harshness was over. He made as if he would kiss her lips, she held up her face. You can see, madam. I am just a little bit curious. So you always deceive me. Ah, take off this handkerchief, sir, she cried out, with the passion of a great generosity repelled with scorn. Lead me, I will not open my eyes. Armand felt sure of her after that cry. He led the way. The Duchess, nobly true to her word, was blind. But while Montriveau held her hand as a father might, and led her up and down flights of stairs, he was studying the throbbing pulses of this woman's heart so suddenly invaded by love. Mme de Langeais, rejoicing in this power of speech, was glad to let him know all, but he was inflexible, his hand was passive in reply to the questionings of her hand. At length, after some journey made together, Armand bade her go forward. The opening was doubtless narrow, for as she went she felt that his hand protected her dress. His care touched her. It was a revelation surely that there was a little love still left, yet it was in some sort of farewell, for Montriveau left her without a word. The air was warm, The Duchess, feeling the heat, opened her eyes, and found herself standing by the fire in the Comtesse de Cerise's boudoir. She was alone. Her first thought was for her disordered toilette. In a moment she had adjusted her dress and restored her picturesque coiffure. "Well, dear Antoinette, we have been looking for you everywhere." It was the Comtesse de Cerise who spoke as she opened the door. "I came here to breathe," said the Duchess. "It is unbearably hot in the rooms. People thought that you had gone, but my brother Roncrols told me that your servants were waiting for you. I am tired out, dear. Let me stay and rest here for a minute." And the Duchess sat down on the sofa. "Why, what is the matter with you? You are shaking from head to foot." The Marquise de Roncrols came in. "Mme la Duchesse, I was afraid that something might have happened. I have just come across your coachman. The man is as tipsy as all the Swiss in Switzerland." The Duchess made no answer. She was looking round the room, at the chimney-piece and the tall mirrors, seeking the trace of an opening. Then with an extraordinary sensation she recollected that she was again in the midst of the gaiety of the ballroom after that terrific scene which had changed the whole course of her life. She began to shiver violently. "M. de Montriveau's prophecy has shaken my nerves," she said. "It was a joke, but still I will see whether his axe from London will haunt me even in my sleep. So goodbye, dear Dot, goodbye, M. la Marquise." As she went through the rooms she was beset with inquiries and regrets. Her world seemed to have dwindled now that she, its queen, had fallen so low, was so diminished. And what, moreover, were these men compared with him whom she loved with all her heart, with the man grown great by all that she had lost in stature? The giant had regained the height that he had lost for a while, and she exaggerated it perhaps beyond measure. She looked, in spite of herself, at the servant who had attended her to the ball. He was fast asleep. "Have you been here all the time?" she asked. "Yes, madam." As she took her seat